Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After leaving Duford Town, Aoki trekked into a remote wilderness. His goal was twofold: special training and the chance to discover ancient ruins. Getting lost was no concern. With the system map, he could mark his destination and traverse forests and mountains with ease. That day, after hours of moving through thick jungle, Aoki emerged onto a seaside cliff and spotted a cavern mouth yawning wide. "This should be it," he muttered, eyes narrowing. "Let's see if there's anything worthwhile inside." He released Aggron, and together they strode into the cave. Not long after, a glint caught his eye, a bronze treasure chest nestled against the rock wall. Aoki smirked. Even scraps are meat. No chest goes unopened. But before he could approach, a rustling sound drew his gaze upward. The ceiling was alive with shadows. Pokémon detected. Species, Golbat. Strength, advanced to elite range. Qualification, gym level to elite. Countless pairs of glowing eyes stared back at him, wings beating in the darkness. Aoki didn't panic. Instead, he examined them one by one. Golbat's final evolution, Crobat, was a rare powerhouse. Most in this world didn't know its evolution condition yet, but Aoki did. Intimacy, knowledge he had once quietly introduced to the Alliance. His eyes stopped on one in particular. Pokémon detected. Name, Golbat. Strength, elite. Qualification, elite. Aoki's heart quickened. Perfect. This one's mine. Aggron, restrain it. Thunderbolt, controlled power. Aggron obeyed, releasing a crackling bolt that struck the chosen Golbat squarely. With a cry, it convulsed and crashed to the floor, fainted in an instant despite Aggron's restraint. The difference in strength was too great. Aoki wasted no time, capturing the Golbat cleanly. After scanning the flock once more and finding no others of value, he pressed onward. The cave opened to a river passage, and beyond it, an imposing stone gate, weathered with age, covered in faint carvings. An ancient ruin. Just as Aoki's hand reached for the gate, voices echoed from behind. "Quickly, this way. Investigate the site." Aoki's eyes hardened. Team Magma or Team Aqua? He melted into the shadows, pulling himself up against the overhang. From his perch, he spotted them, figures in red uniforms, marching with purpose. Team Magma. At their head, Courtney. Aoki's lips curled. "So fate delivers you here. One day, Courtney will be mine to command 2 executives under me, a team of my own." Unaware of his presence, the squad passed below. Aoki dropped silently, releasing Aggron once more. "Time to say hello. Aggron, Hyper Beam, wipe them out." The cavern roared as Aggron unleashed a colossal golden beam. "Damn it, my Tiana, counter with Hyper Beam," shouted the captain. The 2 beams collided, light exploding through the cave. For a brief moment they held, then Aggron's sheer power overwhelmed Maitana's attack, crushing it and detonating in a blinding explosion. When the smoke cleared, the captain's Maitana lay unconscious, defeated in a single strike. "No way. That Aggron, it's elite level?" The captain gasped. Courtney's eyes flickered. She recognized the masked figure, the power behind the Aggron. "Aoki, it really is you." A storm of thoughts crashed in her chest. "He knows who I am now. Will he cast me aside? Or—" The battle raged on. "Camera up, Flamethrower," Courtney commanded. "Fragadier, Water Pulse. Combustion, Flamethrower." Aoki countered sharply. Water and fire surged together, colliding with Camerup's fiery breath. The cavern filled with steam and heat. Camerup's overwhelming force gradually pushed the 2 Pokémon back, its quasi-elite power suppressing their combined assault. But Aoki did not call on Aggron. Instead, he smiled coldly. "No, Aggron, handle the grunts. This fight is theirs. Aggron growled in acknowledgement and thundered toward the lesser Magma members. Meanwhile, Frogadier and Combusken strained under the pressure. Aoki's gaze sharpened. Only when pressed to the edge can you evolve. Show me your true strength. The cavern shook with battle. And for Aoki, this was exactly the crucible he sought. Go, Torkoal. Charge forward and use rapid spin. Target the trainer. Captain Firebird's voice echoed sharply as the fiery turtle erupted onto the battlefield. He had seen Aggron's overwhelming strength and knew that defeating Aoki's Pokémon head-on was nearly impossible. So he chose the next best option, strike directly at the trainer. If Aoki fell, victory would follow. Torkoal whirled like a spinning boulder, barreling straight for Aoki. Quack! Frogadier tensed, ready to leap into the path. Combusken too spread its wings, anxiety clear in its eyes. Even Courtney, watching from the sidelines, clenched her fists. She knew this strike could be fatal. If Aoki fell here, she might act, even if it meant betraying Team Magma. But Aoki was unshaken. His eyes gleamed coldly. Aggron Mega Punch. With a roar, a second Aggron emerged beside him, slightly smaller than the first, but exuding an aura no less fierce. Its arm glowed with blinding white light before slamming forward. Damn it! Torkoal dodged. Firebird shouted, face paling. But mid-spin, Torkoal had no room to evade. Boom! The punch struck with thunderous force, hurling Torkoal across the cavern. The fire turtle slammed into the stone wall so hard that its shell cracked the surface, embedding it into the rock. It slumped, unconscious in an instant. One blow, one defeat. Firebird's face went ashen. 2 Aggrons. This boy isn't just strong, he's outrageously wealthy. His own strongest partners were barely holding out. How could he stand against this? Meanwhile, Camerup's flames roared brighter, forcing Frogadier and Combusken back. Frogadier, Combusken, dodge. Aoki commanded. They leapt aside, but the shockwave of Camerup's Flamethrower caught them both. Combusken, a fire type, took the brunt and was slammed into the ground, coughing weakly. Frogadier fared better thanks to its water typing, but even it staggered. Aoki recalled Combusken immediately, his gaze solemn. Rest now. You've done well. Then he turned to Frogadier, his voice gentler. Can you still fight? Quack! The frog's eyes blazed with determination. Aoki smiled faintly. Good. One more push. Hydro pump. Let's win this together. As Frogadier crouched low, gathering power, a sudden white glow enveloped its body. Its silhouette stretched taller, leaner, sharper. The air trembled with energy. Evolution. Aoki's eyes widened, then gleamed with excitement. Finally, you've reached it. The light faded, revealing a sleek, battle-ready figure with a scarf-like tongue fluttering around its neck, Greninja. Name, Greninja, shiny. Ability, Protean, Torrent. Qualification, champion level. Strength, gym tier. Skills, Dark Pulse, Extrasensory, Blizzard, Rain Dance. Aoki's heart pounded. Champion level potential. A true ace has been born. Firebird's face twisted with panic. Stop it now, Camerupt. Full force, tackle attack. Aggron block. Aoki snapped. The female Aggron lunged forward, bracing herself. Camerup's massive body slammed into her, the ground trembling from the collision. Even so, Aggron held firm, though she staggered back a step. But Camerupt wasn't done. Firebird's next command rang out. Earthquake. The volcanic beast raised its hooves, slamming them down as the cavern shook violently. Aoki's expression tightened. Aggron was 4 times weak to ground. A direct hit would be devastating. Greninja, hydro pump now. Before the tremor could reach him, Greninja's body flickered forward, unleashing a roaring torrent of water. The blast struck Camerupt head-on, dousing the flames and slamming the volcano beast against the rocks. Flamethrower counterattack. Firebird roared desperately. Greninja, don't stop. Hydro pump again. Aoki's voice cut like steel. Greninja fired once more, the pressurized stream overwhelming Camerup's fiery breath and blasting through. Aggron rock cannon. With a roar, Aggron heaved a boulder, launching it like a meteor. It crashed into Camerupt as Greninja's hydro pump struck true. The dual impact sent Camerupt sprawling, flames extinguished, eyes rolling back as it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The battlefield fell silent save for the heavy breathing of the victors. Aoki exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing on Firebird. You thought you could crush me? You were wrong. This is only the beginning. Behind him, Greninja straightened, water dripping from its form. It lifted a hand toward its trainer, thumbs up proud and fierce. Aoki smiled faintly. Yes, with you, Greninja, we'll rise even higher. Boom! Camerupt was hit by the hydro pump and rock heavy cannons at the same time, then let out a wail and fell to the ground. Not good, Camerupt. Captain Firebird's expression changed. He immediately took back his Pokémon, then turned around and ran away. But before he could run away, Greninja approached and hit the Firebird captain on the back of the neck with a knife. Thump! Captain Firebird fell to the ground with a plop and passed out. After a few more minutes, except for Courtney, all the others were taken care of by Aoki. Courtney was at a loss when facing Aoki and didn't know how to explain it. You can't say that you are a villain organization. Well, don't you have anything to ask? Courtney whispered. It's not necessary. Now that I know it, I think you must join Team Lava. Aoki already knew this, so naturally he wouldn't care. Courtney's eyes lit up, and then she immediately nodded her head and said seriously, Yes, I was captured by them and finally had to join the Lava team. By the way, when you come here this time, you should be exploring some ancient ruins. Take me to see them. Aoki did not dwell on these issues. No problem, I'll take you there now. Courtney felt a little happy and immediately took the initiative to walk ahead, preparing to take Aoki into the ancient ruins. Not long after, Aoki entered the ancient ruins and searched carefully. Except for some ancient texts, there is nothing there, and it looks like a place of worship. Of course, Aoki found the treasure chest, a fire-type evolution stone. It's already pretty good and can be sold for a lot of money. Aoki has dozens of these evolution stones alone. They're all obtained by opening treasure chests. What he cares about more is the Mega Evolution Stone. Let's go, it's time to set off. Aoki greeted Courtney, and the two left the ancient ruins together. Then follow the sea water and enter the forest again. At night, the two of them sat next to Courtney and tasted their dinner in silence. After finishing dinner, Aoki didn't worry so much and asked directly, I'm going to form a soaring in the sky team. In the future, we can perform missions, explore ruins, and capture Pokémon. Do you want to join? No problem, I agree. Courtney agreed without thinking. She originally wanted to be with Aoki, and if she could join the Soaring in the Sky team, that would be fine. Okay, but although the Soaring in the Sky team has been established, there are currently only 3 people. Can you return to the Lava team? I hope you will go back temporarily, strive to become stronger, and then win over some loyal men. No problem. I just said that I escaped alone when I encountered a strong enemy. I believe no one will suspect it. Courtney isn't worried about being suspected. After all, Team Lava not only has Team Aqua as their mortal enemy, but also hunter organizations and even Alliance. It's normal for some people to die. There are many captains like Firebird and Lava Team. The most they can do is investigate. But when they leave, they clean up all traces so no one will notice. You eat more, Aoki said very gently. Courtney was so sweet. Her heart was already sinking. She wished she could just throw herself into her arms. But he restrained himself in the end. In this way, after the two of them had eaten and drank enough, they each fell asleep. Aoki is not in a hurry to do anything to Courtney. After all, the two parties have only met twice. When they get to know each other for a long time, Aoki will have an idea in his mind and will not let Courtney go. After all, she is a beautiful and cute girl. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Combusken woke up early and started special training. Especially seeing that its rival Greninja has evolved, it also wants to evolve as soon as possible. Then other Pokemon also started special training quite seriously. Courtney felt a little inferior when she saw the Pokemon trained by Aoki. No wonder Aoki is so powerful. It's because Aoki's Pokemon are very hardworking. Aoki also took a look at his Pokemon. During this period, the progress was obvious. Aggron, elite level male. Aggron, quasi-elite female. Greninja, gym level. Combusken, elite level. Grovyle elite. Bagon, elite level. This is what a rookie trainer has achieved in 3 months. The lowest level is elite level. In other words, he is now an elite trainer. Most people cannot achieve it. Of course, the main reason why they couldn't reach this point was because their family was poor and couldn't afford to raise 6 Pokemon. Among them, Bagon's progress is obvious. Even before it evolves, it already has elite level. Once it evolves, maybe in Shelgon form, it will be able to have gym level strength. This is a quasi-god, extremely rare. Once someone possesses it, it will definitely arouse the envy of countless people. After breakfast, Courtney looked at Aoki with some reluctance. She really wanted to be with Aoki, but she needed to return to Team Lava and couldn't waste so much time. Aoki, I have to go back first. Aoki noticed Courtney's reluctance, took a step forward, and gently pulled Courtney into his arms. Be careful. Find a time next month and contact me secretly. I have a very good one, Aaron, and I will send it to you then. Kindness. Courtney's heart was filled with gratitude and deep admiration. An Aaron is very expensive, let alone one with relatively good qualifications. You don't need to thank me. You have to work hard to grow and strive to become an executive and an elite trainer as soon as possible. Aoki also knew that Courtney would definitely become an elite trainer in the future, so he decided to help her. Otherwise, she would not be willing to give an elite qualified Aaron to a strange, ordinary person. In addition, there's another very important reason. He already has 2 Aggron pulls, and Breeder will naturally take care of the rest. Otherwise, why would you keep it? Lay eggs? Well, those who lay eggs can indeed do it. But his 2 Aggrons were enough. There's still 7 or 8 left. At noon, Aoki said goodbye to Courtney, and then continued his journey to Kana City. Bagon, use impact on me. Dubai. Bagon ran quickly, and then used his body to hit an Oddish. Oddish screamed, rolled around on the ground, and then lost the ability to fight. Good job, Bagon. Aoki praised him appropriately. Bagon was very happy, immediately threw himself into Aoki's arms, and gently rubbed Aoki's arm. Okay, you don't want charm anymore, and you want me to treat Oddish. Aoki rubbed Bagon's head, then came to Oddish to help him heal. After Oddish recovered, he ate the energy cube and left happily. Bagon walked in front happily. What Aoki is currently focusing on training is Bagon. Once the Bagon evolves into a salamander, coupled with the Mega Evolution Stone, it will definitely have the top combat power. Of course, he will not forget the other Pokemon and will definitely have to train them emphatically. Walking in the forest, Aoki will pay attention to his surroundings from time to time and challenge some wild Pokemon. Every challenge requires an energy cube. Fortunately, he made many elementary energy cubes. Suddenly, a Shiftry suddenly appeared in front of Aoki. Name, Shiftry. Strength, elite level. Qualification, gym level. This is a nice rival. Wait a minute, Shiftry. Can you play with my Grovyle? This is my present for you. Aoki stopped Shiftry, who was about to leave. Shiftry looked disdainful. If you let it stay, will it stay? Who will give you a face as a human being? But when Shiftry saw the energy cube in Aoki's hand, his eyes widened. Don't miss these delicious energy cubes. Shiftry immediately stood in front of Aoki, ready to fight at any time. Go ahead, Grovyle. Aoki sent out Grovyle. He didn't let Combusken take action. After all, Combusken attribute completely restrained Shiftry and was a little stronger. Letting Combusken take action is just bullying Pokemon, and it won't have much experience. Can't you please? When Grovyle appears, he immediately prepares for battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shiftry took the lead and waved the leafage on his arm vigorously. Then more than a dozen Razor Leaf flew out, quickly broke through the space, and came directly in front of Grovyle. Grovyle used Slap. Grovyle quickly ran forward, using the leaf blade on his forehead, and slapped it hard. All the razor leaves were knocked away. Very well. Keep rushing forward and get close to Shiftry quickly. A red light suddenly appeared on Shiftry, and then Grovyle's body was controlled. Extrasensory? Grovyle, break free, use Bullet Seed, and get close quickly. Grovyle just struggled a little and got rid of Shiftry's extrasensory, then spit out a large amount of green light. Shiftry is very experienced in combat. He kept dodging, jumping, and dodging Bullet Seed's attacks. The two sides fought while approaching each other. Grovyle, use Energy Ball. Grovyle gathered a green Energy Ball. Energy Ball hits Shiftry. Shiftry jumped and is soaring in the sky, and the Energy Ball hit the ground, causing an explosion and smoke filling the air. Grovyle, while you're at it, rush forward and use Brick Break. Grovyle rushed into the smoke, running quickly, getting closer to Shiftry. Shiftry couldn't see Grovyle and was a little panicked, his head turning around. But it was still in midair, and Grovyle could see it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow jumped in midair. This is naturally Grovyle. Grovyle's sudden appearance made Shiftry panic, and he couldn't react for a while. Boom! Then came a move Brick Break, which hit Shiftry head-on. Shiftry screamed and fell from soaring in the sky, falling to the ground with circles in his eyes. Very well, Grovyle, come back. Aoki took back Grovyle, then healed Shiftry and continued on his journey. At noon, Bagon fell a little hungry and rubbed Aoki's arm again. Master, it's time to eat. Aoki heard Bagon's thoughts and looked at the sun soaring in the sky. It was indeed very hot. It's time for a meal. Well, it's almost noon today. We really should have a meal. Aoki released all the Pokémon and started preparing lunch. Pokémon's energy cubes have been prepared for a long time, but Aoki's own lunch is not ready yet. Just as Aoki was preparing lunch for himself, suddenly a dark figure emerged from the forest on one side and snatched away Aggron's food. Aggron saw that his food was taken away, and he was furious. Someone dared to steal his food. Aoki also noticed something unusual here and looked over immediately. Aggron, was your food taken away? Dora. Aggron pointed to the forest on the side, feeling very unhappy and almost breaking out. Aoki also looked at the forest next to him, and his pupils shrank. Mainly the Pokémon in the forest, which is really shocking. Name, Garchomp. Ability, Rough Skin. Strength, Champion level. Qualification, Champion level. Skills, Earthquake, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Flamethrower, Hydro Pump, Thunderbolt. Aoki was surprised that there was a quasi-god in this forest, and it was also the quasi-god of the Sinnoh region. The most important thing is that this Garchomp's strength has reached championship level. The series of skills that followed dazzled Aoki. Basically, as long as Lushan can learn the skills through biting, he has already learned them. Where did such an incredibly powerful Garchomp appear? This shouldn't be a beginner's map, right? Could it be that he accidentally walked into some hell-level copy? Dora. Aggron was angry and actually took away his food. He immediately opened his mouth and condensed a golden light. Destroy the Death Ray. Garchomp finished the food quickly and immediately flew and is soaring in the sky, ready to escape. It didn't want to take action. After all, it was the one who took away other people's food first, and it felt a little embarrassed inside. But there was no way. The energy cubes Aggron ate were so delicious that it couldn't resist. Aggron, forget it. I'll make you a new one. Aoki stopped Aggron. It's not that he doesn't want to do it, it's just too frustrating, but this is a championship-level Pokémon. Aggron really can't beat it. Although he was in a bad mood, Aggron was still obedient and had to give up the fight. Garchomp, come down quickly. Another beautiful figure emerged from the forest. Garchomp was helpless and had to fly down, and then heard this beautiful figure next to him. Aoki looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and finally understood why there was a championship-level Garchomp here. Because the woman who suddenly appears is none other than Sinnoh champion Cynthia, a woman that many time travelers want to marry. Aoki is naturally no exception. Once upon a time, She also wanted to have a vigorous love affair with the champion. Cynthia walked up to Aoki with a hint of apology in her eyes. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that my Garchomp would actually steal your Pokémon food. Dora, Aggron complained from the side. How do you care about your Pokémon and actually steal my food? Aoki's mouth twitched as he listened to Aggron's words. Aggron actually scolded Cynthia, but Cynthia accepted it humbly. I'm so sorry that my Garchomp caused you trouble. Cynthia apologized again. Well, Aggron, Champion Cynthia didn't mean to do it either. Aoki interrupted Aggron. Aggron sat next to him angrily, waiting for Aoki to prepare delicious food for him. Cynthia was not surprised that she was recognized. After all, she is a champion, so someone will definitely recognize her. By the way, Cynthia, since we have met, would you like to have a meal here? Aoki took the initiative to invite. This is a rare opportunity. As a time traveler, you should win the championship. Thank you then. Cynthia originally planned to refuse, but the lunch made by Aoki was so delicious that her stomach felt unsatisfactory. Aoki first finished making lunch, and then started making energy cubes for Aggron. Is this the Pokemon food you made? It's really weird. Cynthia looked at the freshly baked energy cube with a hint of surprise in her eyes. I thought Aoki was a very good trainer, but now it seems that he is still a very good breeder. This energy cube, at first glance, is definitely a high-quality Pokemon food. Otherwise, her Garchomp wouldn't be able to look forward to grabbing more food. Garchomp, this is for you. Aoki took the initiative to prepare one for Garchomp. There was no way. Garchomp's eyes made him want to eat him. Think of it as investing in advance. When he captures Cynthia in the future, he will let her know what it means to be a man. Garchomp happily accepted and stuffed cheeks. Before Cynthia could speak, several more Pokemon popped out of the Pokemon ball on her waist. They all gathered around Aoki with a covet look in their eyes, clearly wanting to eat. Come on, you all have it too. Aoki will naturally not be stingy. Name, Togekiss. Strength, champion level. Name, Milotic. Strength, elite level. Name, Lucario. Strength, champion level. Name, Ghost Bonsai. Strength, elite level. He is worthy of being Alliance's region champion. There are 5 Pokemon, 3 at the championship level and 2 at the elite level, which are even more powerful than the normal champion level trainer. The most important thing is that of these 5 Pokemon have championship level qualifications, which means that Bonsai is just a little bit worse, and Milotic is also a champion. Aoki thought about his Pokemon again, Greninja and Bagon. These 2 are champions. It looks like he's still a little bit behind. Sure enough, this world-class force is not that simple. Thank you. Cynthia really appreciates it. There's no need to worry about it. By the way, my food is also ready. Let's eat together. Aoki brought the delicious food and placed it on the table. Cynthia is sitting opposite Aoki. Fortunately, the once bronze treasure chest opened up to Chef Long's cooking skills. To be honest, this cooking skill is really awesome if it were placed in the world of Little Master or the world of the spirit of the Halberd Eater. That is definitely a king-level treasure chest. But this world is useless, that is, to satisfy one's own appetite. Cynthia was eating with gusto and didn't even bother to talk to Aoki. Aoki did not disturb Cynthia and ate lunch silently while looking at the system map. A diamond treasure chest. As long as you can defeat Cynthia, you will get a diamond chest. Aoki's heart was ready to move. Anyway, the diamond chest corresponds to elite and champion and does not necessarily require defeating Cynthia's Garchomp. As long as he can defeat Oni Bonsai or Milotic, he can get a diamond chest. It was decided that after eating and getting to know Cynthia, I would challenge Cynthia. I believe Aggron can defeat one of Cynthia's Pokemon. After all, although Aggron has not been in the elite level for a long time, he already has enough background, and it's growing very well. In addition, he also has Steel Z Pure Crystal. You won't necessarily lose if you use your full strength. Soon, Aoki had enough to eat and drink. Cynthia lay on the chair with a very happy expression. Next to him, Garchomp and several other Pokemon were equally happy. This was their first time eating such delicious Pokemon food. I really wish I could always know in the future. Perhaps, if Aoki is their owner's boyfriend, they can eat them. Aoki didn't even know that Cynthia's Pokémon had decided to assist. Aoki and Cynthia sat together and relaxed for a long time. It was really Cynthia who ate too much. Maybe it was the first time I ate such delicious food, and I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to eat it again, so I tried my best to stuff it into my stomach. After a long pause, Cynthia finally stood up. Thank you so much for not only treating me to food, but also preparing such delicious food for my Pokémon. It's nothing. Meeting each other means we are destined. Maybe we are destined. Aoki behaved gracefully. Cynthia nodded slightly, feeling more fond of Aoki. Garchomp's several Pokémon also thanked them. They feel very happy. Cynthia looked at Garchomp and the others who were so happy and had an idea in her mind. Maybe you can buy such a delicious energy cube with Aoki. Aoki, this Pokémon food of yours, by the way, should be energy cubes. Can you sell it to me? Or the formula? The formula is very expensive, and I don't need money. Maybe I can exchange it with items, such as Pokémon eggs. Aoki is not intended to trade expensive recipes, but can trade some common ones. The main reason is that last time at Devon Manufacturing Group, Aoki saw the research projects of Devon Manufacturing Group. Among them is the research on energy cubes. Although the progress has not been seen, it is estimated that it will not take a few years. In the original book, when Ash appeared, there were already energy cubes. Either next year or the year after, Devon Manufacturing Group will be able to research it. It is estimated that next year, Devon Manufacturing Group will study it, and then those small businesses will also study it. There is a time difference in between. It's better to take advantage of this opportunity and sell it at a good price. And he is also interested in Cynthia. Of course, taking advantage of the opportunity to sell the price is the main thing. Okay, I agree. Cynthia immediately nodded in agreement. Although I don't know the nutritional value of this energy cube, I can roughly tell it by looking at Aoki's Pokémon. Whether it's Aggron, Bagon, or Combuskin, every Pokémon develops very well. This is definitely related to the energy cube. In this way, I'll see if the family has Gibble's Pokémon eggs. If so, I can exchange them with you. Aoki was immediately speechless. He was originally going to ask if he had Lucario's Pokémon eggs, but he didn't expect Cynthia to be so generous. It's a quasi-god Pokémon right out of the gate. Gibble is also very strong and evolves into Garchomp, which is also a powerful Dragon-type Pokémon. If it can be replaced with a Gibble, it is not unacceptable. Anyway, the basic formula is estimated to sell for only a few hundred million, or more than $1 billion. But Gibble's Pokémon eggs also cost hundreds of millions on the black market, and they still have a price, but no market. But in general, the Energy Cube formula is still very expensive for the time being, but by next year, that may not be the case. Okay, I agree. Aoki nodded in agreement and immediately wrote out the recipe. This is the formula for the Energy Cube, and there's also a blueprint for the Energy Cube machine. I will give it to you for free. Free isn't that bad. Cynthia felt embarrassed. Although it is just a drawing of the machine, it is also very expensive. I feel really sorry to give it away like this for nothing. Then help me see if there is Lucario. I can buy it with you. Aoki is still very greedy for Lucario. He also likes Ralts, but Ralts is a Pokémon from the Hoenn region after all, and he can encounter it in the future. Do you like Lucario? I can help you keep an eye on it. Cynthia agreed without thinking. A Lucario is definitely not as good as a Power Cube. With these Energy Cubes, you can not only meet the dietary needs of Pokémon, but also make a lot of money in the future. Anyway, there will definitely be no loss. As everyone knows, Aoki is already prepared for it. Once an Energy Cube comes on the market, he thinks it will be sold. There are no patents in this world. Once this group has information, other groups will find ways to steal it. After Aoki plans to sell it to Cynthia, he will join forces with Professor Birch, Norman, and Professor Oak. After Cynthia took over the drawings and formulas, she did not leave. She still had a few days off and wanted to be with Aoki. The main reason is that Aoki's food is so delicious, and she wants to take advantage of the last few days of vacation to taste it. There may be no chance in the future. By the way, Cynthia, do you have time? Now that we've finished eating, let's have a fight, my Aggron, to find a suitable rival. Aoki took the initiative to invite. He can't wait. As long as he can defeat Cynthia, he can get a diamond treasure chest. Diamond treasure chests, those are all good things. Your Aggron looks very powerful. Since you want to challenge me, I will fight with you. Cynthia did not refuse. She also saw how powerful Aggron was and was definitely a good rival. She also wants to have a fight with a rival like this. Well, Aggron, this battle will be left to you. Don't let me down. Aggron immediately rushed forward, already ready to make a move. Garchomp had just snatched his food, so he had to be severely repaired. Aoki noticed Aggron's eyes and was speechless. Brother, don't you have any self-awareness? They are at the championship level, and even among the championship level, they are one of the best. Cynthia was speechless. Of course it was impossible to send Garchomp. After all, Garchomp is her own trump card, who has been with her since she was a child and has been cultivated for a long time. And it has been many years since he became a champion Pokémon, and he has already reached his limit. Aggron is definitely not Garchomp's rival. Milotic, this battle is yours. Milotic immediately swam into the nearby river. She is, after all, a water-type Pokémon and is not suited to fighting on land after all. Aggron, it's up to you. Use Attract on me. Military, use Attract. Aoki and Cynthia ordered at the same time, still using the same trick. Aggron and Milotic use Attract at the same time to get out of their most graceful poses. The two Pokémon noticed each other, and then were confused by each other. Cynthia, this is the first time I have seen two Pokémon captivate each other at the same time and confuse each other at the same time. Aoki roughly guessed that this beautiful Pokémon might use Attract, so he uses Attract in advance. As a result, both sides were hit at the same time, which was good, so that Aggron would not be confused by the other party. Aggron used Hoenn Claws. Milotic used Water Pulse. Aoki and Cynthia were once again giving orders at the same time, but Aggron did as he was told and sharpened his sharp claws. White light emitted from his body and his attack power increased. Milotic, on the other hand, was less lucky and was still in the Attract contest condition and did not take action. Really bad luck, so Encore, Milotic used Water Pulse. Aggron, Thunderbolt. This time, Milotic successfully used the addition of Water Pulse. A ball of water was thrown at Aggron. Aggron also uses Thunderbolt. The golden thunder light collided with the blue water ball, causing a huge explosion in an instant. The explosion exploded the water ball, and a large amount of seawater erupted, soaking the ground. At this moment, Aggron and Milotic got rid of the Attract contest condition at the same time. Aggron, Rock Tomb. Milotic, use Rain Dance. With the sound of Aggron roar, a large number of rocks appeared in the void, blocking Milotic's path and tackle Milotic. Milotic carried it down, sang and prayed to soaring in the sky. A dark cloud filled the air, and the sound of rushing water suddenly came from the dark cloud. Soaring in the sky began to rain lightly. Milotic used Hydro Pump. Milotic spit out a powerful Hydro Pump and rushed towards Aggron with lightning speed. Aggron, Flash Cannon. Aggron faced the flying Hydro Pump. He didn't panic, condensed silver light in his palm, and then threw it out with all his strength. The Silver Flash Cannon and Hydro Pump soon collided fiercely, and they were evenly matched, with no winner or loser. Neither side could do anything to the other for a while, let alone defeat the other. Aggron used Thunderbolt. Milotic, Liquid Circle. Aggron shouted, and a large amount of golden lightning erupted from his body, charging towards Milotic. Just when the golden lightning was about to hit Milotic, a stream of water suddenly appeared on the surface of Milotic's body, forming a protective circle. The protective circle blocked the golden lightning from the outside. Even if the golden lightning continued to erupt, it could not hurt Milotic. Aggron, destroy the Death Ray, interrupt it. Aoki ordered quickly. If Milotic is not stopped as soon as possible, Milotic can recover his physical strength in the liquid circle. Over time, it can wear people to death. Aggron opened his mouth, and countless golden rays of light gathered together to form an energy ball. Then with a loud roar, the golden energy ball formed a huge shockwave, roaring towards Milotic. The speed of destroying the death light was very fast, and in an instant, it was in front of Milotic. Milotic, hit with all your strength and use Hydro Pump. Milotic spits out a powerful Hydro Pump. Whoosh! The water column leaped out and hit the destructive death ray head-on. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. In terms of strength, they're all elite level. Although Milotic is Cynthia's trump card, not everyone can reach the championship level. Your Aggron is really powerful. How long have you been cultivating it? Cynthia's eyes were filled with praise. Although I don't know how old Aoki is, he is very young and may have just traveled a short time ago. It's such a rookie who actually has Pokemon that can rival her own team of Milotics. It's been nearly 2 years. This Aggron has been carefully bred by me. Aoki had a smug look in his eyes. Although the system helped, he was still very proud to have such a powerful Pokemon. Less than 2 years. Cynthia was shocked. Her Milotic, which breeder had been working on for more than 2 years, had spent a lot of money and resources to achieve such strength. As a result, Aoki's Aggron is less than 2 years old, which makes people feel a little envious. Rumble. Aggron's destructive death ray was in a stalemate with Milotic's Hydro Pump for a moment, causing another huge explosion. Because the explosion was very close to Milotic, Milotic was thrown away by the airflow of the explosion and suffered some damage. Aggron Metal Blast. Milotic, duck and try another Hydro Pump. Aggron quickly ran towards Milotic, condensed a silver light in his palm, and then threw it out hard. Silver light flew towards Milotic. Milotic swam quickly in the water, moving very quickly and easily dodging the metal blasts. The metal blast was close to the river and suddenly exploded, causing a wave of air and countless river water being blown away. Inside the river, many Pokemon were frightened and ran away frantically, fearing that they would be affected. It was really a battle between two elite-level Pokemon, and the destructive power was astonishing. Aggron's Metal Blast, with all his strength, not only created a large crater in the water, but also a large crater on the shore. The pit is hundreds of meters deep. Although Milotic dodged, he was still affected by the shock wave and rolled in the water. He just quickly stabilized his body, and then faced Aggron with another Hydro Pump move. Although the move is very old, it is particularly useful. After all, the Water-type skill can restrain Aggron twice. Aggron, get out of the way. Aggron immediately dodged to the side, but was still a step too slow and was hit in the shoulder by Hydro Pump. The strong impact caused a painful expression on Aggron's face. Water-type's damage is too much, let alone an elite-level water Pokemon. This type also has some bonuses. However, his Aggron cannot restrain Milotic. Boom! Milotic's Hydro Pump was so powerful that it hit a tree, knocking it down and blasting a deep hole in the ground. This is the strength of elite-level Pokemon, which can be compared to an army. The champion level is more powerful. Although Aoki has never seen it, I think it should be able to destroy a city. Aggron was hit on the shoulder by Hydro Pump and was knocked out. He fell to the ground and rolled for a moment with a very painful expression on his face. Aggron, hold on, I believe you. Aoki shouted. Aggron heard Aoki's call and stood up with difficulty. Although its special defense is not very high, it has strong physical fitness after eating energy cubes for so many years. Both endurance and resistance to fighting are very strong. Aggron stood up and stared at Milotic. Both Pokemon were already injured and were panting slightly. Although their strength has reached elite level, Rival is also very strong and does high damage. Your Aggron is really powerful, but my Milotic is not bad either. Use Attract, Cynthia said loudly. Milotic twisted his body and showed a very attract expression, as if he saw love in the void. Aoki was even confused by Milotic, not to mention Aggron, with little stars in his eyes. The other Aggron was angry. Damn it, captivate my boyfriend. That was all in the beginning. It was Aoki who gave the order for Aggron to captivate Milotic. It was bearable at that time. Now Milotic actually captivate Aggron, which is intolerable. If it hadn't known that this was a battle, it might have taken action against Milotic. Milotic, take this opportunity to use Hydro Pump again, Cynthia said quickly. Milotic took advantage of the victory and spit out another powerful Hydro Pump. Aggron, come here smelling salts. Your girlfriend is angry. Aoki shouted loudly. At the mention of his girlfriend, Aggron instantly smelling salts and was shocked. As soon as I came over from smelling salts, I saw the Hydro Pump right in front of me. Megaton boxing. Aggron didn't have time to escape and immediately waved his hand with a Megaton punch. The Megaton punch hit the Hydro Pump, and with a loud bang, the Hydro Pump exploded. But after the Hydro Pump exploded, countless water engulfed Aggron. Aggron felt particularly uncomfortable and shook the water off his body vigorously. Encore destroys the Death Ray. Milotic, let's destroy the Death Ray too. Aggron and Milotic opened their mouths at the same time, spit out a powerful blast of destructive death, collided head-on, and exploded. The airflow created by the explosion, like a storm normal, blows very far. Aoki and Cynthia couldn't help but stretched out their hands to cover their faces and looked into the distance. After the explosion, Aggron and Milotic's physical exertion became more serious, and their breathing became more severe. After all, the ultimate attack is an all-out explosion, which consumes a lot of physical strength. Aoki frowned. Perhaps you can use the Z move. I believe that with the Z move, I can defeat Milotic and win this battle. Military recover. A white light emerged from Milotic's body and became more and more powerful. Once recover is successful, Milotic will be able to recover half of his maximum physical strength. At that time, it was a huge crisis for Aggron. Aoki also knew that he must take advantage of this opportunity to completely defeat Milotic. Otherwise, it won't be that easy to defeat Milotic after he recovers his physical strength. Aggron, here's our special move, Mega Spiral Combo. Aoki put a hand in his pocket. He didn't want others to discover the Z Pure Crystal for the time being, otherwise it would have no advantage. Aggron roared angrily, and the Z Crystal on its tail emitted a faint white light. But Cynthia was directly opposite Aggron, so she didn't notice anything unusual. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light completely enveloped Aggron. Z Pure Crystal completely exploded. Cynthia is also wondering, Mega Spiral Combo, why has she never heard of this trick? Could be some secret trick? Looking at Aggron's current appearance, it doesn't seem like a joke. This is probably a big move. Milotic may not be able to block it. Milotic, get out of the way. Cynthia immediately decided to let Milotic give up recover and avoid this move first. It's too late, come on, Aggron. The light on Aggron's body became more and more intense, and then his whole body rotated and quickly flew into the soaring in the sky. A flash of silver light was seen, and Aggron rushed towards Milotic while spinning. This speed was so fast that Milotic had no time to dodge. Seeing that Aggron was so close, he probably couldn't escape. Milotic used Protect. Cynthia also knew that she couldn't escape, so she could only use Protect at this time. As long as it can be blocked, Aggron will be able to consume a lot of energy and ultimately win the battle. Aoki was very nervous, even though he knew that even if he used Protect, the Z move could still cause damage. But he was afraid that Milotic could block it. Aggron rapid spin, and finally collided head-on with Milotic. Even though Protect blocked most of Milotic's momentum, the remaining power was still very powerful. Milotic was knocked out of the water, fell on the other side of the river, and fell out of a huge pit. Milotic, are you okay? Cynthia immediately ran forward, and Garchomp immediately flew over. Then Cynthia grabbed Garchomp and flew to the opposite side. Arriving on the other side of the river, Cynthia found Milotic lying in a deep pit with white circles around his eyes, completely unable to fight. Aoki, my Milotic has lost its ability to fight. The final winner is your Aggron. Cynthia didn't hide it, and she wasn't the kind of person who couldn't afford to lose. I'm just curious about what Aggron's ultimate trick is, and it's so destructive. It was obvious that Protect had blocked it, but in the end it actually passed through and caused such great damage to Milotic. That's great, Aggron. Thank you so much. Aoki was so excited that she almost cried. finally defeated Cynthia, which means he can get the diamond chest. The diamond treasure chest must contain good things. Just knowing exactly what's inside. Aoki first treated Aggron to make sure that Aggron would be fine. After all, the battle just now was fierce, and he was worried that something might happen to Aggron. On the other side, Cynthia is also treating Milotic. Fortunately, technology in this world is very advanced, and there are many first aid medicines. As long as you use them on Pokémon, you can almost recover. Aoki was also prepared to help use the power of Viridian, but since Cynthia had already been healed, there was no need for her to intervene. After curing Milotic, Cynthia immediately flew back on Garchomp. Aoki, congratulations, you defeated my Milotic. This is just Milotic. I hope to defeat you in an official conference one day. Aoki's eyes were filled with light. If he can defeat Cynthia, then he can probably become a region champion. Then I hope you can beat me. Cynthia did not attack Aoki and sincerely hoped that Aoki could defeat her. And she felt that Aoki was very talented, and maybe one day, Aoki would be able to defeat her. By the way, Aoki, I have a question. What is the ultimate move you just made? Why haven't I heard of it? Cynthia thought of the ultimate move Aggron had just used, and even Protect couldn't resist it. How is this done? Oh, I'm not very clear about this. One day, Aggron and I had a spiritual connection, and then we successfully used it. Aoki naturally wouldn't say it out loud. Let's keep this kind of thing a secret for now, and we can't tell Cynthia about the Mega Evolution Stone either, even if he had feelings for Cynthia. Cynthia nodded slightly, not too entangled. There were some things that Aoki probably wouldn't say. Moreover, humans still know very little about Pokémon. By the way, I'm going to continue traveling. The next trip is to Slateport City. Do you want to go with me? Aoki took the initiative to invite. Okay, I happen to need to go there too, so let's go together. Cynthia herself wanted to be with Aoki and taste more delicious food. The last few days of vacation cannot be wasted. Then, I'll pack it up first, and when it's done, we can continue setting off. Aoki came to the dining table and put everything away. Cynthia was also nearby and took the initiative to help. After everything was packed up, Aoki took Cynthia and continued toward the forest. When leaving, Aoki opened the system panel. He was looking forward to the battle just now. I just hope I can get the diamond chest. Sure enough, after opening the system log, Aoki saw a paragraph. Defeated Cynthia, gained Cynthia's recognition, and successfully obtained a diamond treasure chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully opened the diamond treasure chest, obtained the bonded evolutionary form, and obtained the prop gold bottle cap. Aoki was stunned, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He didn't expect to receive 2 awards, and both of them were excellent. First, the bond evolved form. Aoki looked at it and found that it was exclusive to Greninja. In other words, from now on, Aoki can bond with Greninja to evolve. Ash's is Ash-shaped Greninja, and Aoki's is Aoki Greninja. As for the other gold bottle cap, in the game, that's something that boosts potential. Aoki looked at the system introduction. Gold bottle cap can greatly increase potential. Sure enough, this is a good thing to improve your potential. The first thing Aoki thought of was Aggron. The current Aggron's potential has reached its end. If you don't improve your potential, successfully reaching the championship level is not that easy and requires more resources. For example, you have to eat a lot of energy cubes, and you have to eat a lot of top energy cubes for a long time to increase your potential. But if Gold Bottle Cap can succeed, Aggron will have championship level qualifications without having to eat so much. The system is really good, the Diamond Treasure Chest is really good, and this time, you can get 2 rewards from the Diamond Treasure Chest at once. In the past, I only got 1. Aoki looked calm and immediately used the Gold Bottle Cap on Aggron. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Aggron's qualifications have successfully reached the championship level. Name, Aggron. Strength, elite level. Qualification, champion level. Aoki looked ecstatic. This was already his 3rd Pokemon with championship qualifications. Perhaps this time, in the Evergrande Conference, his Aggron can successfully reach the championship level. Of course, this is all just possible. After all, the championship level is also a hurdle, and this hurdle is even greater than the one at the elite level. However, Aggron, who has the qualifications of a champion, understands the secrets faster. Cynthia didn't know what happened. She only knew that Aoki was very happy. She thought Aoki had defeated her, and she felt a little happy. Thinking back to the first time she fought against Elite and successfully defeated Elite Trainer, she also felt very happy. Along the way, Aoki encountered many Pokémon, all of which were wild. Anyone who is strong enough will be stopped by Aoki, and then he will have a fight with his Pokémon. Aoki did not reveal Greninja's bonded form. He planned to hide it temporarily from others knowing. Not even Cynthia. In this way, Aoki and Cynthia spent another day until night. The two of them camped by the river and prepared dinner together. Just like a couple. Cynthia is like Aoki's loving wife. During dinner, Cynthia looked at the Aggron eating deliciously next to her, and she always felt that something was wrong with the Aggron. Aoki, has your Aggron improved? It seems to be stronger than before and looks more burly. This change is not particularly big, but Yaume can still see it. Oh, maybe it's because I just had a battle, so I've improved. Aoki didn't say it out loud. The reason why Aggron has changed so obviously is because his qualifications have reached the championship level, so there have been some changes. Cynthia nodded slightly, not worrying so much, thinking that Aggron really improved because of the battle. After dinner, it was dark. Naturally, it's time to rest. Cynthia also brought a tent herself. Otherwise, Aoki would really not care about being in the same tent as Cynthia. The night is dark, and the bright moon is hanging high in the sky. A ray of bright sunshine shines on the river and refracts to the shore. Aoki and Cynthia sat under the moonlight, admiring the beautiful night. To be honest, I haven't seen such a beautiful night for a long time. Cynthia looked at the moonlight soaring in the sky, the shining stars, and recalled her life. Indeed, I used to be either working or training Pokémon, so I didn't get much rest. The two of them leaned together. Several other Pokémon nearby were lying in a row. Aoki's Pokémon lies on the left, and Cynthia's Pokémon lies on the right. It's rare to not train and enjoy the beautiful scenery. After some time, Aoki felt that it was almost the same and suddenly stood up. By the way, I have some milk and some desserts. I'm going to make an ice cream, and I suddenly feel like eating ice cream. Of course, Aoki did it on purpose. Because Cynthia likes ice cream, he plans to treat Cynthia to a meal. If you eat his ice cream, you'll be his from now on. Cough, cough, cough. It should be said that he will have a chance in the future. Ice cream? I didn't expect you to make ice cream. Thank you so much. I just want to eat some. Cynthia's eyes were shining. She hadn't had ice cream in a while, and she didn't expect Aoki to make it. This is simply an unexpected surprise. Don't worry, the ice cream I made is delicious. Aoki took out all the ingredients and started preparing the ice cream. Cynthia sat nearby and watched, her eyes full of anticipation. As time passed, Cynthia's eyes fell on Aoki, and she couldn't help but take another look. At this moment, she realized that Aoki seemed a little different from other men. Give her an indescribable feeling. Of course, it's just interesting, but it hasn't reached the stage of love. After a long time, Aoki made a strawberry ice cream. Here, try it. This is the strawberry ice cream I made. Thank you. Cynthia took it immediately and took a gentle lick. In just a moment, Cynthia had a happy expression on her face, and her heart was completely melted. It was the most delicious food she had ever tasted. Maybe I will never be able to eat such delicious food in my life. Cynthia suddenly didn't want to be separated from Aoki, and even wanted to hire Aoki to cook delicious food for her. Unfortunately, this is not possible. How about it? This is the ice cream I made. If you need it in the future, you can come to me. Aoki is smiling. This bright smile made Cynthia couldn't help but take a second look. Not only was he handsome, he also had a sweet smile, and his cooking skills were excellent, which captured her stomach. Cynthia was instantly moved. Not far away, Garchomp and several other Pokémon also looked at each other silently. It would be great if these two people were together so that they could eat good food every day in the future. Well, it's getting late. Let's go and rest first. As time passed, Cynthia also noticed something strange about herself and quickly turned away, embarrassed to continue facing Aoki. Aoki's smile just now actually made her heart flutter. Fortunately, I restrained myself in the end. Otherwise, Aoki would be very embarrassed if he saw something unusual, and he would probably crawl into the cracks in the ground shyly. Aoki raised his lips slightly, packed up, and returned to his tent. Aggron, Garchomp, slept outside, protecting the two. After all, in this forest, wild Pokémon are fine, but it would be terrible if they encounter a Pokémon hunter. The night is getting dark, and the moonlight is getting brighter and brighter. The temperature also gradually dropped, and a breeze came out. Inside the tent, both Aoki and Cynthia were hiding in warm sleeping bags and sleeping soundly. But in the early morning, Cynthia suddenly opened her eyes, left the tent in a daze, and found a small forest. At this moment, Aoki also opened his eyes and walked into the jungle, where Cynthia was also in a daze. Garchomp glanced at it and said nothing. Instead, he snickered. Aggron didn't know what happened, but Aoki was fine, so there was no need to worry. Anyway, both of them will be fine. As soon as Aoki entered the woods, he saw Cynthia squatting in front of him. Cynthia was also stunned. Why did Aoki appear here? The two people looked at each other silently. It happened that the moonlight was very bright, so even in the dark night, the two of them could still see each other clearly. Aoki really didn't expect that when he wanted to go to the toilet, Cynthia actually wanted to go to the toilet too. Garchomp, give me. Cynthia was almost ready to let Garchomp take action. Aoki reacted and said quickly, "Wait, don't mess around. I just came here accidentally. I don't know. After all, it's late at night, and I'm very confused." If Garchomp were to attack him, Aggron might not be able to withstand it. Garchomp stood nearby, shook his head, and had no intention of taking action. This is obviously a misunderstanding by Cynthia. She also wants Aoki to be the male lead, so naturally she cannot do anything casually. Cynthia also reacted. It was the first time for her and Aoki to camp together. And when she got up, Aoki didn't know that it was probably an accidental encounter. It's just that both parties were unlucky to have walked into the same forest together. And let Aoki see what he shouldn't see. Wait, Cynthia reacted and immediately hid behind a tree. Go back quickly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll leave first. By the way, I didn't see anything just now. When Aoki said this, he also thought about the scene just now. Indeed, he saw nothing. Even if you saw it, you still have to say you didn't see it. Cynthia blushed even more, glared at Aoki, and shouted angrily, "Get back here quickly." The shout was so loud that half of the forest probably heard it. Aoki was startled and immediately jumped into his tent. Cynthia looked at Aoki, who had disappeared, covering her cheeks, feeling extremely shy and not knowing what to say. She really didn't expect what just happened. After a while, Cynthia walked out of the forest and glared at Garchomp. "Garchomp, you should have seen it just now, but you didn't know how to stop it." Garchomp spread his hands, shook his head, and kept saying something. Anyway, Cynthia looked grim. Early the next morning, Cynthia woke up very early. After waking up, Cynthia saw Aoki and remembered what happened last night. Her face turned red, and she was embarrassed to face Aoki directly. Aoki was much calmer and pretended that nothing happened. After all, he was the one who made a fortune last night. For breakfast, Aoki prepared it himself, and even specially prepared an ice cream. "I think you seem to like ice cream, so I specially prepared one for you. Today, it's vanilla flavor." Cynthia looked at the fragrant and delicious ice cream in front of her. Her appetite increased, and she forgot about the unpleasant things last night. You should still try the delicious food first. It's so delicious. Aoki, I really like the food you prepared. Cynthia was so happy to eat the food and taste it. It was so delicious. Aoki sat nearby and watched silently. As time passed, Cynthia also noticed that Aoki seemed to be looking at her, and her face turned red. "Why are you looking at yourself like this? Is it possible that Aoki is interested in me?" Cynthia had so many thoughts in her mind that she couldn't help but think about it. If nothing else, Mao Mu is excellent. She has feelings for Aoki very much, and after what happened last night, she is already Aoki's person. However, if Aoki wants to be with her, he must become strong enough. At least he has the strength of an elite and even the strength of a champion in order to be qualified to be with her. It was decided that Aoki must become stronger so that he can be qualified to be with her. After breakfast, Aoki packed up and embarked on the journey to Kai City with Cynthia. Along the way, Cynthia was embarrassed to face Aoki. Even every time I see Aoki, I blush and can't help but think of what happened that night. It was a really humbling night. In this way, a few days later, Aoki and Cynthia finally arrived in Slateport City. Although they arrived at their destination, both Aoki and Cynthia felt very reluctant to leave. This means that the two are about to separate. Aoki is very reluctant to let go of Cynthia, and Cynthia is even more reluctant to let go of Aoki. She purely likes Aoki, but Aoki and Cynthia are more greedy. Just outside Slateport City, Aoki and Cynthia were not in a hurry to enter the city. They just looked at the city in front of them. Cynthia, you are beautiful and strong. In fact, I am very interested in you. Cynthia blushed. She didn't expect Aoki to confess his love to her. Should I agree to Aoki? To be honest, she is also interested in Aoki. He is handsome, has a bright smile, and most importantly, the food is delicious. She just likes to eat the ice cream made by Aoki. It tastes very sweet. Cynthia was tempted to agree, but in the end, she restrained herself. Yes, but if you want to marry me and get my family to agree, you need to be strong enough. After saying this, Cynthia thought of Aoki's Pokémon again. Aggron, Greninja, and Combusken are all a group of highly qualified Pokémon. She doesn't know if Aoki can surpass her, but the possibility of becoming an elite champion is still very high. Aoki understood what Cynthia meant, and his eyes were full of confidence. Don't worry, one day, I will defeat you, and then you will become mine willingly. Seeing Aoki's confidence, Cynthia became even more obsessed. Confident men are more attractive. She can believe that Aoki will definitely become a champion, and then together with her, they will become a champion couple. It has fascinated countless people around the world. Cynthia quickly came over from the fantasy-smelling salts and gently patted Aoki on the shoulder. It's almost time. It's time for me to leave. I just became the champion, and I can't take a long vacation. So, since we are about to say goodbye, shouldn't we give you a hug? Aoki suddenly spoke and opened his hands. It's just a pity. Unlike other fan fiction, they met for a few days and then slept together. But this is normal. Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh, dares to love and hate. If he can't establish a relationship within a few days, he is already good enough. Sleeping together for a few days, well, that's an abnormal fanfic. To be precise, it's a fan comic. He is definitely not the male protagonist of a fan comic. But he believes that if both parties confirm their relationship first and fall in love, they could be together one day. Then just give me a hug. Cynthia thought for a moment. She had been seen by Aoki a few days ago, so there was no need to worry so much. It was just a hug anyway. Please give me flowers. After making a decision in her heart, Cynthia no longer hesitated and hugged Aoki silently. Aoki hugged Cynthia tightly. Well, not only is she powerful, she's also very beautiful and has a good figure. You must maintain a good figure so that you can be a woman qualified to become a future champion. Cynthia blushed but did not refuse, but said domineeringly, "Then you must become stronger as soon as possible so that you can become a champion in the future and become the man who is the champion now." The two parties hugged for a moment and then separated. Aoki really didn't want to separate, but Cynthia just became the champion this year, so she finally had a holiday. 0. The vacation is over, and today we will leave the Hoenn region and return to Sinnoh again. Okay, let's go to Slateport City now. I'll treat you to dinner and see you off. Okay, I want to eat more delicious food. Cynthia thought of the delicious food made by Aoki and subconsciously thought of the delicious food with a happy smile on her face. I really want to have one last meal. Then, let's leave now. Aoki took the initiative to hold Cynthia's hand, walked into Slateport City, and then booked a big hotel. Then the two parties had a last dinner together. In the evening, Cynthia finally had to leave. At the harbor, Aoki personally came to send Cynthia away. Neither Cynthia nor Aoki want to be separated from each other. Aoki reached out and hugged Cynthia again. I didn't expect that the two of us would establish a relationship so quickly. Don't worry, I will defeat you as soon as possible. Then you have to work hard to become stronger and try to defeat me so that we can truly be together. Cynthia felt the warmth of Aoki's embrace and leaned on Aoki's shoulder. When she fell in love for the first time, Cynthia acted like a little woman. This doesn't look like a Sinnoh championship at all. Okay, I'm going to set off, and you have to work hard too. I will definitely come to cheer you on in this Evergrande conference. Cynthia was alone on a luxury cruise ship. After parting ways with Cynthia, Aoki went to the Pokemon Center and received his express delivery. Thousands of Pokemon egg hatching fluids cost him a lot of money. But in order for Jirachi to be successfully hatched, Aoki feels that all this is necessary. In the room, Aoki took out part of the Pokemon egg hatching liquid and then began to prepare a new Pokemon egg hatching liquid. After each portion is prepared, pour it on top of Jirachi's Pokemon eggs. It's almost all money. Name, Jirachi. Hatching progress, 50 thousandths. Name, Jirachi. Hatching progress, 61 out of 1,000. Name, Jirachi. Hatching progress, 20%. From afternoon to night, and from night to early morning, Aoki had no intention of stopping. After all, this was the first fantasy beast in 480's life. He was a little excited, and he was even so excited that he couldn't sleep. Name, Jirachi. Hatching progress, 70%. It took so long and so much energy was spent, but it was all money. This shows how difficult it is to hatch Jirachi. According to Stephen Stone, the place where Jirachi's Pokemon eggs were found was a wasteland. It is estimated that the energy there has been washed away long ago, but it still cannot allow Jirachi to hatch. Of course, this is all speculation. Aoki could take care of so much and continued to prepare Pokemon egg hatching liquid, hoping that Jirachi would hatch quickly. After some time, the sky gradually became brighter. Name, Jirachi. Hatching progress, 99%. Successful hatching requires a lot of energy. Aoki noticed that there was another line of words behind the eye of data. What does it mean to provide a lot of energy? Isn't there enough Pokemon egg hatching fluid? Yes, this is a fantasy beast after all, and it is not so easy to hatch, but want a lot of energy. Aoki suddenly remembered that the morning before yesterday, while traveling with Cynthia, he found a gold treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest is a machine. A very ordinary machine can convert the energy of the evolutionary stone into the energy of any other attribute. Originally, Aoki didn't pay much attention to it. In his opinion, it was nothing more than transforming Firestone into Waterstone. What's so good about this? Not only is it useless, but it also consumes a certain amount of energy. If he lacks Firestone, he can go out and buy it, not to mention that he doesn't lack Evolution Stone at all. Now it seems that maybe the system knows that he is going to hatch Jirachi's egg and has prepared it in advance. The more Aoki thought about it, the more he thought it was possible, and his eyes revealed a gleam of joy. I can't wait to find out the system and give a big kiss. What a great system with a loving owner. Aoki immediately took out the machine and read the instructions carefully with disbelief in his eyes. As we all know, the only evolutionary stones are Firestone, Waterstone, Shiny Stone, etc. But this machine can convert other evolutionary stones into some unavailable evolutionary stones. For example, Super Gem or Haunted Gem, after transformation, can be used by the corresponding Pokemon. These gems have two uses. The first use is to provide energy to injured Pokemon with corresponding attributes. Of course, for him, with the power of Chongpan, these gems are of no use, but they can be sold to others. It is equivalent to an extra resurrection potion and a mobile Pokemon Center. In addition, you can also provide energy zones for Pokemon eggs. This is the correct way to use the energy gem converted by the machine, specially provided for Pokemon eggs, which can slightly improve the qualifications of Pokemon eggs. No wonder it is just a gold treasure chest. In terms of practicality, it is not as good as Mega Evolution, Bond Evolution, and Gold Bottle Cap. Not enough compared to the top, but more than the bottom. So it's just a gold treasure chest, not a diamond treasure chest. But this is a real diamond treasure chest for Aoki, because he can be used to hatch Jirachi's eggs, giving him a fantasy beast. Aoki didn't hesitate, and immediately took out all the evolution stones he had opened, and then converted them like crazy. Not long after, dozens of evolution stones were all transformed into super gems and orberd gems. By the way, go buy some more evolution stones and prepare more so that you don't run out of them when the time comes. Aoki thought for a moment, then went to the big mall outside and swept away all the evolution stones. With his wallet depleted, Aoki bought dozens more evolution stones. Not a lot, but there are dozens more orberd gems and super gems. After returning to the Pokémon Center, Aoki took out Jirachi's egg and put all the orberd gems and super gems into it. The moment all the gems were put in, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared on Jirachi's egg. Aoki watched from the side, his heart tightened, and he clutched his clothes tightly with both hands. Name: Jirachi. Incubating. Sure enough, Jirachi was successfully hatched, all thanks to the system. If it weren't for the energy converter provided by the system, it would be impossible to prove the successful incubation of Jirachi. After the light dissipated, a petite Pokémon appeared in front of Aoki. Yes, this is Jirachi. Aoki was a little excited just looking at it. This Pokémon is so cute. Just like stars. Dad. 11. After Jirachi was born, he immediately jumped into Aoki's arms and even called Aoki Daddy. Aoki's face froze. Although he has 2 girlfriends, Courtney and May, he still has no child, and a father suddenly appeared. This is really unacceptable. But when he thought that Jirachi was so cute, Mamu couldn't bear to refuse. Well, you can call me brother from now on. Dad. Yes, brother. Dad. Aoki was really helpless and had to accept Kira's approach. 3.8. Who makes Jirachi so cute? As for Jirachi being able to talk, Aoki was not too surprised. After all, this is a super-type Pokémon. It will definitely be telepathic. Aoki immediately looked at Jirachi with his data eyes and was stunned. Name: Jirachi. Ability: Tianun. Attribute: Steel Superpower. Strength: Elite level. Qualification: Level 2 God. Skills: Mental Power, Double Edge, Destructive Death Ray, Thunder, Shadow Ball, Doom Desire, Dazzling Gleam. Special skill: Sunsteel Strike. Aoki was stunned. He was indeed a fantasy beast. He knew most of the skills. The skill panel was densely packed. From attack skills to ordinary transformation skills, Jirachi can do them all. Aoki was very excited. Jirachi finally hatched and was extremely powerful. As soon as they are hatched, they already have elite-level strength. As long as they pass the novice stage, they can participate in battles. Coupled with the qualifications of a second-level god, it is estimated that he can become an elite or even a champion in a short time. What worries Aoki the most is the special skill, Sunsteel Strike. If you remember correctly, this seemed to be Solgalio's exclusive skill, a steel-type ultimate move, and it can also ignore the opponent's ability. For example, it has multiple layers of scales, strong strength, etc. It can be said that it is quite powerful and has particularly suitable skills. Of course, Jirachi's own exclusive ultimate move, Doom Desire, is also very powerful. Aoki thought for a moment and took out a Super Ball from his backpack. This is also a special Pokémon ball created by Aoki, which is even better than a Luxury Ball, but not as good as Master Ball. Jirachi, don't resist. Aoki gently touched Jirachi with the Super Ball and sucked Jirachi into it. It just shook slightly and then made a ding sound, successfully subduing Jirachi. As soon as Jirachi 19 was released, he immediately threw himself into Aoki's arms charm. Aoki played with it for a while, and Jirachi finally felt tired, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. This sleeping look is really cute. Okay, I'm tired today too. Let's have a good sleep. Aoki was also very tired and stayed up all night, just to allow Jirachi to hatch successfully. Now that I've succeeded, it's time to take a break. It is worth mentioning that Aoki already has 7 Pokémon on his body. Jirachi was not sent to Professor Birch Laboratory. This is mainly because Aoki opens a lot of Pokémon balls, most of which are controlled by Alliance. These Alliance Pokémon balls will be sent to Professor Birch Laboratory as long as Aoki has more than 6 Pokémon. There are also some system-specific Pokeballs that are not managed by Alliance. Because these Pokeballs are in small quantity, only Aoki is reluctant to use them. For example, the Super Ball is special and can be taken with you. Aoki uses the Super Ball to subdue Jirachi, so it doesn't count. After a long time, Aoki woke up. As soon as I woke up, I felt something moving around in my arms. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jirachi playing in his arms, still using Psychic, making many things in the room float in midair. Jirachi, you finally woke up. Aoki rubbed Jirachi's head and hugged him. He really liked Jirachi. After all, it was the first fantasy beast in his life. To be honest, he is also very interested in Manaphy from the Hoenn region. After all, he is also a fantasy beast. But it's not that easy to get Manaphy. One Jirachi is enough. The next step is to train Jirachi well and strive to make Jirachi an elite or even a champion as soon as possible. It would be best to become a mythical beast, but it's not that easy to train Jirachi. Aoki thought about the energy cube in his mind. Soon, Aoki found one of the recipes. Super Energy Cube, Orberg Energy Cube. These are exclusive top energy cubes that can accelerate Jirachi's growth. It's just that these energy cubes have relatively high energy content and require top-notch tree fruits. These tree fruits are very expensive, and normal people are not qualified to buy them. At least he's not qualified. Aoki thought of someone, Professor Oak, the famous Pokemon trainer, and a professor. He knows Professor Oak and is still a good friend with Professor Oak, who makes him also an excellent researcher. Jirachi, you are in my arms. Remember not to come out. There are many bad people outside. If they see you, they will take you away and separate you from me. Aoki put Jirachi in his clothes, went downstairs, and called Professor Oak. Soon, the video call was connected. It turns out to be Aoki. I heard that you have become a trainer. You must work hard and strive to become an excellent trainer. Professor Oak received Aoki's call and couldn't help but encourage Aoki. He still hoped that Aoki could become a researcher, but unfortunately Aoki chose to be a trainer after all. But he didn't stop him. After all, he was once a trainer. He believed in Aoki. Talent can never hide Aoki. Professor Oak, I'm sorry. I'm calling you again to ask you to buy some fruit for me. No problem, whatever fruit you want. As long as I can buy it, I will buy it for you. Professor Oak nodded and agreed. Their Oak family is also a top family, and he himself is also a top trainer. If it were just some fruit, Professor Oak would not refuse it at all. Their family already grows a lot of fruit trees, so selling some at Aoki is totally fine. Thank you then. That's all the fruit I need. Okay, I'll send you to the next Pokemon Center in Chengdu. Where will you arrive next? Although Aoki submitted a larger number, Professor Oak still did not refuse 20 seats. He is very optimistic about Aoki, this talented researcher, and he cherishes his talent. So he wants to help Aoki. I will challenge the Malville Gym next, so I'll ask you to send me to Malville City. Aoki had already wasted a certain amount of time, so he decided to go to the next city while doing special training. No problem, then you must work hard in the next gym challenge. I will go and cheer you on during the Evergrande Conference. Professor Oak suddenly became curious about Aoki's Evergrande Conference. Well, Professor Oak, thanks to your help this time, I have discovered another very good thing, which I have to keep secret for now, the Evergrande Conference. You will definitely be pleasantly surprised. The surprise Aoki is talking about is, of course, not Mega Evolution. It's just Greninja's Bond Evolution. It's okay to say this kind of thing. There are too many people in this world who are bound to Pokemon, and there are not many people who can evolve through the bond. If Ash was not the protagonist, it would probably be difficult to evolve. Aoki even suspected that Kalos's bond that evolved hundreds of years ago might be a time traveler like him. Oh, then I'm really curious. Professor Oak is already full of curiosity about what Aoki said. He believed that Aoki must have achieved something. Aoki lived in Slateport City for a few days and was in no rush to travel. After all, Jirachi is still in his infancy, and he wants Jirachi to take a break. After a few days of rest, Jirachi successfully passed the childhood stage and was able to successfully use many super skills. For example, confusion, hypnosis, teleport, and other skills. And maybe when Jirachi was born, Aoki used a lot of Orbur gems and super gems. This results in Jirachi's super-type skills being stronger than normal super-type Pokemon. One night, Aoki came to the forest next door under Jirachi's teleport. This shows how powerful Jirachi's super skills are. I haven't tried it with Steel-type, but I think it's not bad. On the fourth day, Aoki felt that it was almost done, bought enough daily necessities, and embarked on the journey again. This time, Aoki did not go through the forest, but took a nearby luxury cruise ship to Malville City. The main reason is that he was very tired during this period, and he also wanted to take a good rest, so there was no need to be so strenuous. If you have time, you might as well take a break and enjoy life a little. On the deck, Aoki held a fishing rod and continued his fishing trip. Although the chance of catching excellent Pokemon is relatively low, there will always be some opportunities, and you may be able to obtain Pokemon with higher qualifications. Aoki's luck seems to have been used a lot, and he didn't get better Pokemon. They are all relatively common Pokemon, such as dried carp and the like. But Aoki is used to it, so he can never be so lucky. Having already obtained Jirachi, he should act contented. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Aoki turned around and saw an explosion on the luxury cruise ship. The top deck was blown into a large crater. Aoki has a headache. Is this the so-called protagonist treatment? We actually ran into trouble again. I don't know what the specific trouble is, but it is definitely not simple. Aoki feels a headache just thinking about it. What happened? Everyone be careful. Everyone on the luxury cruise ship was alert, and each released their own Pokemon. Aoki releases Greninja. Now that Greninja has reached the gym level, coupled with Aoki's bonded form, he doesn't even look at normal minions. After Greninja appeared, she stood next to Aoki, protecting Aoki and preventing anyone from attacking Aoki. Aoki thought for a moment, still a little worried, and released his Combusken again. After Combusken appeared, he looked at Greninja next to him with determination in his eyes. He must train hard and strive to evolve as soon as possible. It is not far away from evolution now. I'm so sorry. This place is occupied by our lava team. Please hand over all the Pokeballs. Yes, if anyone dares to resist, don't blame me for being rude. Aoki really didn't expect that these people from Team Lava, like Team Rocket, wanted to rob other people's Pokemon. But yes, a large organization still needs a lot of Pokemon to train its subordinates. It is estimated that Team Lava also cooperates with the Pokemon Hunter organization. Stop joking. How can I get my Pokemon to you? Go ahead, Beautifly. A young woman was the first to throw her Pokemon. Yes, we will never compromise. Go ahead, Shiftry. Probopass, I leave it to you. All the passengers on the ship threw away their Pokemon. There are not many rare ones, and even on luxury cruise ships, there may not be many people with excellent Pokemon. Of course, there are also many Usangia. For example, Sceptile and Blaziken, for example. Since you want to resist, don't blame me for being rude. Go ahead, Camerupt. Another Camerupt. It's really a Pokemon exclusive to Team Lava. Their boss, Maxie, has a championship-level Camerupt, and his subordinates are basically all Camerupts. Name, Camerupt. Strength, Quasi-Elite level. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. Another Quasi-Elite level Pokemon, probably one of the captains of Team Lava. However, Aoki didn't care, and many captains of the Lava team were eliminated by him. Aoki didn't know that it was because he attacked Team Lava that Team Lava had to come out to snatch Pokemon, just to make up for the loss of Team Lava. That brat, yours should be Greninja, right? Hand over your Greninja quickly. One of the squad leaders recognized Aoki's Greninja with greed in his eyes. He is from the Kalos region, so he knows Greninja very well, and he also knows that Aoki, the Greninja, is a Flash Pokémon. That's a Flash Pokémon, and it must have very high qualifications. Maybe it can reach elite level. So he wanted to snatch Aoki's Greninja, and once he reaches elite level, he will be the executive of Team Lava. As everyone knows, he can't afford to offend Aoki at all. Go Magmar, use Flamethrower on me. The squad leader took the lead. Magmar spit out a strong Flamethrower, and the flames blew in with strong smoke. Aoki could feel the heat even from a distance, as if he was in a fire pit. Greninja, Water Pulse. Greninja opened his hand, condensed a ball of water, and then swung it hard and flew towards Flamethrower. The water ball collided with the Flamethrower and exploded directly, and the flames continued to burn the water ball. In just an instant, a large part of it evaporated, leaving a thick mist in the air. But the next second, Flamethrower, OK Zhao, was submerged in the water. After the water ball extinguished the flame, it flew towards Magmar again. Magmar had no time to dodge and was hit by the water ball, and was knocked away and fell to the deck. With just one move, Magmar lost his ability to fight. Name: Magmar. Strength: elite level. This Magmar's strength is still very good, but it has evolved into its final form. Otherwise, he would at least have gym level strength. There's only an elite level Magmar. How can it be the gym level strength of Greninja's rival? This is not only a gap in strength, but also very restrained in attribute. Damn it. Magcargo, go rush over to me and use Flamethrower, the squad leader said. So Combusken, it's up to you to use Who Shall Medicine Boxing for me. Combusken, use Sky Uppercut on me. Combusken faced the oncoming Flamethrower, ran quickly, and rushed into the flames. Letting these flames burn his body, Combusken still stood still and just rushed towards Magcargo quickly. Name: Magcargo. Strength: elite level. Another elite level Pokemon, Aoki's Combusken, is also elite level, but it is the pinnacle of elite level. Moreover, Combusken is a combination of fighting type and fire type. For Magcargo, who is fire type and rock type, it is very restrained. The squad leader's face was also pale, especially seeing Combusken approaching quickly. He also knew that Magcargo must avoid it. If Magcargo is hit head-on by the Sky Uppercut, Magcargo will definitely lose its ability to fight. Magcargo used the Calendar of the Earth. Magcargo shook his body, causing the deck to tremble violently and keep shaking. Combusken, carry it down for me. Rush up, Sky Uppercut. Combusken let the deck tremble, gritted his teeth, endured the damage, and quickly approached Magcargo. After getting close, Combusken used all his strength and punched out with his right arm, hitting Magcargo head-on. Magcargo saw Combusken approaching with his own eyes 993. He had no time to hide and was hit from the front. Then, with a scream, Combusken was knocked away, smashed the deck on one side, and fell into the cabin. Magcargo, are you okay? The team leader immediately rushed into the cabin and saw that his Pokemon had lost its fighting ability. Not exactly. Combusken saw that he had defeated an enemy and looked at Greninja proudly. Look, I am the most important Pokemon to my master, and I can still defeat the enemy. Greninja turned her head, crossed her arms, and ignored Combusken. Combusken became angry, and a white light suddenly appeared on his body, and his size quickly grew in size. Damn, he's a piece of trash. The captain in charge of this event looked very ugly when he saw that Combusken was about to evolve. This useless squad leader not only failed to defeat the enemy, but actually gave experience to the enemy. Now the Combusken has evolved. Combusken, you have finally evolved. Aoki's eyes were filled with joy. Combusken was about to evolve a long time ago, but it never evolved. He was also worried, but had no choice. After all, Pokemon evolution has its own chance. Some Pokemon cannot evolve no matter how powerful they are, and some Pokemon are less powerful but can still evolve. After the light dissipated, a brand new Combusken, no, it should be Blaziken, stood in front of Aoki. Name: Blaziken. Ability: Acceleration. Strength: Gym level. Qualification: elite level. Skills: Blaze Kick, Brave Bird, Earthquake, Sunfire, Blast Burn. After evolution, Blaziken has become stronger and has learned many skills. And they're all practical skills. For example, Blast Burn is very powerful, not to mention Brave Bird, which is also a flying skill. Currently, his Pokémon are only Grovyle and Bagon that have not yet evolved. Aoki is particularly looking forward to Bagon. Not only does he have high qualifications, he is also a quasi-god, and most importantly, he has the Mega Evolution Stone. Once the plan is successful, he will definitely be the strongest. Mytiana. Use the Destruction Death Ray on Blaziken. Captain Ember released his Mytiana, preparing to take down this Blaziken. After all, it is the third royal family in the Hoenn region. He doesn't have it himself, so he can snatch it back. Even Aoki's Greninja, he doesn't intend to let go. Blaziken, come back and leave this Mytiana to Aggron. Aoki releases Aggron. There are many quasi-elite level Pokemon in Rival, as well as a group of minions, so we must take out Aggron to end the battle as soon as possible. As soon as Aggron appeared, he let out a roar, and the roar resounded, jaff, through the sky. The Pokemon on the deck were frightened when they heard Aoki's roar. Even Mytiana flinched. Captain Ember looked particularly ugly when he saw Aoki's Aggron, and felt uneasy in his heart. This Aggron is very powerful, probably elite level, otherwise Mytiana wouldn't be afraid of it. Aggron used Focus Blast. Aggron gathered a blue light in his right hand, and then flew out like a missile. Mytiana couldn't dodge, and watched the Focus Blast with blue light fly over, and then was hit. Elite level fighting skills attack, coupled with restraint. Mytiana didn't even have time to howl. She was already knocked away and lost her combat effectiveness. Captain Ember had fear in his eyes, and now he was sure that this Aggron was indeed elite. No, I have to escape. Fortress, use Explosion on me. Captain Ember throws a Pokeball. A black figure flew out, with white light shining from his body. Aggron, protect. Aoki cursed in his mind. These damn lava teams. They explode whenever they disagree. You can run away if you want, and I won't necessarily stop you. Your explosion is a bit too much. Compared to Aoki, the others were unlucky and couldn't bear it at all. Most of them have been affected by explosion. After explosion disappeared, many nearby Pokemon lost their combat effectiveness. Captain Ember and the members of Team Lava had already retreated during the explosion. No, the explosion just now accidentally blew a big hole in the deck. The ship is going to sink, the captain said loudly, his face a little pale. The expressions of the other crew members also changed. If the ship sank, they might also sink together. Aoki looked at the panicked crowd, feeling speechless, and had to come to the side of the deck. Greninja, use the freezing ray to freeze this sea for me. Greninja released a blue light that hit the sea, and the sea was frozen wherever the light passed. Quickly, release the water Pokemon and freeze the ship. The captain was the first to react and ordered everyone to take out water Pokemon. The other trainers took out their own Pokemon and each used Freeze Beam. A collection of Pokemon from Unova, the sinking luxury cruise ship, was finally frozen. The next step is to find a way to wait for rescue. Otherwise, the ship would not be able to continue sailing at all. Aoki also sat on the deck and waited leisurely. After defeating Captain Ember of Team Lava, Aoki looked at the system panel and found another treasure chest. Gold chest. These captains were strong enough, but unfortunately, they met Aoki, a trainer with elite-level Pokemon. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully obtained the Taoist tool and the momentum belt. Aoki paused, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He actually got an in-game prop. The momentum is strong, which is a good thing. In the game, even if you're hit by a move that may cause you to lose your ability to fight, you can still survive with 1 HP. If this were placed in the real world, it would be a good thing. For example, if the two sides were fighting each other with their ultimate moves, they should have died together. But because you have momentum, you can persevere and win the final victory. Aoki immediately opened the system introduction and looked at the momentum band of the reward he had just received. Momentum band. Even if you are severely injured, it is possible to retain the last bit of physical strength. This thing is not as powerful as the ribbon, and it requires a look, but it is given by the system anyway, and the effect is very good. As for the momentum ribbon, it can be 100%, but it must be full of stamina, which is to prevent being killed instantly. In a real battle, it is naturally impossible to be killed instantly, unless you encounter a super strong enemy. For example, let's go to the championship level, and then use Ghost-type Jengar to do a Destiny Bond. Too much nonsense. Aoki took out the momentum headband and looked at it carefully. It was a very good headband, but who should it be used for? Jirachi or Aggron? In terms of strength, Aggron is definitely more powerful, but in the future, Jirachi will indeed be more powerful. Aoki struggled for a while and finally decided to give it to Aggron. At least for a short time, Aggron is his trump card, and there may be other props in the future. Aggron, I'll give you a good gift. Aoki took out the momentum belt and put on Aggron's head. Aggron did not refuse, and even patted the armor on his heart happily. Yes, he is really handsome. Aoki's mouth twitched. It's so ugly, so old-fashioned. If it weren't for the fact that this momentum belt is particularly useful, Aoki would have taken it away. Aoki looked at the system introduction again and suddenly noticed something. Each Pokemon can only use one system prop of this type. However, the Mega Evolution Stone and Z Crystal already exist in this world, so they are not counted. For example, in the future, momentum ribbons, leftovers, etc., each Pokemon can only use one item. Aggron looked at the momentum band above his head and showed off his figure proudly. How is it? Am I handsome? Aoki understood Aggron's words, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't want to say that he looked very ugly like this. On the contrary, there was another Aggron, which I thought was quite handsome, and the two Pokemon were leaning against each other. But this time, Aoki was not envious because he had another girlfriend, Cynthia. Look, everyone, there's a boat in the distance. A trainer suddenly shouted, and the others looked over at the same time. There is indeed a ship approaching. Aoki frowned. This speed was too fast. It shouldn't be a rescue ship. The ships in the distance are gradually approaching. Only then did everyone notice that this was not a rescue ship. It looked like an ordinary ship. It's just that this ship is a bit old, and there is still a lot of green moss on the hull. Obviously, this is a ghost ship. Aoki looked at the ship and opened the system map. There's a treasure chest on the ship, a silver treasure chest. This couldn't be better. He happens to be short of treasure chests recently. Now that the silver treasure chests have been delivered to his door, since I can't give them up. Blaziken, jump on me. Aoki caught Blaziken. Blaziken ran quickly on the ice. When the ghost ship approached, he jumped and landed smoothly on the deck. In addition to the treasure chest, this ship may also have some gold and silver jewelry left by others. Blaziken, you stay with me and protect me. Greninja, you stand on the other side. Aoki asked two bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, to protect himself from being accidentally attacked. Not exactly. No home. Blaziken and Greninja patted themselves, then stood on either side of Aoki. Aoki first pushed open a door, entered it and searched but found nothing. Please give me flowers? I opened another door, but again there was nothing. Also, it is estimated that most people took their property with them when they left. It's not absolute. At least Aoki checked many rooms and finally found a room for a rich person. There were dozens of banknotes inside. It was probably too late to take them away during the initial discussion, so it was cheaper in the end. Oh, I never thought that one day I would be happy with such a little money. Aoki sighed with emotion. There is no way. When I bought the evolution stone before, most of the money was used up. Later, I have to buy tree fruits with Professor Oak, and he still needs a lot of money. To this end, he borrowed some money from Professor Birch and some from May and Cynthia. Just pay for it next time. Of course, I was happy when I found money this time. #M. Aoki suddenly heard a rumbling sound in the distance, frowned, and looked into the distance warily. Blaziken and Greninja immediately surrounded Aoki and prepared for battle. Come on, let's take a look. Aoki walked in front, looking into the distance with vigilance in his eyes. One has to be careful. #Nah. The sound in the distance got closer and closer. Aoki stopped and waved gently. Greninja took a step forward and Blaziken was standing next to Aoki. This atmosphere is quite tense. Aoki suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is he so worried? Doesn't he have an eye for data? Aoki looked ahead, saw nothing, and continued walking forward. After turning a corner, Aoki saw a staircase and walked straight down the stairs to the next floor. Greninja, Blaziken, don't worry. Let's continue to look at other rooms. Maybe there will be good income. Aoki came to the cabin and searched from room to room. Although he could hear the sound, he didn't pay attention. He first checked to see if there was any treasure on the ship. Maybe there will be some good stuff. Oh, I'm really a little nervous. 10 minutes later, Aoki looked at a large stack of banknotes in his hand and tapped it gently. I didn't expect that there was an unexpected surprise. It looks like I made a lot of money today. In addition to the money, Aoki also found several evolution stones, which he probably didn't have time to take away now. That's fine. With the evolution stone, he can use the energy conversion device to convert it into other attribute gems. Then buy some Pokémon eggs. I believe that the Pokémon hatched through various gems should have higher qualifications. Whether you use it yourself or train your subordinates is a good choice. Just when Aoki came to the last floor, a black shadow flashed away, but Aoki still saw it. Name, Swampert. Strength, gym level. Qualification, quasi-elite level. Aoki's eyes suddenly lit up, and a giant swamp 3-0 monster appeared. Since he didn't get Mudkip at the beginning, you can conquer Swampert now, so that he will own the 3 royal families of the Hoenn region. This is how a true protagonist should be treated. Although the qualifications are a bit lacking, it's okay. You can conquer them first, and then either use them yourself or give them to others. Blaziken, rush up to me and use Sky Uppercut. Blaziken immediately rushed forward, quickly approached the giant monster, raised his right arm high, and then punched hard. Swampert is no ordinary person. The moment Blaziken approached, he threw out a huge ball of black mud. Mudshot quickly avoided. Aoki quickly ordered. Mudshot is not very powerful, but it is of the ground type and is very effective against Blaziken, and it will affect Blaziken's line of sight. After Blaziken dodged, Swampert immediately rushed forward and spit out a strong stream of water. The current quickly flooded the boat channel. Blaziken quickly moved back, then Stockpile used Sunflame. Greninja used Dark Pulse. Aoki didn't let Blaziken continue. Swampert's strength is very strong, and the water type plus the ground type are especially restrained against Blaziken. Blaziken has just evolved and cannot beat Swampert, so that's natural. Although Aoki is the protagonist, the role of the protagonist is to obtain resources and accelerate growth. We can't let Blaziken's strength suddenly explode, or in turn restrain Swampert. Greninja jumped into the air, formed a purple and black energy ball with both hands, and threw hard. Swampert on the opposite side immediately spat out a ball of water bubbles and rushed towards the purple-black energy ball in a spiral shape. Dark Pulse and Hydro Pump collided and exploded, causing the ship's hull to shake violently. Another big hole was blasted all over his body. Fortunately, this is the inside. If it were the outside, there would probably be a lot of seawater flowing in from such a big pit. This ship will definitely sink by then. On the other side, Blaziken had been accumulating sunlight for a long time and finally succeeded in condensing the sun's flames. Blaziken, you're welcome. Use the sun flame on me now. Blaziken's eyes revealed fire, and then there was a huge sun flame rushing directly towards Swampert on the opposite side. Swampert also felt the threat of the sun's flames and felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He quickly stood up, raised his right hand with all his strength, and swung it toward the front. Arm thump. P. Swampert's shining right hand hit the sun's flames head-on, triggering a series of explosions. The sun's flames were very powerful. Although they were blocked by Swampert's right arm, they still caused great damage to Swampert. After only holding on for a moment, Swampert let out a wail and was hit head-on by the sun's flames. A white light enveloped Swampert. After a while, the white light dissipated. Swampert was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily and looking extremely tired, unable to even stand up. For times the damage was really too restrained. Although Swampert could withstand it, it was extremely draining on his physical strength. This means that Swampert has already reached the peak of the gym level and can break through to the quasi-elite level at any time. Blaziken has only just evolved. So even if it was an attack that was 4 times more restrained, Swampert could still withstand it. But the physical exhaustion is very serious, and it is estimated that he will lose his fighting ability soon. Swampert suddenly shouted, ran over quickly, and jumped into the air, still ready to take action. Greninja, Water Shuriken. Greninja immediately threw several shurikens very fast and hit Swampert head-on. This was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Swampert was hit from the front and lay on the ground, wailing. Swampert finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Aoki picked up a Pokeball and threw it on Swampert. But as soon as it touched Swampert, the Pokeball bounced back. This was conquered by someone else. Aoki was stunned for a moment, with disbelief in his eyes, and even more unhappy. After fighting for so long, this Swampert actually has an owner, which is too much. I don't know what kind of B*** D could throw away such an excellent Swampert. Could it be another rich man who looks down on this Swampert? It should be like this. After all, there's still too many rich people in this world. Aoki complained in his mind that he had no choice but to give up on this Swampert. Greninja, Blaziken, let's go to other rooms and see if there's anything good. Blaziken and Greninja followed Aoki at the same time. Of course, before leaving, Aoki specially treated Swampert and left an energy zone block behind. After all, Swampert helped him a lot, playing another game with his Pokemon and providing him with a lot of experience. Not long after Aoki left, Swampert woke up, looked at Aoki who left on 2.4, and did not continue to do anything. Instead, he picked up the energy cube next to him and tasted it with a big mouthful. After finishing the energy cube, he had a bright smile on his face. During Aoki's last journey on the ghost ship, he walked through one by one. Some rooms still had good income. Just in the last room, Aoki saw a box placed in a corner. Obviously, this is an important box. I just don't know what's in it. Blaziken, break this lock. Blaziken squatted down, grabbed the lock with both hands, and pulled it off with a hard pull. He even opened the box. Aoki's pupils shrank when he saw the box. There was actually a Pokemon egg inside. Aoki looked at the Pokemon eggs in the box and felt inexplicably excited. After all, the last Pokemon egg gave him a Jirachi, and it was also a level 2 god. So he started imagining life again, and this time it might also be a Pokemon egg from a fantasy beast. Take Manaphy, for example. Ijijid. Aoki shook his head. How could such a good thing happen? Being able to have Usangia-level species strength is already very good. He wouldn't think about some phantom beast, and the hope of a quasi-god wasn't particularly high. If you were really smart, you would definitely take it with you. How could you put it in the cabin and not be able to take it away in the end? Aoki immediately looked at the Pokemon egg in front of him with his eyes of data. Name, happiness, strength, qualification, elite level. Aoki was very sorry. Although he had already guessed it, it turned out to be not Manaphy's egg. But when he thought it was Happiny, Aoki felt a little inexplicable joy in his heart. After all, Happiny is also very rare 19. Normally, it is only found in Nurse Joy and is rarely seen in the wild. Happiny's evolved form is Chanse, and its final evolved form is Blissey. The species' strength itself is extremely high, even higher than that of Usangia. It's just that most species' strength are in terms of physical strength. Their defense is particularly poor, and their special defense is okay. As for the special attack, it's not too bad. Generally speaking, Blissey's special attack attribute isn't too bad either. The most important thing is that it is durable and has many skills that can be learned, which are very suitable for supporting combat. Although he actually has the power of Viridian. Overall, Blissey is very powerful and has elite qualifications, which is worthy of Aoki's careful training. In addition, He has various energy cube formulas, which can completely improve Blissey's physical strength and defense. I will definitely be able to become the main force in the future. Aoki picked up Happany's Pokemon egg and put it in his system backpack. When he arrived at Slayport City, he went to buy some Pokemon egg hatching liquid and some evolution stones. Use the evolution stone to convert it into normal gem and give it to Happany to use it to get Happany's qualifications as a commission. Although I don't know if I could become a champion, I still need to give it a try. After Aoki left the room, he looked at Swampert not far away and left silently. Swampert looked at Aoki's leaving figure, silent in his heart, and didn't know what he was thinking. After leaving the ghost ship, Aoki discovered that the ghost ship was nowhere near the previous luxury cruise ship. Anyway, Aoki doesn't see any luxury cruise ships. I don't even know the north, south, east, or west anymore. Jirachi, please use teleport to take me to the luxury cruise ship just now. Okay. Jirachi's body glowed with white light, and then the two people disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he had already appeared not far from the luxury cruise ship. Many people on a luxury cruise ship spotted Aoki, but no one came to say hello. Aoki didn't care and found a place to rest. When the rescue ship arrived, he could leave here. After about half an hour, the rescue boat finally arrived. Get on the rescue boat and return to harbor. Aoki didn't intend to waste time, so he boarded another ship and left Slayport City. Malville City. A luxury cruise ship approaches. After Aoki came to Malville City, he was not in a hurry to challenge the gym. He seemed to be planning to go to the Pokemon Center first. He wanted to hatch Happany first. In addition, you also need to buy some evolution stones and prepare to convert them into normal gem for Happany to hatch. Nurse Joy, I'm sorry to bother you. You are welcome. Half an hour later, the Pokemon recovered. Aoki took Pokemon and went to a nearby mall to buy some planting stones. It's a pity that he doesn't have much money, otherwise he could buy more. In the Pokemon Center room, Aoki took the book and prepared the Pokemon egg hatching liquid and put on Happany's Pokemon egg. As soon as the hatching liquid was poured on, a white light appeared on Happany's eggshell, as if it was about to hatch. Aoki immediately put the normal gem on it and stared at it with a little nervousness in his heart. After Happany touched the normal gem, the light became even more dazzling and absorbed the normal gem. After the light dissipated, a Happany appeared in front of him, and then he threw himself into Aoki's arms. Jirachi was a little angry when he saw that his position was occupied, and his body was glowing red, as if he was ready to take action. Okay, Jirachi, we're good friends from now on, and you must never bully a good friend. Aoki patted Jirachi gently and looked at its head. Jirachi had a smile on his face. I'm not angry, I'll be happy. Happany is also a little afraid of Jirachi, but still relies on Aoki. Okay, Happany, don't be afraid. You'll be friend from now on. Also, don't resist. Aoki took out a luxury ball, touched Happany lightly, and put it in. But after a while, Happany rushed out, hugged Aoki, and cried loudly. Okay, you won't need to be in a luxury ball for a while. Aoki plays with a luxury ball. There's no need to send it to Professor Birch Laboratory anyway. It can be held in his arms. At present, judging from 887, he already has 8 Pokemon. There are still only 5 who can fight. Aggron, 2, Greninja, Blaziken, Bagon, Grovyle. As it happens, there are still more than 8 months until the Alliance competition. He only has 1 Aggron, and together with Happany's final evolution, there are exactly 6 Pokemon. As for Jirachi, as the final trump card and a Phantom Beast, he must not be exposed easily. However, you still need to prepare more Pokemon. You can't just have 6, as they can be easily targeted. Although if you're strong enough, you don't have to worry about being targeted, and there will inevitably be powerful rivals. What Pokemon are you preparing for next? Beldum or Gible? Okay, I'm starting to think about it again. Gible is fine, but Cynthia is not available yet. It will probably take a long time before there is a new Gible. The previous Gible had already been reserved by someone else, and Cynthia was too embarrassed to appropriate someone else's Gible. Aoki doesn't particularly care, it's enough for him for now, and he trusts Cynthia's character. Since I promised him, I will never break my promise. For the next Pokemon, how about choosing Ralts? By the way, look at your attribute. Aoki immediately looked at Happiny and used the Eye of Data. Name, Happiness. Attribute, Normal. Ability, Friendly Defense. Strength, Junior. Qualification, Elite Level. Skills, Charm, Refresh, Sweet Kiss. It's a pity that after spending part of Normal Gym and Happiny's qualifications, I still haven't reached the championship level. But I think that as long as he is trained well, he can still reach the championship level. After all, he is a systematic person. Aoki looked at Happiny's ability again, Dream Ability's Friendly Protection. With this ability, as long as the player is present, the direct damage his companions receive from skills can be reduced by January 4th. This is a pretty good ability. Okay, Happiny, Jirachi, you guys take a rest and have a good sleep. Aoki is not in a hurry to challenge the Lavage Gym. After all, Happiny has just been born and needs to get a rest. The next morning, when Aoki got up, he hugged Happiny and prepared to leave the Pokemon Center. But just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Nurse Joy. Sir, is this your Happiny? It's really cute. Aoki remembered that Happiny is a Pokemon exclusive to the Joy family. Yes, I found this last time on a ghost ship when it was a Pokemon egg. I see. It looks like he was just born. Do you want any help check it out? Nurse Joy said politely. No problem, I agree. Aoki immediately agreed and asked Nurse Joy to check it out. Although he knew there was nothing wrong with Happiny, he still wanted to give Nurse Joy some face. Is it possible that I won't hang out in Pokemon Center in the future? Although he has the power of Viridian, there is no need to offend Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy happily checked it over before returning Happiny to Aoki. Your Happiny is extremely healthy and has very good qualifications. You must cultivate it well. In this world, there are also machines that can detect qualifications with relatively high accuracy. It's just that unlike Aoki's data eye, which has no errors, the machine still has some errors. When Nurse Joy was just undergoing treatment, she took a test and found that she was a highly qualified Happiny. She herself is a little envious. That is, Nurse Joy has a kind personality and doesn't have other ideas. Don't worry, Nurse Joy, I also like Happiny very much, and I'm going to make it one of my main heroes. Then you have to work hard, and I will definitely cheer you up. Aoki took Happiny, left the Pokemon Center, and came outside the Lavage Gym. As soon as he entered the gym, Aoki remembered that there seemed to be many machines in this gym, and he had to be careful. He didn't want to be tricked. Aoki walked into the gym and saw a wooden board. He knew that the wooden board could be moved, but he didn't particularly care. Sure enough, as soon as I stepped on the board was moving quickly, and I finally reached the bottom. But as soon as I arrived downstairs, I saw a male. As a time traveler, Aoki certainly knows that this Raikou is made by a machine. Machine Raikou versus Aoki Snarl. I wonder if someone will ask me to compensate if I break this machine. Wait, don't break it. Tai Xian, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't wait to come out, but he didn't want his Raikou to be broken. Mr. Tai Xian, I'm here for the gym challenge. I wonder if you have time to play with me. Aoki took the initiative to invite. No problem. Since it's a gym challenge, I have no reason to refuse. Tai Xian naturally would not refuse, and took Aoki to the challenge venue. The gym challenge begins now. The challenger is Aoki from Littleroot Town. Both sides can use 3 Pokemon. The one who loses combat effectiveness first is the loser. Then, go ahead. Magnemite, I'll leave the first game to you. Iron Spin was the first to throw the Pokemon. The magnet-like Pokemon is floating in midair. Even though Magnemite is floating in midair, ground-type attacks will still cause him damage. Name, Magnemite. Strength, Advanced. Qualification, Gym Level. Magnemite's strength is not very strong. After all, it is for novices to challenge. If everyone is elite level, gym level, or even quasi-elite level, the normal one shouldn't challenge them. Give up as soon as possible. Since it's Magnemite, it's up to you. Go ahead. Bagon. Aoki threw the Bagon. Both Bagon and Grovyle are very suitable for dealing with electric Magnemite, but he decided to mainly train Bagon. After all, Bagon is not only a quasi-god, but also a Pokémon with championship qualifications. Of course, we should focus on cultivating them. It turns out to be Bagon, but even if it's Bagon, we won't admit defeat. Magnemite, use Thundershock. Although Tai Xian was surprised, he was not too envious, unlike normal trainer, who seemed jealous when he saw Bagon. There was a trace of electricity on Magnemite's body, and then a golden thunder shock flew over. Bagon, use Flamethrower. Bagon also opened his mouth and spit out a very hot flame. During this time, Aoki focused on training Bagon, whose skills are very powerful. His own strength has reached the elite level. Once it evolves, it will definitely be at the gym level. The hot flamethrower formed a vortex and easily swallowed up Magnemite's Thunder Shock. The flames defeated the current in the air and then swept past with lightning speed, engulfing Magnemite easily. No, Magnemite, are you okay? Tai Xian's face changed, and he felt a little worried. Steel type, good money is good. Magnemite, once hit by the flame vortex, it will cause a lot of damage. Not to mention Aoki's Bagon, which looks very powerful. After the flames disappeared, Magnemite's body swayed in the air, then fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. #Magnemite loses the ability to fight. The winner is Bagon. Please ask the gym trainer to send out the next Pokemon. Magnemite, thank you for your hard work. Tai Xian also took back Magnemite to eat. After all, Magnemite is too weak and is only used to deal with novices. Then, the next step will be left to you, Thunder Electro Ball. I believe you will definitely succeed. Iron Spin released the second Pokemon. Thunder Electro Ball, the strongest skill explosion. These are also a lot of villain-specific Pokemon, and they will explosion if they disagree. Similar to Fortress. Name, Ray Electro Ball. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, Gym level. Thunder Electro Ball. I leave it to you. Give him the most powerful Thunderbolt. Even if he has lost a battle, Tai Xian is still full of energy. He really doesn't look like an old man. Rumble, rumble. The golden Thunderbolt exploded, and half of the field was filled with golden electricity. Bagon, don't be afraid. Let's use Dragon Pulse. Aoki waved his hand and had no intention of retreating. The elite level Lightning Electro Ball and Bagon were still capable of fighting. Bagon was not afraid after listening to Aoki's words. Faced with the incoming golden current, he spit out a purple light. The purple light quickly collided with the golden current, causing an explosion immediately. The thick smoke generated by the explosion blocked the sight of Aoki and Tai Xian, and neither side could see the other. However, Aoki can feel the location of the Thunder Electro Ball. Bagon, rush in, then jump to the left, face the Electro Ball there, and do a Dragon God Dive. Bagon didn't hesitate and immediately jumped into the smoke and ran quickly. When running, the purple light shrouding the body is full of momentum. There seem to be waves of dragon roars. No, Thunder Electro Ball, dodge quickly. Tai Xian doesn't know how Aoki discovered Thunder Electro Ball's 040. But the purple light in the smoke still attracted Tai Xian's attention. Although Thunder Electro Ball wanted to dodge, it was still a step too late. After Bagon rushed out of the smoke, he hit hard and hit the Thunder Electro Ball head-on. *P. There was a loud noise, and the Thunder Electro Ball could not withstand it. In addition, it was a spherical Pokemon, and it was directly knocked away. Electro Ball, are you okay? Tai Xian shouted with concern. Thunder Electro Ball shook his body to show that he was fine, and then stared at Bagon. Now that you've endured it, let's encore Dragon Pulse. Aoki wasn't too surprised. After all, it's an elite Pokemon, so it can't be killed instantly with just one move. Bagon spits out Dragon Pulse again. The purple Dragon Pulse, like a majestic dragon, roared and rushed towards the Thunder Electro Ball. Thunderbolt. With a command from Tai Xian, the Electro Ball once again released a Thunderbolt. Rumble, rumble. Dragon Pulse and Thunderbolt exploded together instantly, causing another explosion. The two rays of light, BJFF, are at a stalemate. As time passed, Bagon's Dragon Pulse finally gained the absolute advantage and crushed them. There was another loud noise, and Thunder Electro Ball was hit from the front, then blown away and fell outside the ring. Electro Ball loses the ability to fight. Bagon wins. I actually lost again, but I will never continue to lose. Although Tai Xian was worried, he still released the next Pokemon. Although Bagon defeated Thunder Electro Ball, his physical strength was very exhausted and he was panting heavily. Bagon, you can keep fighting. Aoki asked concerned. If Bagon is willing to fight, he will not refuse. After all, Bagon has already fought twice. Dubé. Bagon nodded, with determination in its eyes. It wanted to continue fighting and fight for Aoki. Then, Bagon, it's up to you. I believe you can win. Aoki saw that Bagon was so determined, so naturally he would not let Bagon down. I didn't expect your Bagon to be so powerful, so I definitely can't lose. I'll leave it to you in the end. The 3-in-1 Magnet. Iron Spin threw out the last Pokemon. 3-in-1 Magnet consists of 3 Magnemites, and the final evolution is Magnezone. Name, 3-in-1 Magnet. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. This 3-in-1 Magnet is not very powerful, and it has not evolved yet. Maybe Tai Xian doesn't know how to evolve. There are many things that are hidden by major families, and it is absolutely impossible for a powerful evolved type to tell others. Magneton, given the biggest zap cannon. Magneton's body was constantly filled with electricity. The golden currents gathered together and soon formed a huge golden electro ball. Bagon, hit with all your strength, use Flamethrower. Bagon breathed out hot fire again. The hot flame vortex roared and lay towards Magneton. Fire the zap cannon. Magneton emits a golden light that is even brighter than Thunderbolt. There was another explosion. An explosion blasted a deep hole in the ring. Smoke filled the air and enveloped everyone. Bagon stood in the smoke. Neither Tai Xian nor Magneton could find Bagon's shadow. Bagon, use Dragon Dance. What? No. Hurry up and use the most powerful Thunderbolt all over the place. Tai Xian's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect Bagon to have such a rare move. Bagon, take this move. In the smoke, Bagon twisted his body and danced an unimaginable dance. Golden Thunderbolts were all over the place, and even Bagon was hit by Thunderbolts. But Bagon endured the pain and continued to dance the Dragon Dance. Very good. Now that you've finished the Dragon Dance, let me rush up to him and give him the final move of King of Destruction. Bagon ran in the field, and as the smoke dissipated, it also saw Magneton's figure. In just a moment, Bagon jumped next to Magneton, opened his mouth, revealing his ferocious teeth, with a fiery red light shining on them. No, the speed is too fast. Give me the most powerful Thunderbolt all over the field. Tai Xian also knew that he had no time to dodge, so he could only use Thunderbolt, hoping to kill Bagon first. As long as he could defeat Bagon, he would have won one game. He couldn't win every game. Thunderbolt once again enveloped Bagon, and the strong current eroded Bagon's body. Bagon endured the pain, jumped next to Magneton, and bit Magneton on the body. The 3-in-1 Magnet let out a wail, and then fell to the ground, its body still radiating electricity. However, after only holding on for a moment, Magneton finally couldn't hold on any longer and lost his ability to fight. Only then did Bagon let go of Magneton and stood up with difficulty, walking a little staggeringly. Great, Bagon, you win. Aoki was also happy for Bagon. Dubé. Bagon danced happily. I didn't expect to lose, and I was beaten 1-3. Tai Xian felt particularly disappointed. Aoki looked at Tai Xian and was a little worried. Could he be struck to the point of being autistic? In the original work, Tai Xian was struck to the point of becoming autistic, and maybe it will be the same this time. No, it still needs to be stopped. Well, you don't have to worry. Isn't the purpose of Gym Trainer just to protect the city and train rookie trainer? The city is very good now, and rookie trainers are also very strong, which shows that you gym trainers are very important. Aoki comforted him a little, but he didn't know if Tai Xian would listen. When Tai Xian heard Aoki's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood up straight with excitement. Yes, this is the responsibility of us gym trainers. I'm also very happy that you have become stronger. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief, but was afraid that this old gentleman would be beaten to autistic state by him. Your Bagon is very powerful. This is the Dynamo badge you should get. Taishian took out a badge and handed it to Aoki. Thanks. Aoki took the Dynamo badge and placed it in the badge box. He has now obtained 4 badges. If he obtains 4 more badges, he will be able to participate in the Alliance exhibition. Balance badge from Norman Gym, Stone badge from Kennen Gym, Knuckle badge from Duford Gym, Dynamo badge from Malville Gym. Next is the gym in Lavage Town. That is an elite. As long as you can defeat him, you will definitely get a diamond treasure chest. You should be able to get good things from the next diamond treasure chest. Mega Evolution Stone, Pure Crystal. It's really exciting. By the way, after defeating Tai Xian, it seems that you can also get a silver treasure chest. In fact, Iron Spin is not bad, but it doesn't have the main Pokemon. In other words, the main Pokemon is not suitable, and there are only these few other Pokemon. After getting the Thunder Shock badge, Aoki returned to the Pokemon Center and let Bagon recover. Although he had recovered with the power of Iridian before, he felt more at ease after going to the Pokemon Center. Pokemon Center in a certain room. Aoki sat cross-legged, opened the map, and looked around. Suddenly, Aoki set his sights on an island not far away. This isolated island once had a power station, but it is now abandoned. According to the game's routine, there should be a large number of electric Pokemon in the power station. He still doesn't have any electric Pokemon, so it's time to capture one. Either Ampharos or Electivire. There don't seem to be many outstanding other electric-type Pokemon. You can't just go find a Zeraora. It seems that Magnezone is not bad either. It's just that he already has 6 Pokemon. To conquer another Pokemon, he only needs to teleport 1 back. Jirachi uses a special Super Ball, so it's not included. In order to keep Happiny, Aoki has sent another Aggron back to Professor Birch Laboratory. The others are all main Pokemon and are still being trained. By the way, I seem to have gotten a silver treasure chest today, but I don't know what's in it. Aoki suddenly remembered the silver treasure chest and opened it immediately. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully obtained the special Pokeball. Intimacy Ball can strengthen the intimacy with Pokemon. It is another special ball, and it is also not included in Alliance. As long as it is contained inside, there is no need to worry about it being passed in. This is simply delivered to your doorstep. Aoki immediately took out Happiny and replaced it with a Pokemon Ball. This intimate ball is specially prepared for Happiny. After all, Chanse's evolution into Blissey requires intimacy, otherwise it would be impossible to evolve. In this way, Aoki can conquer another Pokemon and can carry 8 Pokemon with him. Jirachi cannot appear in normal situations, and Happiny is still in its infant stage and cannot be used in battle. Take a rest and go to the abandoned power station tomorrow to see if there are any outstanding Pokemon. Early the next morning, Aoki put Jirachi in his clothes, held Happiny in one hand, and prepared to go to the abandoned power station. Mr. Aoki, how are you? Did you get the Thundershock badge? Nurse Joy remembered Aoki's name because of Happiny and was very fond of Aoki. I have successfully obtained Thundershock badge. Thank you, Nurse Joy, for your concern. Aoki said politely, please give me flowers. It seems that you are ready to continue your journey, so you have to work hard to win the championship of Alliance exhibition. Nurse Joy said with a smile, I'll lend you my good words, and I won't let you down. Aoki turned around and left the Pokemon Center, then came nearby and rented a boat. The boat slowly arrived at the island in the middle of the lake. There used to be a power station on this island, but for some unknown reason, it was later abandoned. It became the territory of electric Pokemon. Sir, this is the territory of electric Pokemon. It's not convenient for me to go there, so I'll leave you here. The boatman had no intention of going to the island. After all, they are electric Pokemon with a bad temper. He is not an excellent trainer and may be repaired if he goes up to it. Well, you go back first and pick me up in the evening. I should be back by then. Aoki jumped to the shore alone and released Blaziken. Greninja can't do it. The water-type Pokemon is restrained by the electric type. If it is attacked in a concentrated manner, it will be a waste. So Blaziken can only appear. Blaziken, thank you for protecting me. Not exactly. Blaziken was particularly proud, thinking in his heart that the master still needs it. Greninja, the mistress, also wants to compete with her for Aoki's favor. Yes, Aggron is the first, and it's Aoki's second Pokemon. So as the third Pokemon to be subdued, Ninja is what humans call a mistress. This is the brain circuit of Blaziken. Aoki walked in the front, looking at the surrounding forest with caution in his eyes. Although we haven't reached the abandoned power plant yet, there must be some wild Pokemon in the forest. If you are not careful, you can easily be attacked by surprise. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any trouble along the way, and there were no sneak attacks from wild Pokemon. Aoki soon arrived at the abandoned power plant. Outside the power plant, there are many electric Pokemon, including Electro Ball, Magnemite, and Electrike. None of this is what Aoki likes. Unless there are some people with higher qualifications who could be accepted by Aoki. Wait, stop fighting. I was wrong. I was just passing by accident. Aoki was about to bribe these electric Pokemon when he heard the miserable growl outside. Turning around, he could see a man covered in black, 1 or 2 years older than him, with a cat next to him. This Meowth is still wearing clothes. Run quickly. When the man saw Aoki, he quickly reminded him, hoping that Aoki would escape and not wanting him to get trapped. As for the other things, he had no choice. It was just one way. He could only take this way, and he couldn't die on his own. Countless Magnemites and Thunder Electro Balls saw Aoki's appearance with golden lightning on their bodies. This is clearly a precursor to Thunderbolt. Aoki's face turned green, and he was accidentally affected by this man. That is to say, this man reminded him 277 in advance, otherwise he would have to teach this man a lesson. At this time, you have to think of a way. Aoki stretched out a hand and slowly released his Viridian power. Magnemite and Thunder Electro Ball were about to attack. They felt the power of Viridian on Aoki and stopped subconsciously. They don't understand the power of Viridian, but they also know that this power is given by the forest. Only excellent trainers have this kind of power, and this kind of power makes people feel warm. I'm so sorry. That guy just now is mentally retarded. Please don't pay attention to him. Magnemite and Electro Ball looked at each other and then left silently. The man who was electrocuted looked confused and then felt particularly envious. Why did he dare not take action when he was chased by so many Pokemon as soon as he entered? On the contrary, Aoki said a word and these grumpy electric Pokemon left. By the way, I'm really sorry for the person who accidentally affected you. My name is Tyson, a Pokemon trainer who just started the year before last year. Tyson, this name is very familiar. Aoki quickly came to his senses. This was the future champion of the Evergrande Conference with a very strong Meowth. It should be the Meowth in front of me. It's just that he had bad luck and a bad background. After 5 years of training, he almost defeated Ash. However, he is unlucky, but he won the Alliance competition again, and he is considered to be doing relatively well among civilian trainers. Not everyone is as lucky as Ash. Every time he goes to a region, there are basically 3 families. Of course, there may be some bugs in the anime, but Tyson is actually very strong in the future and was specially sent to teach Ash a lesson. I just couldn't let the protagonist lose too miserably, so Tyson's strength was weakened in the anime. Tyson, I get it. By the way, what happened to you just now? I think you seem to be in a miserable state. Aoki asked curiously. Tyson was particularly embarrassed and didn't know what to say. It was so embarrassing just now. I was going in to capture an electric Pokemon, but as soon as I entered, I was beat up and had to exit. Aoki understands. Probably Tyson in the original book has been here before. It was just that he was driven away as soon as he came over, which resulted in him not recovering the electric Pokemon. By the way, you are also a Pokemon trainer, right? Do we want to have a fight? Tyson suddenly challenged. Aoki looked down at Tyson's Meowth. Name Meowth. Strength, gym level. Qualification, elite level. A pretty good Meowth. No wonder it could become Tyson's trump card in the future, and it hasn't even evolved yet. However, it has not evolved. If it evolves into Persian and has elite qualifications, it is very likely that it will become an elite-level Pokémon in a few years. As for other weak possibilities, Tyson is too poor to support Meowth and the resources cannot keep up. Okay, since you want to fight, I will fight with you, but not now. I'm going to conquer an electric Pokémon. Do you want to come with me? Well, okay then. Tyson originally wanted to refuse. After all, he didn't want to continue to be hunted. But remembering that Aoki was fine just now, I felt relieved. I want to come to Aoki to get to know these Pokémon. He can pick up 10 of them in the store. Aoki walked towards the door and showed a very kind smile. Everyone, I just want to capture a Pokémon. This is the present I prepared for you. Please take a look. The present he prepared was Pokémon food. He bought a lot of evolution stones last time and gave away so many. It's just that his Pokémon won't eat it, so he can bribe the electric Pokémon. One of the Thunder Electro Balls jumped over, took a sip, and then drank. All the other electric Pokémon came together and began to taste the food. Your method is so simple, Tyson said helplessly. He also wanted to use this method, but he didn't have that much money to buy so much Pokémon food. Raising a few Pokémon requires careful planning, and sometimes I have to work part-time, so I'm really short of money. Aoki didn't say a word. These Pokémon foods were just attack, and the real power was his Viridian power, so these Pokémon won't attack. After these Pokémon were finished eating, Aoki said, "How about it? Can I go in?" Thunder Electro Ball, Magnemite, Electrike all gave way. Aoki immediately walked into the power plant. Tyson also followed silently, that is, following Aoki. These Pokémon did not attack. If Tyson was alone, he would definitely be beaten away by countless thunderbolts. After Aoki entered the power plant, his main focus was on Magnemite. Magnezone, the final evolved form of Magnemite, is also a very powerful Pokémon. If there is someone with higher qualifications, it is not impossible for him to accept it. Just at a glance, there are not many outstanding ones, and most of the qualifications are Gym level 1.3. The electric Pokémon he was interested in had at least quasi-elite qualifications. As for the elite level, although he is very lucky and has encountered many, he does not encounter them every time. Therefore, he plans to regain a quasi-elite qualification and then train it well to achieve elite qualification. His Aggron used to only have quasi-elite qualifications, but now he has successfully achieved championship qualifications. And if you can get the silver crown, you don't need to eat energy cubes for a long time, and you can still achieve elite qualifications. Tyson followed behind, looking around carefully, hoping to find an electric Pokémon that he was satisfied with. After all, it is rare to sneak in, and you may not be able to get in the future. Aoki went all the way into the deepest part of the abandoned power plant, but still couldn't find what he was satisfied with. There are indeed people with quasi-elite qualifications, but they are Electro Ball and Electrike, which he does not need. On the contrary, it was Tyson who conquered an Electrike. He had gym-level qualifications, but his vision was not very good. Aoki also had no intention of reminding him. Tyson followed him in. It was already Tyson's honor. Naturally, he would not remind him for free. Aoki, what kind of Pokémon are you looking for? Magneton, Magnemite, or Electabuzz? Aoki put his hands in his pockets and stared around, not wanting to miss any Pokémon. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed away and rushed into the room on the side. Although it was short-lived, Aoki could see clearly that this was an Electabuzz. That's right, it's Electabuzz. As long as it evolves successfully, it will be Electivire, one of the very powerful electric Pokémon. And he looks very handsome. With both strength and handsomeness, this is a Pokémon that suits Aoki very well. Aoki immediately followed and rushed into a room 19. Blaziken followed closely behind, specifically protecting Aoki from being sneak attacked and then being harmed. In the closed room, as soon as Aoki entered, a thunderbolt rushed over. Blaziken rushed forward and kicked Thunderbolt to pieces with a powerful kick, with a ball of fire coming out of his mouth. Flamethrower erupted any time. How dare you attack its owner? Wait, Blaziken, don't rush into action, let's talk. Aoki stopped Blaziken and set his sights on Electabuzz. Name, Electabuzz. Attribute, electricity. Ability, static electricity, energy. Strength, elite level. Qualification, quasi-elite level. Skills, Thunderbolt, Thunder Punch, Discharge. Genetic skill, Thunder. Aoki's eyes widened. What did he see? Static electricity and motivation are two abilities. Unexpectedly, this Electabuzz actually has double abilities. Coupled with the quasi-elite qualifications and good training, he can definitely reach the elite level. Coupled with the dual ability, Electivire is already very strong, but the dual ability Electivire is probably even more powerful. Electabuzz, do you want to follow me? From now on, you can have fun and drink spicy food. Tyson, next to him, twitched the corner of his mouth. The popular ones, the spicy ones. Is there anyone who can conquer Pokemon like this? This method is really simple. Electabuzz didn't speak, but his hands were glowing with golden light that kept flashing. Thunder Punch. Obviously, Electabuzz is not convinced by Captivate, and is even ready to take action. Electabuzz is developing very well this time, and it is said that it can evolve into Electivire, but I don't know how. Tyson said to himself next to him. Aoki did not answer him. Others may not know the evolution method of Electabuzz, but he knows it. This Electabuzz is growing very well, and after a good patch of growth, it can evolve into Electivire. Just in time, when he finds the electric motor, he will probably have enough to make up for it, and then he can evolve. Blaziken, block for me, then use Sky Uppercut. Blaziken took a step forward and blocked Electabuzz's attack with his hands in front. I went and forgot. When the two sides started fighting, Aoki realized that Electabuzz's ability was static electricity. Fortunately, Blaziken was fine and was not paralyzed. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret. Blaziken also took advantage of this moment to punch Electabuzz hard. Electabuzz failed to hold on and was hit head-on by Blaziken's Sky Uppercut, and was then knocked into the air. It's okay. It looks like another very powerful Pokemon. Aoki saw that Electabuzz was still in struggle, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Being hit head-on by the gym-level Blaziken, Electabuzz is still not dead, which shows that Electabuzz has strong resistance to hits. Blaziken, give him another Flamethrower move. Blaziken opened his mouth and spit out fire. Before Electabuzz could stand up, he was enveloped in a ball of flames and kept burning. After only holding on for a moment, Electabuzz couldn't bear it anymore, rolled his eyes, and then passed out. After all, the strength is still too weak, and it is not Blaziken's rival. Aoki took out a Luxury Ball and dropped it on Electabuzz's head. A flash of light sucked Electabuzz into the Luxury Ball. The Luxury Ball just shook for a moment and then made a ding sound. Congratulations, you successfully conquered Electabuzz. Tyson congratulated from his side. You're welcome. Aoki picked up the Luxury Ball, feeling a little joyful in his heart. Although his previous Pokemon all had elite qualifications and championship qualifications, that was just good luck. You can't always have good luck in life. An Electabuzz with quasi-elite qualification is actually pretty good. After all, they were conquered by the wild, not specially prepared by those big families. I just hope that next time I open the treasure chest, I can see a silver crown and a gold bottle cap is even better. But I have to say that he is very lucky. He has Flash, a quasi-god, dual abilities, and even a fantasy beast. It is estimated that only Steven Stone's Flash Metagross can compare with him. Thinking again of Steven Stone giving a Jirachi as a gift, Aoki suddenly felt that this kid was really lucky. Congratulations, Aoki, you have successfully conquered the Pokemon you want to conquer. Do you want to have a fight with me? When Tyson saw Aoki smile, he knew that Aoki had captured a good Pokemon, so he was very happy. No problem, but let's get out of here first. It's very dangerous here after all. Aoki also wants to fight Tyson, this future Evergrande Conference champion. Now fix him up and let him know how good he is. That's right, this power plant is very dangerous. We'd better leave here first to avoid danger. Why? Tyson thought for a moment and decided that he should leave here first. The Pokemon here are very violent. If he angered these Pokemon, he would probably be hunted down again. He didn't want to be chased down by so many Pokemon. The two men soon left the abandoned power plant. Outside, Tyson's eyes were full of challenge. Aoki, you are really strong. Just let us have a fight. No problem. I agree. Blaziken, this battle will be left to you. Since it's Blaziken, we leave this to you, Meowth. Although he knew he was being restrained, Tyson still sent out Meowth, his own trump card. In a clearing, Aoki and Tyson looked at each other. In front of the two men stood Meowth and Blaziken, and a battle could break out at any time. Meowth, Thunderbolt. Tyson gave the first order, and Meowth immediately released a Thunderbolt. Golden electricity rushes towards Blaziken. Blaziken, Flamethrower. Blaziken opened his mouth and spit out a powerful Flamethrower. Flamethrower and Thunderbolt collided and suddenly exploded. The electric current and flames after the explosion filled the entire venue, and there were also streaks of smoke. So strong, Blaziken. Tyson's pupils shrank with shock in his eyes. He knew that Aoki was a rookie trainer, so this Blaziken should be the newbie Pokemon. Less than a year after starting, Blaziken has such strong strength. He really admires Aoki. Your Meowth is also very strong, but my Blaziken will not lose. Blaziken, rush up quickly, use Sky Uppercut, and finish it off. Blaziken ran quickly. The muscles on his legs were very strong and powerful, and he ran very fast. In just a blink of an eye, Blaziken was next to Meowth. Meowth, hurry up and use Double Team. Tyson quickly told Meowth to get out of the way. Otherwise, if Blaziken's Sky Uppercut hits him head-on, Meowth will definitely be injured. After all, the fighting type restrains the normal type. Meowth immediately stepped aside, and then agility, many shadows appeared out of thin air. There's only one shadow that is Aoki. Great! Assist this opportunity, use Thunderbolt. Tyson's face lit up, and he was ready to pursue the victory and take down Aoki completely. All Meowth are ready for battle and carry golden electricity. Then there are streaks of Thunderbolt. Of course, only one of these Thunderbolts is real, and the others are fake. Blaziken looked a little panicked when facing so many Thunderbolts. Blaziken, don't worry, jump to the right. Don't be afraid. After jumping away, use Flamethrower to the left. Aoki Tokiwa's power can tell that only one of these Meowths is true. Blaziken believed in Aoki. Even though there was Thunderbolt on the right, Blaziken still jumped to the right and hit Thunderbolt head-on. But it turns out that these Thunderbolts are fake. Even if Blaziken hits them, nothing will happen. After dodging Thunderbolt's attack, Blaziken spit out a Flamethrower in the original left direction. Flamethrower swallowed up many figures of Meowth, including the real Meowth. Meow. Meowth screamed and fell to the ground. His clothes were burned. Meowth, are you okay? Tyson shouted in concern. Meowth stood up with difficulty, and then said a few words to Tyson that Tyson didn't understand. But the meaning can be guessed. I'm fine. No need to worry, I can still fight. Blaziken, don't give Meowth a chance. Encore Flamethrower. Blaziken spit out a mouthful of hot fire, and the space was distorted by the fire. Meowth, since you can still fight, jump up immediately. Meowth jumped into the air and avoided the Flamethrower, but he looked quite tired. It was probably that he had just been hit from the front, which consumed a lot of energy. Not to mention that Meowth has not yet evolved. Even if he is strong, his background is still a little bit behind. Meowth, good. Keep going Thunderbolt. Tyson didn't let Meowth attack personally. After all, Meowth is a normal type. If he is really approached by Blaziken, it will definitely be a gift. Blaziken, get out of the way quickly, then speed up and get closer to Meowth. Blaziken's speed suddenly became faster, and then he quickly dodged and avoided Meowth's Thunderbolt. Acceleration ability is in effect. Aoki had confidence in his eyes. Up to this point in the battle, Blaziken is getting faster and faster due to his acceleration ability, and he is quickly approaching Meowth. Tyson's face looked ugly. If Blaziken got close to him, Encore Sky Uppercut Meowth would definitely not be able to withstand it. Meowth, quickly dodge, then continue to use Thunderbolt all over the field. Meowth looked at Blaziken, who was getting closer, running quickly on both feet, and then used all his strength to release a thunderbolt that spread all over the field. Blaziken, carry it down for me, and then use smoke. Blaziken continued to run and exhaled a very thick smoke, covering the entire place and blocking everyone's sight. Even though he was hit head-on by Thunderbolt, Blaziken still gritted his teeth and persisted without making any sound. Since becoming Aoki's Pokémon, Blaziken has gone through many battles. And I ate a lot of energy cubes, mainly rainbow energy cubes, but also various other energy cubes. Greatly increased physical strength and endurance. Blaziken can still hold on to this level of attack. Thick smoke covered the entire venue, and even Tyson couldn't see what was going on in the venue. Meowth, be careful. Wait until Blaziken gets close, then release the most powerful Thunderbolt. Meowth couldn't see Blaziken either, so he could only look around vigilantly, ready to explode at any time. Okay, Blaziken, take advantage of this opportunity, rush up immediately, and give it a sky uppercut. Blaziken ran in the smoke, letting Thundershock hit him, and suddenly appeared next to Meowth. The right hand raised high was shining with light. Meowth looked at the sudden appearance of Blaziken and immediately released the most powerful Thunderbolt. But after all, it was still a step too late, and Blaziken's sky uppercut hit Meowth head-on. Meow! Meowth screamed, and then he was knocked out. He flew very far, then fell to the ground and was dragged on the ground. Goodbye, Mano. Breathing heavily, Blaziken endured the thunderbolts that spread all over the field, causing great damage to it and causing serious physical exhaustion. Meowth, are you okay? Tyson saw Meowth being beaten away and immediately ran over, his eyes full of concern. Although Meowth wanted to stand up, he persisted for a while and eventually fell down and lost the ability to fight. Meowth, farmer. Tyson immediately hugged Meowth and then looked at Aoki helplessly. I'm so sorry. It seems that my Meowth has lost his ability to fight. I lost this game. Then you hurry up and treat Meowth. Blaziken came to Aoki's side very happily, but his expression looked quite tired. Come on, Blaziken, let me heal you. Aoki immediately treated Blaziken. I lost this battle, but next time, I will never lose to you again in the Evergrande Conference. Tyson's eyes were full of determination. Are you also participating in the Evergrande Conference? That's fine. Let us compete in the Evergrande Conference. Aoki did not refuse. One more rival would be good too. He remembered that Tyson seemed to have a Metagross in the future, which was the Pokemon he wanted very much. How about grabbing Tyson's Metagross? Oh, the Snatch, he said, means Jiahu, and it doesn't really mean Snatch, other people's Pokemon. Half a day later, Aoki and Tyson left the island and the lake together and parted ways in Malville City. Aoki also embarked on a journey to Lavage Town, preparing to challenge the gym trainer there. The gym trainer there is an elite trainer. If you defeat him, you can get a diamond treasure chest. After leaving Malville City, Aoki went into the forest again, preparing to challenge the Pokemon in the forest. His Bagon has reached the edge of evolution. As long as Encore fights fiercely, it will probably evolve. In the forest, next to the river, Aoki fished here after having breakfast. 217 Jirachi and Happiny are playing nearby, while Blaziken and Greninja are undergoing special training. Grovyle is training with Bagon, and the two Pokemon are fighting. Even if they're injured, they can be recovered by Aoki. Aggron is continuing to understand the secrets and strive to break through the elite level and reach the champion level. Since using the gold bottle cap, Aggron's qualifications have increased, and the speed at which he can comprehend the mysteries has become faster again. Electabuzz is standing next to Aoki. It has been tamed for a few days, and it turned out to have a very hot temper. But in the end, he was defeated by Aoki. In fact, the energy cubes made by Aoki were so delicious that they completely surrendered in their hearts and approved of their stomachs. Electabuzz, you also go for special training. When you succeed in special training, I will buy you an electric engine and let you evolve. Electabuzz slapped his heart happily and then ran to the side for special training. Aoki fished silently. Suddenly, a Magikarp appeared in front of Aoki, just struggling. Jirachi, didn't I tell you? Don't use teleport. Aoki could guess it was Jirachi. Aoki, fun. Jirachi floated in front of Aoki. After such a long time, Jirachi has outgrown his childhood. His IQ has become smarter, and he is no longer called Chingmu's dad. It would be very embarrassing if Jirachi was asked to call him daddy. Okay, Jirachi, come and sit here with me. Aoki waved. Jirachi and Happiny jumped over at the same time and sat on both sides of Aoki. As time went by, Aoki caught a lot of Pokémon, all of which were very ordinary water-type Pokémon. Best guess is Froakie. The second is Magikarp, elite qualification, but he doesn't like it, so he put it with Professor Birch for the time being. When it becomes Gyarados, give it to Izumi. After all, she is also a member of the Soaring in the Sky team. This period of time is quite smart. Every once in a while, I will report some situations and upload some information. Aoki still values her very much. That is the future executive of the Soaring in the Sky team. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, there was a huge roar in the distance, and a huge thunder fell from the dark clouds. Thunder is an electric Pokémon? Aoki stood up immediately, looked at Soaring in the Sky in the distance, pulled her into her clothes, and hugged Happiny again. Aggron, Bagon, Grovyle, Electabuzz, you come back first. Blaziken, Greninja, you two follow me. Blaziken and Greninja followed immediately. While running, Aoki used his Viridian power to restore the two Pokémon. These two Jek Pokémon had just been trained for a long time, and their physical strength was very high. There may be a battle soon, and Greninja and Blaziken must be restored. 3 black figures passed through the woods and soon arrived at the center of Thunder. As soon as he arrived at Thunder Zone, Aoki saw a group of people. Most of the people Aoki knows are old friends and members of Team Aqua. Crawdaunt, Walrein are all Team Aqua's exclusive Pokémon. The Pokémon on the opposite side are Amalga, Blitzel, and Eelektross. They are all relatively rare Pokémon here. Aoki finally understood that such a rare Pokémon was probably spotted by someone from Team Aqua. Among them, Eelektross is a very powerful electric Pokémon. The most important thing is its ability to float. Originally, electric type was restrained by the ground system, and only by the ground system. As a result, Eelektross has the ability to float and is not harmed by ground type damage at all. This makes Eelektross without any shortcomings, and coupled with the relatively strong species strength, it is even more powerful. Aoki looked at the trainer and frowned, feeling like he saw this person somewhere. She has blonde hair, wears headphones, has a very slender figure, and has a pair of big legs that even Cynthia can't compare to. Kamiser. Aoki suddenly remembered that this Stephanie was the trainer Kamiser of Nimbasa Gym. She is also the world's top model. As expected of a model, she has a really good figure. While Aoki was admiring it carefully, Kamisley Eye's guide Amalga, Blitzel, had lost the ability to fight. Although the electric type can restrain the opposing Scald-type Pokémon, there are too many people on the opposite side. There are also many people who are good at ground skills. Only Eelektross, because it is not affected by the ground system, has persisted until now. But if this continues, it won't take long before Eelektross will lose its ability to fight. Kamiser's face was ugly. He just saw a Pokémon he liked and came over to conquer it. As a result, she met these people halfway and wanted to steal her Pokémon. These people were not very strong, but they had an advantage in numbers, and her Pokémon could hardly hold them anymore. Aoki looked at Eelektross. Name, Eelektross. Strength, elite level. Qualification, quasi-elite level. Is this elite level? Aoki had doubts in his eyes. The gap was too big. He was only at the elite level. His Pokémon, the second evolved form, is already elite level. But if you think about it more carefully, his Pokémon has elite level qualifications after all, and its species strength is also higher than Eelektross. Walrein, use Blizzard. The captain of Team Aqua stretched out a hand, preparing to give Eelektross the final blow. Name, Walrein. Strength, elite level. This Pokémon is poorly trained. Walrein is also considered a high-quality Pokémon, but it is only at the elite level. Blaziken, charge forward and use Thunder Punch. Blaziken rushed out immediately, flashing quickly, and soon came to Walreine's side. Then he raised his right hand that was blazing with lightning. Before Walreine had time to react, he was hit head-on by Thunder Punch. The powerful thunder and lightning affects the whole body, plus Blaziken's power zone. Walreine was knocked to the ground hard, let out a scream, and then fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Boo! Team Aqua's captain's expression changed. He was about to take down this Electros, but suddenly a man appeared and defeated his Walreine. Greninja used Water Pulse, Electabuzz, and the most powerful Thunder. Greninja immediately jumped out and threw a huge water ball with his right hand, hitting a Crawdon head-on. After Electabuzz appeared, a strong bolt of lightning emerged from his body, and he made a loud, thundering sound. The dazzling Golden Current hit Team Aqua's Water-type Pokémon head-on. Water-type Pokémon that were already injured lost their combat effectiveness in an instant. Everyone on Team Aqua was stunned. Their Pokémon actually lost its fighting ability so quickly. Blaziken knocked them all out. Blaziken leaped into the air, then kicked one of them away with a flying knee. Several other people were also easily knocked down by Greninja. Camazile was stunned for a moment. She was actually rescued, and she was still an innocent young man. She thinks Aoki is very handsome, especially his profile, which makes people feel like they are in love. After Aoki tied everyone up, he turned to look at Camizar next to him. Not to mention, it's no wonder that he can become a big model. Camizar's figure is so good, and those long legs make people want to commit crimes. No, Aoki, you must not commit a crime. The current crackdown is strict, and if you commit a crime, you will become a vassal. Are you okay? These people are Team Aqua, who specialize in snatching other people's Pokémon. You are not very lucky. Camizar breathed a sigh of relief. Although Aoki is very handsome and has a sunny face, I am afraid that Aoki is not a good person. Now it seems that Aoki is a good person. This handsome guy, thank you so much just now. If it weren't for you, my Pokémon might have been taken away. Camizar thanked her sincerely. If it weren't for Aoki, her Pokémon would have been taken away like this. You're welcome. I also look down on this kind of person. I don't know how to cultivate them, but I only snatch other people's Pokémon. What Aoki said was righteous, and he still had the light of the great Lucas. In general, I should still be grateful. Thanks to you for saving me. I must repay you. Speaking of repayment, Aoki remembered something with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. You want to repay me? How do you repay me? It shouldn't be the same as on TV. Same as on TV? What do you mean? Camizar didn't quite understand, so he had a puzzled smile on his face. It's very simple. If I am handsome, then you will repay my kindness with your life. If I am not handsome, then I will work as a cow or a horse in my next life to repay my kindness. Aoki also shook his hair. Camizar understood instantly and couldn't help but smile, his laughter even more adorable and touching. This attractive smile makes people feel a little excited in their hearts. Sir, although you are very handsome, I still won't commit myself to you, but I can do it to repay your kindness. Camizar's smile deeply attracted Sleepy. Sure enough, men are not good people. One Cynthia is not enough, let alone Courtney. Coupled with May, Aoki actually has such great ambitions. By the way, let's get out of here first. If someone from Team Aqua comes, it will be troublesome. Camazile did not refuse Aoki and followed Aoki to leave the battlefield. After walking for a long time, Aoki stopped next to a river and prepared to set up camp here. Because it will be dark soon, let's camp here. Asking for flowers. No problem. Camizar did not suspect Aoki. Aoki has been so powerful recently, and he didn't even take the opportunity to attack her just now, let alone now. She believes Aoki is a good person. By the river, at night, Camizar was also impressed by Aoki's dinner. Very happy to taste the food. After eating and drinking, Camizar lay on the table with a very happy expression on his face, but he felt very uncomfortable. I feel bad because I ate too much. Camazar, are you a model? Aoki asked. He only knew that Kamiser would be a model in the future, but he didn't know what Kamiser was doing now. Yes, I'm indeed a model, but I also want to be a gym trainer. During this time, I have to travel. Aoki quickly learned about Kamiser's current situation. Originally, Kamiser was a model, but later he planned to become a gym trainer. At present, my strength is not enough, so I'm going to go out for travel training and strive to enhance my strength. Only if you are strong enough can you have the chance to become a gym trainer. Go out and travel. Aoki's eyes flickered. He happened to feel that traveling alone was quite boring. But if you travel with Kamiser, it means you have an extra beauty and your life will be better. It was decided to let Kamiser join him on the Alliance journey. Kamiser, how are you? Do you want to go on a journey with me? I just want to participate in the Alliance competition. Kamiser lowered his head and thought seriously. Traveling with Aoki is like having an extra companion. You don't need to worry too much when encountering danger. Moreover, Aoki is strong. The food he cooks is delicious. He is very gentle. And most importantly, he is handsome. With so many advantages added together, she didn't think she had any reason to refuse. Then, Aoki, the rest is up to you. Kamiser looked up at Aoki, his eyes twinkling, and his expression was even more adorable. No problem. We will set off together tomorrow. From now on, we will be partners. Aoki was also secretly happy. This is the treatment of the protagonist. Aoki and Kamiser embarked on the journey together. The two parties travel through the forest together, cultivate Pokémon, and discuss life when they have time. At noon, after Aoki and Kamiser had lunch, they sat next to the river and fished together. This is almost the only fun Aoki has. Because Kamiser was bored, he also went fishing with Aoki. Wow! Suddenly, Aoki felt the fishing rod move, and with a strong pull, a Magikarp landed in front of Aoki. What a shame, it's Magikarp again. Kamiser sat next to him, smiling and joking, with a sly smile in the corner of his eyes. The reason why I laughed at Aoki was purely because I was hit by Aoki. The two of them fished for half an hour, but she caught nothing but a lot. It made her feel a little unbalanced. So every time Aoki catches Magikarp in 600, Kamiser can't help but laugh. Oh, there are too many reasons in Hanoi, and I can't do anything about it. Aoki sighed helplessly. You really can't blame him. In fact, most of the Pokemon in this river are Magikarp. Forget it, fishing or something like that is just fun. Don't take it too seriously. Kamiser spoke to comfort him. He was still laughing just now, but now he is here to comfort Aoki. Aoki didn't worry so much and continued fishing to pass the time. All nearby Pokemon are undergoing special training. Even several Pokemon in Kamiser were affected and underwent very hard special training. After some time, Aoki's fishing rod moved again. Kamiser complained crazily in his heart. Could it be that Aoki is the god of the sea? Why do I catch so many water Pokemon one after another? She has caught Pokemon, and it has not exceeded 10 digits yet. It's definitely not Magikarp this time. Aoki pulled hard, and a blue Pokemon appeared in front of him. Blue, not Magikarp. As long as it's not Magikarp. Aoki carefully looked at the Pokemon in front of him. It was a pretty good Pokemon. Name, Poliwhirl. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. This is definitely a very good Pokemon. If you train it well and get it more resources, it will definitely be an Elite level Pokemon. After all, the last Poliwrath can be considered a powerful Pokemon. This Pokemon can't be missed. Bagon, come on, use Dragon Pulse. Bagon was in special training. Hearing Aoki's words, he immediately rushed over from a distance. Poliwhirl, which has evolved once, has become significantly stronger and more courageous. Seeing Bagon rushing towards him, he opened his mouth and spit out a huge water column. The water column collided with Dragon Pulse and exploded directly. Yes, this is very strong. Aoki's eyes were filled with joy. Being able to collide with his Bagon is enough to show that Poliwhirl is powerful and must have experienced hundreds of battles. When Poliwhirl saw that the move missed, he spit out another blue light. Wherever the blue light passes, a line of frost condenses on the ground. There is actually a freezing ray. It looks like he has learned a lot of skills. Bagon, Flamethrower. Bagon breathed out another mouthful of hot fire. The flames and ice blended together, quickly melting the ice, and a large amount of water vapor filled the air. Poliwhirl looked at Bagon, who was enveloped in steam, and suddenly became a little panicked. After all, it is an ordinary wild Pokémon. When encountering this situation, I don't know what to do. If there was a trainer, it would at least comfort him. What a powerful Bagon! Kamiser was watching from the side and was shocked by Bagon's strength. This is the Earl Dervish form, and it can compete effectively with other people's evolved forms. Looking at Aoki's other Pokémon, Kamiser's mouth twitched, feeling quite uneasy inside. Final evolved Blaziken, Greninja, Aggron, and Grovyle. That's this year's rookie trainer. She felt a little pity for the other trainers, meeting such a perverted rookie trainer. Kamiser thought about himself again. It had been a long time since he got the Earl Dervish Pokémon, and the gap was a bit big. Bagon, rush over and hit me hard. Bagon jumped into the steam, ran quickly, and soon ran to Poliwhirl, and then hit him hard. Strong Head, using Iron Head, hit Poliwhirl head-on. Poliwhirl was easily knocked out and rolled on the ground. Encore Dragon Pulse. Bagon spit up again, a purple light hit Poliwhirl head-on, and then there was an explosion. After the explosion ended, Poliwhirl fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Go ahead, Baby Ball. Aoki threw a Baby Ball and subdued Poliwhirl. But because there were more than 6 Pokémon around him, the Pokémon Ball was sent back to Professor Birch's laboratory. Aoki, congratulations. You successfully captured another good Pokémon. Kamiser walked to Aoki and congratulated him sincerely. In fact, Aoki didn't regard Poliwhirl as his main force at all, but he already had a Greninja. Unless you have better water-type Pokémon. It's nothing. This is all Bagon's help. Thank you so much, Bagon. Aoki patted Bagon's head, but it was still as hard as Orberg. Dubé. Bagon rubbed Aoki's shoulder happily, and then a white light suddenly appeared on his body. Aoki was stunned for a moment, then reacted with joy in his eyes. Great, Bagon. You could have evolved a long time ago, and now you have finally evolved. Kamisrii was also watching 0.1 beside him without saying a word. For things like evolution, it is a miracle of nature. The white light on Bagon's body became more dazzling, and his size also became larger. It didn't take long for Bagon to transform into a creature like Firefly Normal. This is the evolved form of Bagon, Shelgon. In this form, Shelgon will become more stable. Then I accumulated stockpile and finally successfully evolved into a salamander. Once it evolves into a violent salamander, its strength will increase by leaps and bounds, with a particularly significant improvement. Next, you need to prepare more high-energy energy cubes for Shelgon to help Shelgon transform as soon as possible. It looks like I need to prepare another energy cube again. Perhaps because Bagon evolved, Aoki was very happy and in a good mood all day long. Even the pace of walking is particularly cheerful. Kamiser was speechless. I didn't expect Aoki to be such an easygoing person. But yes, if her Pokemon evolves, she will definitely be very happy. In the next few days, Aoki walked very quickly because most of the Pokemon had evolved. Only Electabuzz and Grovyle are left, and it will take some time for them to evolve. At least the body needs to be replenished to make it stronger and then evolve. Sometimes a stronger body can withstand heavier injuries and have stronger explosive power when fighting. Just like his Aggron, when he fought against Slaking, he punched him hard and didn't dodge at all. It is because he has been trained well that he can master Slaking's 4x restraint skill of the fighting system. On this day, Aoki took Kamiser through the forest and came to the coast. Next, we have to walk along the 19th coast for a while, then enter a main road, and finally reach Lavage Town. Kamiser, it's rare for us to come to the beach. Why don't we go for a swim? No problem. Kamiser did not refuse, found a big rock, hid behind it, and prepared to change into a swimsuit. Aoki put on a pair of big pants, then jumped into the sea and swam leisurely. The other Pokemon were all resting on the beach, basking in the sun, and enjoying a perfect sunbath. After a while, Kamiser changed his clothes and walked up to Aoki openly. Aoki looked at Kamiser gradually walking towards him and was completely stunned. He had always known that Kamiser had a particularly good figure and was actually a model. But now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I know what it means to have a good figure. I was fooled by Imprism before. Kamazile also noticed that Aoki's eyes were a little dull, and he felt a little proud in his heart, and shook his hair. During the past few days of travel, she had a vague feeling about Aoki that she couldn't explain. But she is particularly concerned about Aoki's feelings for her. There's a trace of love deep in her heart, but she doesn't know it yet. Kamazire, you're in really good shape. By the way, let's go for a swim. Aoki came back to his senses and swam quickly towards the depths of the sea. No problem, let's compete. Kamiser jumped up and followed Aoki like a mermaid, twisting and turning. The Pokémon on both sides are on the beach. Only Greninja is following Aoki, worried that something will happen to Aoki. All morning, both parties spent time swimming, playing games, splashing in water, and passing the time. At noon, Aoki and the two had a hearty lunch and then rested. During the break, Aoki took back all the Pokémon except Greninja. Even Happiny has grown up and doesn't need to be held in my arms all the time. They all need to rest in the luxury ball. Well, Aoki and Kamiser are still sitting together. These troublesome guys should naturally be put away. Keep Greninja behind just for safety. Aoki, who really values S*X over friends, actually put Pokémon in the luxury ball for the sake of a woman. What a beast. Aoki, why don't you go for a swim? Just the two of us. Kamiser took the initiative to invite. No problem, I agree. Aoki naturally wouldn't refuse. How can you refuse when a beautiful woman invites you? If you agree, maybe tonight, or sometime in the future, will be the best life ever. Then I'll go first. Kamazile stood up, and his perfect slender figure caught Aoki's attention again. Aoki stared with both eyes, wishing he could focus on Kamiser. This figure is really illegal. #M. Kamiser jumped into the sea, and his swimming figure was even more eye-catching and made people think. No, you must restrain yourself. Just when Aoki was thinking about it, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on the sea, spinning continuously. Kamiser did not notice it in time, and his whole body was sucked into the whirlpool. No, be careful. Aoki subconsciously rushed out, and even he was pulled into the strong whirlpool. Greninja jumped in the air, fell into the sea with a splash, and caught Aoki. Unfortunately, the power of the whirlpool was too strong, and Kamiserai was sucked in at once. Aoki and Greninja also couldn't bear it, and were sucked into the sea together. What the hell? Ruined. This is the last impression of Aoki. Unexpectedly, even Greninja couldn't bear it and was sucked in. The whirlpool on the sea floor kept spinning, pulling Kamiser and Aoki through a tunnel, entering the underground river and arriving at the underground world. In the underground valley, Greninja did not faint. He grabbed Aoki and Kamiser and placed them on the shore. Then he touched Aoki's luxury ball lightly. All the Pokémon came out of the luxury ball and looked around vigilantly to prevent wild Pokémon from attacking. After Jirachi appeared, he circled around Aoki and Kamiser with a ray of light coming from his body. Heal pulse. Cough, cough, cough. Aoki coughed, spit out a lot of sea water, and then woke up. After waking up, Aoki turned around and looked around. It was extremely dark, and he could see nothing but a river. The sound of rushing water came from the river. Aoki soon found Kamiser next to him, lying on the ground, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. This should be the legendary drowning. He had never seen drowning in his life. Perhaps this was a rare opportunity for him to get close to Kamiser. For example, giving Kamiser artificial respiration. This is what he should do. After all, the two parties are traveling together. Aoki cheered himself up and then made the decision to give Kamiser artificial respiration. I learned it in my previous life, but never had the chance to use it. Now that you have the opportunity, you must not miss it. No, he didn't want to do artificial respiration. He just wanted to protect Kamiser and prevent Kamiser from being harmed. That's it. Aoki deceived himself mentally, then knelt next to Kamazile, grabbed Kamazile's head, and slowly lowered his head. He made a great contribution to saving Kamiser. Kamiser should thank him. I am doing artificial respiration, not to take advantage of you. Aoki hypnotized himself mentally, then plucked up the courage and gradually approached Kamiser. But at the moment when he was about to get closer, Kamiserai opened his eyes and saw Aoki right in front of him. The two people were very close to each other. Their eyes were facing each other, and they were almost close to each other. This luck seemed to be too bad, and he was already preparing to give Kamai's artificial respiration again. As a result, Kamiser actually woke up. Moreover, Kamiser saw what he was going to do, so he didn't know if he would be suspected. What should you do if you're really suspected? Kamiser's face turned red. He didn't expect that Aoki would secretly take advantage of her. She actually had a slight fondness for Aoki, but it was just vague. At this moment, the fondness became even deeper. But most of them are shy. What do you want to do? Kamiser's tone was coy. Aoki reacted and quickly separated from Kamiser, looking slightly panicked. The first time you do something bad, you get caught. Well, actually, I saw you fainted, so I wanted to give you artificial respiration. It was definitely not what you thought. Artificial respiration, that's what it is. Kamiser still felt a little regretful. But when I thought about it more carefully, it seemed that it was true. After all, she fell into the sea and drowned, and she would definitely need artificial respiration. By the way, artificial respiration doesn't seem to be the point. The point is that she fell into the Whirlpool, and then Aoki desperately came to save her. The last two people fell into the Whirlpool together. Kamiser recalled what happened just now, and his heart was really touched. In such a dangerous situation, Aoki is willing to come to save her. It can be determined that Aoki is a person worth trusting for life. Thank you so much just now. Kamiser thanked him. It's nothing. By the way, let's get up and see if we can find a way to leave. Aoki knew that now was not the time for love between children, and he didn't know where this was. It was a large area of pitch black, and apart from many caves, there was only this river. Kamiserai also came to his senses, and it seemed that now was really not the time to think about that kind of problem. We still don't know where this place is and whether we can leave here safely. Aoki, what should we do now? Kamiser was a little worried and subconsciously grabbed Aoki's arm for warmth. Aoki also knew that Kamiser was very cold. After all, he only wore a swimsuit and swam at the beach before. I don't know where it is here. It's dark and humid, and the temperature is very low. Blaziken, get some fire out of you. It's too cold in here. Not exactly. Blaziken spit out a mouthful of flames, which surrounded him. The power was not very strong. Not only is it warm enough, it consumes very little physical energy and is enough to keep the Blaziken going for a long time. Thanks. Kamazile whispered something, grabbing his shoulders with both hands, because his heart was filled with warmth again. What a warm man. Let's take a look at the nearby caves first. Maybe we can find rare Pokemon. Aoki looked at one of the caves and had an idea in his heart. Originally, he planned to pass through the river to see if he could find a way out. But when opening the system map, Aoki accidentally saw a diamond treasure chest. That's right, it's a diamond treasure chest. There was a rare wild diamond treasure chest, and of course he didn't intend to let it go. He had to go and take a look. If it's an elite level Pokemon, it has the power to fight, but if it's a champion level Pokemon, it can also run away. Even if you can't run away, you can definitely use the energy cube and the power of Viridian to escape from here. Okay, let's go take a look. Kamiser didn't refuse. She just wanted to follow Aoki. And she also lacks Pokemon. Currently, she only has 3, and she needs at least 6 to form a team. Come on, I'll carry you up on my back. Aoki bent down slightly. The cave is a bit high, and you had to climb up. He acted like a gentleman, just to show off and take advantage of him. After all, Kamiser is wearing very cool clothes now. Thank you. Kamazile didn't know what Aoki was thinking, but he just leaned over and put his hands on Aoki's shoulders. Aoki carried Kamazile on his back, raised his lips slightly, and then climbed up into the cave on one side. Blaziken and Greninja jumped up at the same time, with powerful jumping power. All other Pokemon were put away. Looking at the cave in front of him, Aoki opened the system map and looked carefully to confirm that it was this road. Fortunately, The system map is very detailed. Because of this, Aoki doesn't have to worry about getting lost every time he is in the forest. If you really get lost, you can find a specific route by opening a treasure box. Let's just walk along this road. It's okay if we encounter Pokemon. If we don't encounter us, we'll have to return. Naturally, Kamiser would not refuse. She now trusts Aoki. Where Aoki goes, she goes too. After walking for a long time, Aoki suddenly stopped. Not far away, the way was blocked by a large number of mook, making it impossible to go. Kamiser frowned slightly. Although she didn't hate Pokemon, she was still a little repelled by mook. After all, she is Stephanie's wife, and she likes Xiangxiang very much. Aoki took out a large amount of Pokemon food and placed it on the ground. Mook, I want to pass by here. Could you give me away? The mooks were a little wary at first, but when they felt the tenderness in Aoki, they immediately relaxed their guard. Thanks again for the power of Viridian. A group of mook came over and ate the Pokemon food. After they had eaten and drank enough, all the mook made way for Aoki. Stinky, thank you. I really appreciate it. Aoki immediately pulled Kamazile and passed through mook. Kamisrii has always wondered how Aoki managed to get along so well with wild Pokemon. Even her Pokemon is usually very close to Aoki. After parting ways with mook, Aoki encountered a large group of Golbat. It's just that these Golbats were all gathered together. Rest, so he passed through them very carefully. After walking for a long time, Aoki finally walked out of the cave and saw the light in the distance. There seems to be light. What's going on? Let's go take a look quickly. Aoki pulled Kamazile and rushed towards the place where the light was. Aoki pulled Kamazile and rushed towards the direction of the light, quickly rushing out of the cave. Walking out of the darkness, Aoki saw a huge jungle and the endless sea not far away. The sunshine and soaring in the sky is particularly bright. It seemed that after the two of them were sucked away by the Whirlpool, they were sucked into an island through the undersea tunnel. Fortunately, both parties were fine. It looks like this is a deserted island. Fortunately, on the island, as long as I can find the tools to leave, I will leave. Kamiser was really relieved. Let's go and see the island. Aoki took the initiative to take Kamiser's hand and hold it in his palm. Kamiser did not refuse, but felt a little shy and still had some expectations in his heart. Arriving at the coast, Aoki looked at the sea in the distance. There were whirlpools everywhere. This is clearly an island surrounded by whirlpools, and few ships can approach it. There are a lot of whirlpools, and they seem to be very strong. It may not be that easy to get out of here. Kamiser's face was a little solemn. He has no water Pokemon, and Aoki only has one Greninja, which is simply not enough. You can't just be here every day after 557. She still has her own dreams and doesn't want to live a normal life like a primal person. Aoki is not very worried. Although he does not have water Pokemon, he does have Shelgon. It won't take long to successfully evolve. As long as we can evolve, everything will be easy. Kamazire, the whirlpool outside is so big, we may not be able to get out. If we really can't get out, we might as well give birth to a baby here. Of course, these words were deliberately meant to tease Kamiser. But Kamiser didn't know it. His face suddenly turned red and his heart skipped a beat. Is it possible to really agree to Aoki? But if you really can't leave here in the future, it's not impossible. At least you have a companion. Then I'll have a baby here. Kamiser's face turned redder and redder as he thought about it, and he even began to think about it in a daydream. Okay, stop thinking about it. We can set off. Let's go to the center of the island to see if there are any rare Pokemon on this island. Aoki interrupted Kamazile's musing and took the lead towards the interior of the island. Kamiser also came to his senses and followed quickly, but BJDC was still thinking in his mind. Do you really want to be with Aoki? After walking for a long time, Aoki encountered many grass-type Pokemon, as well as fire-type Pokemon. There are many kinds of Pokemon, many in number and many types, but there is no one Aoki likes, because it's so ordinary. After walking for a long time, Aoki suddenly stopped and looked at a Magnemite floating not far away. Name, Magnemite. Strength, intermediate. Qualification, quasi-elite level. If he had encountered an electric Pokemon before, he would have definitely conquered this Magnemite. But now he has Electabuzz. Then I can only give it to Kamizer, and Kamizer happens to like electric Pokemon. Kamizer, there's a Magnemite there. He is quite strong. I'll leave it to you to conquer. Okay, leave Magnemite to me. Kamizer did not refuse. She wanted to be an electric Pokemon trainer. Now that you encounter a Magnemite, you naturally cannot let it go. Good, go ahead. Blitzel, use Flame Charge. After Blitzel came out, he ran quickly with flames on his 2 hooves and then spread all over his body. The speed was very fast, and in just a blink of an eye, the zebra approached Magnemite and bumped into it hard. Fire also burns Magnemite. Me midline horizontal ellipsis midline horizontal ellipsis midline horizontal ellipsis midline horizontal ellipsis midline horizontal ellipsis. Magnemite screamed and fell away, but did not lose his fighting ability. This Magnemite has strong ability, you have to be careful. Aoki reminded. Strong ability? I get it. Blitzel Encore Flame Charge. Blitzel ran quickly again, his flaming body crashing into Magnemite. This time, Magnemite failed to hold on and was hit head-on by Blitzel, and then lost the ability to fight. Go! Pokemon Ball. Kamizer threw a Pokemon Ball and subdued Magnemite. Aoki was very happy in his heart. Fortunately, in order to reduce the number of light bulbs, all the Pokemon were taken back. Otherwise, after being sucked away by the Whirlpool, there would be no Pokemon and no idea how to live. Great, I conquered Magnemite. Kamizer happily held up the Pokemon. Including this Magnemite, she also has a Malga, Blitzel, and Electros, and she already has 4 Pokemon. The qualifications of these Pokemon are not very bad. Although they do not have elite qualifications, they are also quasi-elite. Okay, now that you have successfully conquered it, let's go ahead and see if we can find a suitable Pokemon. Aoki patted Kamizer on the shoulder and looked at the system map again. The Diamond Treasure Chest is not far away. He really wanted to know which Pokemon the Diamond Treasure Chest was on. Or maybe it was an elite-level trainer living on a deserted island. The second possibility is very small. Kamizer followed Aoki cautiously, not daring to say a word. In the forest, it would be terrible if there were wild Pokemon with bad tempers. Especially seeing Aoki being cautious, Kamizer became even more worried. Be careful. I think it's dangerous ahead. Don't make any noise. Aoki saw the Diamond Treasure Chest close in front of him, whispered something, and slowly approached. To avoid being discovered, he didn't even release his Pokemon. If you accidentally disturb the other party, you'll be in trouble. If it were just an elite-level Pokemon, he wouldn't take it seriously, but he was afraid of encountering a champion level one. At the championship level, his entire team combined is not enough for the opponent to fight against. Kamazal nodded and followed Aoki closely, not even daring to expose himself. After some time, Aoki saw that the trees in front of him became increasingly sparse, until finally he saw a huge lake. Aoki looked at the lake in front of him and roughly guessed that the Pokemon should be in this lake. It is possible that this is the totem of this lake. I just don't know what Pokemon it is and what its strength is. Aoki watched nervously and finally saw a huge blue figure. Not only is it huge in size, but its aura is very strong, and it also occupies a good location on the island in the lake. Name, Gyarados. Ability, Overconfidence. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, Elite level. Skills, Hydro Pump, Hyper Beam, Dragon Rage, Ice Fang, Twister. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's just an elite level Gyarados. Although the water element restrains Aggron, Aggron's rock element also restrains the violent dragon, and both sides restrain each other. He believes Aggron could defeat Gyarados. As long as you defeat Gyarados, you could get the Diamond Treasure Chest. To be honest, it is very rare to encounter elite-level Pokemon in the wild. No wonder there is a Diamond Treasure Chest. Most of the wild Pokemon he usually encounters are only gym level and quasi-elite level, and only those trainers have them. Therefore, excellent treasure chests are basically found on trainers. Aggron, go to taunt Gyarados and let him come and fight you. Aggron roared. immediately attracting Gyarados' attention. Gyarados thought that Aggron was coming to seize the territory, so he also let out a roar that shook the earth and resounded through the sky. Roar! Aggron also roared. Aoki's lips twitched. This Aggron has a really crazy personality. He actually said, "Little turtle grandson, come here quickly." Gyarados himself has a very arrogant personality. He couldn't stand such a taunt, so he immediately swam over. The huge body quickly marched through the lake and soon came to the coast, and then opened its mouth. Dragon Rage. It can be seen that Gyarados is really angry. Aggron used the Day Gain special. Aggron was not afraid either, and released a strong thunderbolt from his body. The golden current collided with the purple Dragon Rage, directly triggering a huge explosion. The air waves generated by the explosion covered the sky and the sun. Gyarados immediately opened his mouth and spit out a big mouthful of Twister. Twister roared. All the smoke and dust were blown aside, disappeared without a trace, and continued to blow towards Aggron. Such a clever Gyarados. There was a hint of surprise in Aoki's eyes. This Gyarados is really smart and knows how to use Twister to blow away the smoke. Normal wild Pokemon would have been extremely panicked and worried due to such a huge smoke. Aggron Encore Tianwan Volt. Aggron released another Thunderbolt, blasting Twister to pieces. Gyarados twisted his huge body, quickly approached, opened his mouth, and spit out a strong Hydro Pump. After the Thunderbolt and Hydro Pump collide, they explode again. Aggron is so strong. Gyarados is so strong. Have they already reached the elite level? Kamiser was watching from the side, surprised by the strength of the two Pokemon. This gesture carries a strong destructive power. A random explosion would create a large crater in the ground, which was more than 10 meters deep. This is the elite level Pokemon. Once you understand the secret, not only will your strength improve by leaps and bounds, but you will also gain a certain bonus to this system's attacks. In addition, defense also has a certain bonus, so elite level Pokemon are very powerful. Is this the strength of Aoki? Kamiser looked at Aoki's flying figure, feeling ups and downs in his heart. It turns out that this is the person she likes. Gyarados roared again, opened his mouth, and there was a purple light. Dragon Rage again. With a roar, Dragon Rage roared out and quickly hit Aggron. Aggron, carry it down for me and use Hoenn Claws. Aggron remained motionless and gently touched his paw, glowing with white light. The purple Dragon Rage hit Aggron's body head-on. The powerful force made Aggron take a step back involuntarily, leaving a drag mark on the ground. Aggron gritted his teeth. Even though it hurt a little, he still let Dragon Rage hit him. Fortunately, he has a certain resistance to Dragon-type skills, so even if Gyarados is an elite-level Pokemon, he can still withstand it. However, Kamiser was a little worried and held Aoki's arm tightly. Aoki seemed to be aware of Camaziliai's worry and lightly patted Camaziliai on the shoulder. "Don't worry, it's okay. Dragon-type damage is very low. Aggron can handle it. Please give me flowers?" He certainly wasn't worried about Aggron. Back then, Aggron was able to withstand many of Slaking's fighting skills, let alone a Dragon Rage. Very well, Aggron, since the attack has been increased, let's use the Rock Heavy Cannon. Aggron let out a roar of rage, brought his hands together, and soon formed a huge rock. Then with a forceful swing, the huge rock was thrown away with great force, and the target was clearly Gyarados. Gyarados also roared and spit out a strong Hydro Pump. The Hydro Pump collided with the huge rock, and strong water flow hit the rock. But after only a moment of stalemate, Rock used his powerful momentum to break through the Hydro Pump and hit Gyarados head-on. Gyarados let out an unwilling roar, and then his huge body was knocked out and rolled on the ground. Rock-type skills, and also ultimate moves, coupled with the bonus of secrets, could do a lot of damage to Gyarados. This is a double restraint skill. The damage suffered by Dragon Rage was far greater than that of Aggron. It can be said that Gyarados suffered a huge loss. Just because of the big loss, Gyarados became more angry and his eyes became red. Although it has not completely erupted yet, It is estimated that it will not take long before it goes berserk. Gyarados opened his mouth, and a huge golden light came out, then roared and rushed towards Aggron. Aggron, you also use Hyper Beam. Aggron also opened his mouth, and it was also a huge Hyper Beam. The two golden Hyper Beams collided together, emitting an even more dazzling light and causing a huge explosion. After the explosion, both Aggron and Gyarados froze, unable to move. Aggron, I believe you can move, use Thunderbolt on it. Aggron was in a stalemate for a moment, and then quickly moved over, releasing a Thunderbolt from his body. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't usually train Hyper Beam, Aggron has been trained better and has stronger physical fitness. So I just recovered after a moment of stalemate. The golden current made a crackling sound and quickly approached Gyarados. Gyarados is wild after all. Although it is an elite-level Pokémon, its physical nutrition is not as good as Aggron, so the body was still frozen. Facing the incoming Thunderbolt, I could only watch helplessly. After Thunderbolt approached, Gyarados' body was able to resume movement and then dodge to the side. It's just that it was a step slower after all. Before Gyarados could completely dodge, he was enveloped by Thunderbolt. Strong electric current continuously impacts Gyarados' body. Even Gyarados couldn't bear the severe pain and let out bursts of wailing sounds, which sounded very sad. After all, Gyarados is a water plus flying type, and his resistance to electricity type skills is very poor. This is because Thunderbolt is a special attack, 257 skill. Aggron is not very good at special attack. Otherwise, Gyarados would be injured more seriously. Ho ho ho! After Gyarados overcame Thunderbolt, his eyes became extremely red and rage was the only thing left in his mind. He wants to destroy, wreak havoc. Rage's Gyarados twisted its huge body and rushed towards Aggron quickly. Thrash, or Outrage. Aoki didn't think too much. No matter what skill it was, he could master it. Aggron, carry it down for me and use Thunder Punch. Aggron looked at the menacing Gyarados and did not dodge. He just stretched out a hand and hit Gyarados hard. There's also a flashing golden current on the arm. Gyarados' huge body collided head-on with Aggron. Coupled with the powerful impact, Aggron couldn't help but take a step back. Fortunately, Aggron's body was relatively strong, and he was able to endure it after all. Not only did he carry it down, but he also used Thunder Punch to hit Gyarados head-on. The electric current, coupled with Aggron's power, made even Gyarados unable to bear it, and his body was knocked to the ground. Due to the strong impact, a huge deep pit suddenly formed on the ground. Aggron stood in the pit, breathing heavily and raising his right hand. Although Gyarados was knocked down with one punch, it also suffered a lot of damage and suffered severe physical exhaustion. Gyarados once again withstood the attack of electric skills, and his body had reached its limit. But it has not lost its combat effectiveness, and can still continue to move and continue fighting at any time. Aggron, given the last move, Thunder Punch. Aggron punched Gyarados again, his arm covered with lightning, hitting Gyarados' body. This time, Gyarados was seriously injured and couldn't withstand Thunder Punch after all, and then fainted. Very good. Kamiser was really relieved for Aoki, but was worried that Aggron would be defeated. Fortunately, Aggron defeated Gyarados. Go ahead, Pokeball. Aoki threw a treasure ball, hitting Gyarados lightly. This Gyarados is very powerful. It has reached elite level and knows many skills. Of course, he couldn't give up. The Pokeball hit Gyarados, and Gyarados was quickly conquered. Aoki immediately took out the Pokemon Pokédex to prevent Gyarados from being sent away. He is now on a deserted island and needs powerful water Pokemon to leave here. Gyarados is the most suitable. At least it's better than Greninja. Greninja can't drag two people swimming in the sea. Aoki thought about his Pokemon and finally decided to send Electabuzz back first. During this time, Electabuzz mainly focuses on nutritional supplements. Even if it is sent to Professor Birch Laboratory, Aoki will send some energy cubes, which are enough for his Pokemon. After conquering Gyarados, Aoki immediately opened the system log and did not get the diamond treasure chest. It seems that he still needs to get the approval of Gyarados. Just like those gym challenges, he got the approval of those trainers. Aoki released Gyarados, and then used the power of Iridian to heal Gyarados' wounds. Kamiser was nearby and had already noticed Aoki's special abilities, but didn't ask too much. This is Aoki's secret after all. Gyarados recovered quickly, and just as he was about to move his body, he felt the inexplicable kindness from Aoki. It remembered that it had been beaten and wanted to explode, but it didn't know why. It just didn't want to explode. I even like Aoki's gentleness. Aggron stood nearby, staring at Gyarados. As long as Gyarados dared to make a move, he would teach Gyarados a lesson. It's okay. Gyarados won't hurt me because we're good friends. Aoki put one hand on Gyarados' head. Gyarados didn't refuse, just leaning on Aoki's hand, always feeling particularly gentle. Gyarados, you must be hungry, right? I have some food here, you eat first. Aoki took out some energy cubes and not only prepared one for Gyarados, but also prepared one for Aggron. When Gyarados smelled the delicious energy cubes, he was not polite and wolfed them down, feeling very happy. Aggron was hungry after a fight, so he sat next to him and ate due to his stuttering. Just after eating half of it, Gyarados had already finished it and looked at it eagerly. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Aggron, Gyarados would probably have grabbed something to eat. Aggron struggled for a while, thinking that Gyarados would also be Aoki's Pokémon in the future, so he should play nice. As the big brother, it should express it. Dora, Aggron separated half of the energy cube and shouted. Gyarados was very happy, shouted the same, and then began to eat big mouthfuls. Until he was full, Gyarados lay on the ground with a very happy expression on his face. 5.3 Gyarados is really happy today. Aoki raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and it looked like he would be able to capture Gyarados immediately. Gyarados, how about it? Do you want to travel with me? I can treat you to nice food later. Gyarados rolled his eyes. If he could eat delicious food every day, it wouldn't be impossible. It is very boring here and feels very tired. You can go out for a walk with Aoki. And it thinks Aoki is very good and its own strength is strong enough. After Gyarados made his decision, he gently rubbed Aoki's arm. This means that I agree. Aoki was also very happy because he got the diamond treasure chest. After obtaining Gyarados' consent, Aoki immediately opened the system panel. And sure enough, the diamond treasure chest was obtained. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully obtained the Aggron Mega Evolution Stone and obtained the prop leftovers. Aoki paused. I think I might have seen it wrong. What is written in the system log seems to be Aggron's Mega Evolution Stone. Aoki took another look and saw that it was indeed Aggron's Mega Evolution Stone. He was not mistaken. Aggron's Mega Evolution Stone is finally in hand. At this moment, Aoki was about to cry and felt very excited. He got so many Mega Evolution Stones, but none of them belonged to Aggron. Unexpectedly, the diamond treasure chest I got this time was what I wanted most. Suddenly, he was grateful to the Vortex, which not only brought him closer to Kamiser, but also allowed him to get Aggron's Mega Evolution Stone. In addition, he also conquered elite-level Gyarados, so it can be said that this time he has gained a lot. Oh, and there are leftovers. This prop is especially suitable for Happiny, the final evolved Blissey, whose physical strength is full. Combined with leftovers, Blissey can restore a lot of stamina. Her special attack of 19 is not particularly bad. Once she is well developed, Blissey can be used as a main player. Coupled with her unique Mega Battery life, many people will call her the Pink Devil. With leftovers, Blissey can be said to be even more powerful. Aoki decided that in the next period of time, he must focus on cultivating Blissey. A well-trained Blissey can make countless people completely despair. Happiny, give you a good gift. Aoki took out leftovers with glowing apple cores on them. Even though it's an apple core, and it looks like it's still leftover, it's a prop. As long as you eat it, you can regain your strength. Happiny happily took the apple core, swallowed it in one bite, and showed a happy expression. Aoki touched Happiny's head and suddenly remembered something. That is, can this kind of prop be taken out? What if I need to replace it with another prop in the future? For example, with Chanse, he might be able to get an Eviolite to increase his double defense. Aoki looked at the system panel and then breathed a sigh of relief. This thing is a system item and can be taken back and given to other Pokemon for use. But he has no intention of taking it back. Leftovers, especially for the future Blissey. As for Jirachi, Aoki is not in a hurry to prepare props for it. It will not appear in the short term. Maybe you can get better props in the future, and you may also get second leftover. At worst, wait until Jirachi has completely grown up before equipping Jirachi with leftovers. Kamizer didn't know why Aoki gave Happiny a leftover apple core, but seeing Happiny so happy, Kamizer was embarrassed to say anything. Okay, Aggron, let me give you a piece of equipment. You will definitely like it. Aoki picked up the Mega Evolution Stone he just obtained and put it on a necklace he had prepared. He had already made preparations before. As long as he obtained Aggron's Mega Evolution Stone, he would give it to Aggron to use. After procrastinating for several months, I finally got the Aggron Mega Evolution Stone. I really look forward to what kind of drastic changes Aggron's strength will undergo once he gets Mega Evolution. If Kamizer wasn't nearby, Aoki would definitely give it a try. Before winning Kamizer's heart, some things still need to be hidden. Take the Mega Evolution Stone, for example. Once this kind of thing is exposed, those big families will definitely get it like crazy. He doesn't have any advantage anymore. Kamizer didn't think too much about it. He simply thought it was a decorate product. After all, there are many trainers who bring decorate items to Pokemon just for the sake of beauty. Okay, Kamizer, let's go for a walk in the forest. Maybe we can get stronger Pokemon. Aoki left a little unhurriedly. If possible, you would like to investigate here. Maybe you can get better Pokemon. For example, Beldum, Ralts, Gible, Larvitar, this kind of thing is possible. Alas, a certain protagonist started to have wild thoughts again. Okay, let's go shopping again. Kamizer was also a little excited. I just conquered a Magnemite before, and he has very strong combat power and some good skills, which shows that he has high qualifications. She also wants to conquer some better ones. The next day, Aoki and Kamazile walked around the entire forest, but they didn't find any outstanding Pokemon. I only got some special tree fruits. There are many excellent tree fruits in this world, and some are particularly excellent, which can speed up the growth of Pokemon. Those big families monopolize excellent tree fruits and highly qualified Pokemon, so the family members are very powerful. The tree fruits Aoki packed are relatively rare and are also food for Gyarados. Gyarados was able to become an elite-level Pokemon, in addition to its high qualifications, because it ate these fruits. Now that Gyarados is leaving with him, Aoki naturally wants to pack up all these excellent tree fruits. There were a lot of decent tree fruits left, but Aoki only collected some. After all, there are so many Pokemon in the forest. If he takes away all the fruits, these Pokemon will be hungry in the future. Aoki can't do such an animal thing. After everything was ready, Aoki came to the coast and prepared to leave the island on Gyarados. Gyarados, it's up to you to take us two away from this island. Ho ho ho. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Aoki immediately climbed onto Gyarados' back and stretched out a hand. Kamazire, remember to catch it and be careful. Kamizer grabbed Aoki's hand and jumped onto Gyarados' back. It was just that one was unstable, the body staggered, and fell towards the other side. Aoki looked at Kamizer, who was about to fall, and immediately pulled her into his arms. Kamazile felt Aoki's embrace. His face turned red, his heart was pounding, and he was particularly nervous. Suddenly, I felt Aoki's embrace was very warm. I really hope that I can hold Aoki together forever and never be separated for the rest of my life. This rosy face is eye-catching. Aoki couldn't help but take a second look. Half a day later, with the help of Aoki's system map, Aoki finally arrived at the beach where he was swept away by the Whirlpool. I finally came back, and I didn't expect our tent to be still there. Kamizer jumped to the shore and was filled with emotion. This crisis can also be regarded as an opportunity. Not only did she tame a good Pokemon, but she also knew that Aoki was kind-hearted and a very good man. Kamizer also decided that he must seize this opportunity and never miss such a high-quality man like Aoki. Okay, Gyarados, you protect Kamizer here. Kamizer, I'm going out. I have something important to do. I understand, then go ahead. Kamiser also knew that Aoki should have something important that she should not know. Although she was very curious, since it was Aoki's secret, she wouldn't ask too many questions. Aggron, you follow me now? I will take you to something important. That's right. Aoki is going to try out Aggron's Mega Evolution form. This kind of thing needs to be concealed, and Kamiser cannot know about it for the time being. Aggron dragged his huge body and followed Aoki. Aoki took Aggron to the depths of the jungle to make sure there was no one nearby. Jirachi immediately got out his arms and circled around Aoki. Okay, I'm sorry to trouble you during this time. Don't worry, I will hold you rest tonight. Aoki patted Jirachi. To prevent Kamiserii from finding out, Jirachi hid in Aoki's clothes or in his backpack. Now that Kamiser is gone, Jirachi becomes jealous. Tonight, rest. Jirachi happily lay on Aoki's head, enjoying the moment. Aggron, it's your turn. Aoki looked at Aggron, touching the Mega Evolution keystone with one hand. Aggron, respond to my bond and Mega Evolution. As soon as he finished speaking, the Mega Evolution keystone on Aoki's right hand suddenly emitted a faint light. Then, a green light also appeared on Aggron's body. His body quickly grew in size, and the armor on his shoulders became. Not long after, when the light dissipated, Aggron changed his appearance. The armor on his body became more powerful, and his appearance became quite ferocious. Like a warrior wearing heavy armor, majestic. Of course, Aggron not only became more handsome in appearance, his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Name, Mega Aggron. Strength, Elite level, Perfection of Mysteries. Qualification, Champion level. Skill, Aqua Tail. This is the strength of Mega Aggron. Aoki noticed that there was a slight change in the Eye of Data. In the past, I could only see the general strength, but not the specifics. In the Mega Aggron form, the secret has been completed, and the strength has reached the peak of Elite. It is only one step away from reaching the championship level. But without Mega Evolution's Aggron, Aoki is not very clear. Aggron, exit Mega Evolution form. Aggron's body glowed again, and then he changed back to his original form. Name, Aggron. Strength, Elite level, Profound Truth. Qualification, Champion level. Sure enough, the Eye of Data has changed. It was just a rough guess at first, but now it is confirmed that Aggron has reached the Elite Intermediate level. Once Mega Evolution, it is the pinnacle of Elite. Aoki lowered his head and thought. It has been more than a month since Aggron entered the Elite level and has already reached the Elite Intermediate level. Sure enough, this is the benefit of having high qualifications. Coupled with eating well, Aggron has made obvious progress. It is estimated that by the time of the Alliance competition, Aggron will have a certain possibility of reaching the championship level. Well, although it's not very likely. Okay, Aggron, you're already strong, we can go back. Aoki has already experimented. There is no need to stay anymore. It is time to return to the campsite. Aggron was very happy, especially when he thought that he had suddenly become stronger and could hardly walk. I have become stronger and can protect my master better. After returning to the campsite, Kamiserii had already tidied up the place. When he saw Aoki coming back, he didn't ask any questions. Okay, everyone is hungry. I will prepare food for everyone. After eating, we will continue to set off. As soon as he heard that he could eat, Gyarados immediately swam over and looked at him with big eyes and his mouth wide open. He loves eating most, not to mention the energy cubes made by Aoki, which are particularly delicious. Okay, don't look at me like that. I will prepare energy cubes for you. When the time comes, you will be full. Aoki patted Gyarados on the head. With a delighted smile on his face, Gyarados immediately leaned on Aoki's shoulder and rubbed hard. Other Pokémon also rushed over, especially Greninja and Blaziken, also grabbing Aoki's arm. Happiny even occupied Aoki's shoulders, and Jirachi moved in Aoki's clothes. Aggron stood beside him without saying a word. Grovyle was also very arrogant. Shelgon was gathering energy and preparing to evolve, so he didn't move. Commissary couldn't help but shook his head when he saw Aoki and Pokémon being so friendly. Sure enough, Aoki is a good person. If it were a bad guy, Pokémon wouldn't be so kind. But why? Commissary suddenly felt a little jealous. Okay, you don't want charm anymore. I'm going to prepare energy cubes for you now. You go and take a rest first. The Pokémon all left one after another. Aoki, Zhao, came to the tent and started making energy cubes. Commissary's Pokémon, Magnemite, Blitzel, Electros, and Emolga. They all also like to eat Aoki's food, so they gathered around Aoki and wanted to eat immediately. Even Commissary was sitting not far away, looking at Aoki silently. She also likes to eat Aoki's cooking. Dinner was ready. Aoki and Commissary sat together, admiring the delicious food, which was particularly delicious. The Pokémon also gathered together, eating and gobbling up, especially Gyarados, who was almost like a hungry ghost. After eating, Gyarados looked at other Pokémon. To be precise, he took a fancy to other Pokémon's food. Gyarados, don't steal from others. I'll treat you to some more. Aoki is really afraid of Gyarados robbing people. Early the next morning, Aoki took Commissary and continued their journey to Lavage Town. He had wasted enough time these days, and he wanted to go to Lavage Town as soon as possible to challenge the gym trainer there. On this day, Aoki and Commissary walked through the jungle together and gradually approached the road. As long as you get on the road and follow the road, you will soon reach Lavage Town. Along the way, Aoki trained Shelgon. Greninja has successfully evolved. His focus is not on raising Shelgon. Once you successfully evolve into a violent salamander, your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In addition, he also has the Mega Evolution Stone of Salamander, so he has special expectations for Salamander. Rumble, rumble. Aoki suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from soaring in the sky. Commissary also heard it and looked up at soaring in the sky. There was a huge black shadow in the distance. This black shadow should be a helicopter. Airplane, could it be another villain organization? Aoki thought so. The villain organization is really too impressive. The real organization and ordinary trainers don't even have planes. In soaring in the sky is indeed the plane of the villain organization. The owner of the plane is Hunter K. In the villain organization, the entire Hunter Alliance is very strong. Those who can have the code name 903 are relatively strong hunters. Hunter K was sitting next to the window, with his body slightly tilted and a glass of red wine in his hand. The harvest this time is huge. I should be able to get a lot of money from selling these Pokémon. Congratulations, sir. Maybe you can buy a quasi-god, and then you can become an elite-level trainer. The little boy next to him was also complimenting me. Hunter K sounded very happy. He likes such compliments. And he has also decided that after a while, when he makes enough money, he will buy a quasi-god. After saving for so long, I have saved enough. Hunter K looked outside the window silently and suddenly noticed Aoki. The most important thing was the Pokémon next to Aoki, which caught his attention. Although it was far away, Hunter K could clearly see that it was a Shelgon. The quasi-god Pokémon is also his dream. Hunter K suddenly laughed wildly. That's great. I didn't expect that just when I wanted to get a good Pokémon. He came here. Come closer to me. He has decided that he must snatch this Shelgon, and then he will buy another one. With 2 quasi-god Pokémon, you can shorten the time it takes to become an elite-level trainer. The helicopter immediately moved toward Aoki. Aoki, it seems to be coming towards us. Commissary's face was a little solemn. He remembered Team Aqua, whom he met before, and now he met the mysterious organization again. This world is really a mess. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Aoki is very calm. As long as he is not particularly strong, he will be fine. The man in front of him only had a gold treasure chest, so he was probably not particularly powerful. A quasi-elite trainer at best. He now has 2 elites, and Aggron can also mega evolve, so there is no need to worry. The plane gradually approached, then stopped in front, and more than 10 people rushed out of it. The one at the front is Hunter K. You brat, hand over your Shelgon and other Pokémon, and I will spare your life. Shelgon, Flamethrower. Aoki didn't even pay attention to Hunter K. Ask him to hand it over, and he will hand it over. Does he still want to save face? At this time, you should attack directly. Shelgon listened to Aoki's order and spit out a mouthful of hot fire angrily. It wants to burn the person in front of it to death, and actually wants to snatch it away from Aoki. No, Nidoking used Poison Barb. Hunter K didn't expect that Aoki would take action without even saying 10 words about martial ethics. Hastily throwing out a Pokemon. After the huge Nidoking appears, he opens his mouth and spits out a large amount of Poison Barb. Poison Barb and Flamethrower collided together, pierced through the flames in an instant, and flew towards Aoki. Not good, Gyarados Hydro Pump. The moment Aoki saw Nidoking, he immediately threw the Luxury Ball. Gyarados' huge body suddenly appeared, and then let out a roar, seeming to announce his appearance. With a roar, Gyarados noticed the Poison Barb attack, which was a Water Column. The Water Column collided with Poison Barb, penetrating Poison Barb, and rushed towards Nidoking with an unstoppable momentum. What? So strong, Gyarados. Nidoking jumped to the side to avoid it. Although Nidoking is very large, his reaction is not slow. He jumped hard and avoided Hydro Pump's attack. So close. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Hunter K to have such a powerful Nidoking. Name, Nidoking. Strength, Elite Level, Ultimate Success. Qualification, Elite Level. He really didn't expect that Hunter K actually had an Elite Level Pokemon. How's it going? I bought this Pokemon at a huge price. I got a bargain at first, and now it's Elite Level. Although the hunter was surprised by Gyarados' strength, he did not think of it as an Elite Level, only thinking that the strength was slightly stronger. On the contrary, he had to show off his Nidoking. I was deceived by others and bought a seriously ill one. As a result, he accidentally ate some excellent tree fruits, and Nidoking survived, and he had an extra high-quality Pokemon. I see. Aoki understood why this guy had an elite-level Pokemon, but only a gold treasure chest. Obviously, this Nidoking was bought and not carefully cultivated by myself, so it is not included in the calculation. Those elites and champions are basically carefully cultivated by themselves. It's just that people's families have money, or they're lucky, and they get a lot of highly qualified Pokemon. Unlike Hunter K, you can only get Nidoking by buying Pokemon. Gyarados Encore Hydro Pump. Aoki didn't waste any time and stretched out his hand with a domineering expression. I really don't want to waste time with Hunter K. Gyarados opened his mouth and spit out a powerful Hydro Pump, which was more powerful than before. No, is it Elite Level? The hunter's expression changed instantly when he felt Gyarados' strong momentum. Elite Level Gyarados is very restrained in his Nidoking. Nidoking Mega Horn. Nidoking bent down, and a white light emitted from the tentacles on his head. Then he charged towards Gyarados menacingly and hit Hydro Pump head-on. Damn it, they're actually Elite Level Gyarados. Come on together and take care of them first. Hunter K's expression was not very good. His Nidoking attribute is just restrained by Gyarados, and there is not much gap in strength. If we really get into a fight, it will definitely be over. So they must let their men deal with Aoki. Go ahead, Injinlu. Go ahead, Pidgeotto. Go ahead, Sandslash. They are all Pokemon from the Kanto region. It seems that these people are all hunters from the Kanto region. I don't know why I came to the Hoenn region to hang out. Maybe it's because I can't do well in the Kanto region, so I have to come here to hang out. However, these Pokemon are very weak in strength. The strongest ones are at the gym level, and there are only 2 of them. Most of them are only at the elite level. Electros, Blitzel, Magnemite. I leave it to you to guide Amalga. Kamizer also released his own Pokemon. She also wants to participate in this battle, and wants to defeat rival with Aoki. Blaziken, Shelgon, these Pokemon are left to you. Greninja, Ursaring are left to you. Blaziken jumped out immediately. Shelgon followed closely, and the battle was ready to break out at any time. Grovyle followed Blaziken, preparing to cooperate with Blaziken. Greninja, respond to my bond, and the bond evolves. Aoki is going to try the bond evolution, but it has been so long, and he has not fought before. Greninja suddenly glowed, and the dazzling white light caught Hunter K's attention. Hunter K was stunned. How is this possible? Isn't Greninja already in its final form? Why can it continue to evolve? Not only did Hunter K fail to understand it, but even Kamiser also didn't understand it. Why can Greninja still evolve? After the light dissipated, a brand new Greninja appeared in front of Aoki. Sure enough, Greninja can continue to evolve. I will order your Greninja. Hunter K's eyes were full of greed. He wants to defeat Aoki and steal all of Aoki's Pokémon. Shelgon, and a Greninja that can evolve again. Idiot. Aoki glanced at Hunter K with contempt, and then looked at Greninja's data. Name, Greninja Flash. Ability, Riptide, Bond Transform. Strength, Gym level, Quasi-Elite level. Qualification, Champion level. Originally only a Gym level strength, but now it has reached a Quasi-Elite level. Don't take it easy when bullying these little minions in front of you. Blaziken had already rushed into the crowd, spitting out Flamethrower and killed several Pokémon. Shelgon was not bad either. He also spit out Flamethrowers, Beedrills, and Arbor Snakes, all of which were instantly killed. Only Ursaring and a Houndoom were strong enough to avoid being defeated. Ursaring, Hyper Beam. Houndoom, Flamethrower. The two minions shouted orders. Ursaring released a golden Hyper Beam, tearing open the space and flying towards Greninja. Houndoom exhaled a hot Flamethrower, burning the air, and came to Aoki's side in an instant. Greninja, duck, water pulse. Greninja immediately jumped next to Aoki and threw a huge water ball with both hands, extinguishing the Flamethrower. Next to him, Blaziken suddenly jumped out and jumped next to Ursaring, using Sky Uppercut. Where is Ursaring? Blaziken's rival, with one move of Sky Uppercut. Ursaring was stunned. Although Ursaring was able to withstand it, Blaziken's power still caused him to be severely injured, with a painful expression on his face. Greninja, Water Shuriken. Greninja took out the Water Shuriken from his back, threw it hard, and hit Ursaring head-on. Ursaring finally couldn't bear it anymore. Greninja, Hydro Pump, Blaziken, Sky Uppercut against Houndoom. Greninja hits another huge Hydro Pump. Houndoom immediately jumped to the side, preparing to dodge, but was still a step too late and was hit head-on by Hydro Pump. Blaziken jumped next to Houndoom again and did another Sky Uppercut, sending Houndoom flying directly into soaring in the sky. By the time it fell back to the ground, Houndoom had lost its ability to fight. Greninja, Blaziken, the rest is up to you. Aoki did not continue to direct. There are only some elite Pokémon left, and he no longer needs his command. His main goal now is still Hunter K. Please give me flowers. Electros, Blitzel, come on together, collective discharge. Kamiser gave an order, and several Pokémon discharged together. Several Pidgeotto in Thundershock and knocked down Pidgeotto. Hunter K looked ugly when he saw that his men were crushed so easily. But thinking of his own strength, Hunter K suddenly became confident. You brat, these Pokémon of yours are very powerful, but they are not my rival yet. Go Rapidash, go Nidoqueen, Arbok, Ariados. Hunter K threw 4 more Pokémon balls, and 4 Pokémon appeared. Name, Rapidash. Strength, Quasi-Elite level. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. Name, Nidoqueen. Strength, Quasi-Elite level. Name, Ariados. Strength, Quasi-Elite level. Aoki's face turned slightly solemn. The 4 Pokémon are all Quasi-Elite level. His Gyarados needs to deal with Nidoking, and Aggron needs to deal with 4 Pokémon. But it's okay. It's not particularly dangerous. As long as you go faster, you should be able to take care of these Pokémon as soon as possible. After all, his Aggron is Elite level, not comparable to Quasi-Elite level. It can also perform Mega Evolution, so it has a high chance of winning. Greninja, you go deal with Rapidash. I believe in your strength. Greninja jumped out immediately. Aoki took out another Luxury Ball and threw it hard. Aggron, use the most powerful Earthquake on me. Aggron's huge figure appeared and roared. The moment he came out, Aggron stomped the ground with both feet, causing the earth to tremble violently. Several nearby Pokémon were all attacked by Earthquake, with even more pain on their faces. Especially Hunter K's Pokémon are basically restrained by the ground type, coupled with elite level strength. Arbok, Nidoqueen, and Rapidash were all hit hard and let out a shrill cry of love. Even the elite level Nidoking was unable to escape Aggron's attack and was also seriously injured. How is this possible? How can you still have elite level Pokémon? Hunter K felt the trembling of the earth and knew Aggron's strength, and his face instantly turned pale. It's another elite level one, and it uses a big move right away. So many of his Pokémon are injured. I don't know if I can beat him next time. 2 elites are too much pressure. Gyarados, Eternal Torch. Aoki didn't give Hunter K a chance to be surprised, so he took advantage of this opportunity to deal with Nidoking. Gyarados immediately spat out a jet of water. The speed of the water column was very fast, and in an instant it was in front of Nidoking. No, Nidoking, get out of the way. Hunter K's expression changed. He was naturally careless. Nidoking also stayed for a while, then took a step slower and was hit by Hydro Pump. The huge body 193 was rushed out and rolled on the ground. Aggron, give him one last move, Earthquake. Aggron raised his foot again, stomping ground hard, and the ground trembled again. Nidoking was hit by an invisible force and was knocked away, bumping back and forth on the ground. With just one move, Nidoking was hit with a very painful expression on his face. Being attacked by 2 elite-level Pokémon in a row, Nidoking was very physically exhausted and was panting heavily. In other words, he has elite-level strength and relatively strong physical strength. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Several other Pokémon were also affected, and each one was seriously injured. Hunter K's face looked ugly, because he had already made plans to retreat. The power of elite Pokémon cannot be compared to that of normal Pokémon. Even if he had a few quasi-elites, he couldn't defeat Aoki's Aggron. Not to mention that his Nidoking was seriously injured and physically exhausted. Force. Aoki suddenly said something and gently patted Kira on the heart. Jirachi immediately glowed. The hunter was about to take back his Pokémon, but was controlled by confusion and the Pokémon ball was taken away. Aggron, free play, Gyarados, defeat Nidoking once and for all. Aggron and Gyarados rushed to their rival at the same time, and then a fierce battle ensued. In the end, all Hunter K's Pokémon were defeated. Hunter K was sitting on the ground with an ugly face. He had already raised a lot of money and was going to buy a quasi-god Pokémon. In the end, he was defeated by Aoki. Who would have thought that Aoki would have 2 elite-level Pokémon, and both would be so powerful? Especially that Aggron. It was a bit too strong, almost killing a kid with one move. Aoki walked to the hunter and stepped on the hunter. Do you want me to give you Shelgon now? Shelgon also came over, his huge body pressed against Hunter K, and he shouted, "Want more?" Hunter K had a bitter look on his face and forced out a smile. I was wrong. I'm willing to give you money. Can you let me go? Let's go. Take me to your plane first, and let me see what you have gained. Aoki took Hunter K and walked into the plane. Hunter K didn't dare to resist. How could he fight Aoki if all his Pokémon were gone? If you really want to fight Aoki, then you have to deliver food to Aoki. Inside the plane, when Aoki came in, he saw many cages containing many Pokémon. The first Pokémon surprised Aoki. It turned out to be the Usangia of the Hoenn region. Mudkip, the final evolved form of Swampert, is even capable of Mega Evolution. It's a particularly powerful Pokémon, but Aoki just glanced at it and didn't take it to heart. It's just a quasi-elite qualification. He already has a Greninja, so he doesn't need the water type for the time being, unless this Mudkip has particularly good qualifications. The next few Pokémon are also unique to the Hoenn region. Nuzleaf, Shiftry, Skitty, Numel, Torkoal. They're all quite powerful. Although they're not as good as Usangia, they can still make some money by selling them to ordinary families. There's also a Spheal among them, which is water and ice type, and has quite high qualifications, quasi-elite qualification. but Aoki doesn't like it very much. Kamazire, this Feel, and Mudkip, how about you come and conquer them? The electric type is easily restrained by the ground type. It's good to have the water type. Thank you then. Kamazire thanked him. Although she is an electric Pokemon trainer, Mudkip and Sfeel are both rare Pokemon. Of course, she wouldn't refuse. And she also knew that Aoki had better Pokemon and would definitely look down on these ordinary Pokemon. Aoki walked to the end and suddenly paused, looking at the cage in front of him with a look of joy on his face. Inside the cage is a green figure. Yes, this is the Ralts Aoki has always dreamed of. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky. He was still looking for Ralts, and Hunter K took the initiative to send him to his door. Alas, these hunter groups were really nice and gave him free Ralts. He really likes Ralts' final evolved Gardevoir, which is extremely powerful. The main thing is that Gardevoir is beautiful. There will even be a lot of training roles to go along with Gardevoir. Wait, I'm thinking too much about how he could have happened with Gardevoir. Although this Gardevoir is very good. Rubbing, Ralts was very scared and hid in the corner, shivering, not daring to get close to Aoki. Aoki also noticed something unusual and slowly stretched out a hand, releasing his Viridian power. And express your kindness. Ralts was originally very scared, but after feeling Aoki's kindness, he suddenly wasn't so scared anymore. Ralts, don't be afraid. I will release you now. Luxury. Aoki knocked on the cage lightly and looked at the Hunter K next to him with murderous intent in his eyes. This look seems to be saying, do it quickly. Hunter K was also a smart man. He immediately took out the key and opened the cage, acting respectfully. He was really scared of Aoki. Aoki opened his hand, but before he could take action, Ralts teleported. By the time he reacted, Ralts had appeared in Aoki's arms, leaning against Jirachi. Jirachi, another person competing with it for position. Let the other Pokemon go. Hunter K immediately opened all the cages. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and Hunter K died in the explosion. Aoki naturally couldn't let them live, lest they cause trouble to him in the future. Especially Greninja's Bond evolution. Although it can be exposed, but if it can be silenced, it must be silenced. Gone. Aoki hugged Ralts, turned around, and left. Kamazire immediately followed behind, not paying too much attention to these hunter organizations. Once they were eliminated, they were eliminated. It's better than them being hunted. Aoki was walking on the road, feeling very excited. This hunter organization is so good that they gave him a Ralts for free. He also gave Kamazire a Mudkip and a Sfeel. If they are well cultivated, they will be no worse than Electros. Moreover, Water-type Pokemon can also make up for the disadvantages of Electric-type Pokemon. Aoki held Ralts and was thinking about which Pokemon should be sent back. After all, to conquer Ralts, you need a Pokemon Ball. Greninja can't do it. His main Pokemon needs to be trained well and strive to reach elite level as soon as possible. 19. Blaziken is also good. Shelgon is also the main player. Happiny and Jirachi use special balls, so they're not included. Both Gyarados and Aggron must stay to avoid such danger again. Grovyle is on the edge of evolution and is not suitable to be sent back. He still hopes to cultivate it himself. After thinking about it for a while, Aoki finally decided to put the Ralts in his backpack and not put them in the Pokeball. Even if Ralts evolves in the future, if Ralts is with you, you will see a beautiful scenery when you go out. This way there is no need to waste a position. As it happens, his backpack is big enough to carry Ralts and Happiny together. Name Ralts. Attribute, Super Fairy. Ability, Telepathy. Strength, Intermediate. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. Skills, Magical Leaf, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Confusion. Ralts have always been very ordinary. That is, they have relatively good qualifications. Although the qualifications are not up to the elite level, it is okay. If you train well, you can still reach the elite level. The main reason is that Ralts is excellent. The final evolved form Gardevoir is particularly beautiful, and it can also do Mega Evolution. A few days later, Aoki and Kamazire finally arrived at Lavage Town. Not long ahead, we'll reach our destination. When we get to Lavage Town, I must take a bath in the sand. Camieser breathed a sigh of relief. She still felt very tired after living in the jungle for a while. Okay, when we get there, we can take a rest. Aoki walked in front, followed by Grovyle. Grovyle was about to evolve, so Aoki specially brought it with him in the hope that it would evolve quickly. Grovyle, we will arrive at our destination soon. Have a good rest. You have worked hard these past few days. Aoki patted Grovyle on the shoulder. No home. Grovyle raised the branch in his hand and nodded happily to Aoki. The next second, a white light suddenly appeared on Grovyle's body, which was particularly dazzling. Aoki was stunned for a moment and quickly realized that Grovyle was about to evolve. It was supposed to evolve originally, but unexpectedly, after being praised by him, it evolved directly. Aoki, congratulations. Your Grovyle is about to evolve. Camieser is truly happy for Aoki. After getting along for a while, she has fallen in love with Aoki. The white light on Grovyle's body became more and more powerful, and his body became larger. After a long time like this, the white light disappeared and was replaced by a brand new Pokémon. Sceptile. Grovyle, no, it should be Sceptile. You finally evolved successfully. Congratulations. Aoki is happy for Sceptile. Sceptile is also very happy. Big brothers Blaziken and Greninja have evolved long ago. It was also waiting to evolve. After waiting for so long, it finally evolved successfully. Of course, Sceptile was happy. Name, Sceptile. Strength, Gym level. Qualification, Elite level. Skills, Sunny Day, Sun Flame. Finally, another gym level. Tyson, who will do well in the future, has been out for 2 years now, and the strongest one is at the gym level. But he already has a lot of gym levels. Currently, his Pokémon have made great progress. Aggron, Elite level. Gyarados, Elite level. Greninja, Quasi-Elite level. Blaziken, Gym level. Sceptile, Gym level. Shelgon, Gym level. Jirachi, Quasi-Elite level. Happiness, Advanced. Ralts, Intermediate. This is the strength of the Pokémon in Aoki. After this battle, Greninja's strength has reached the Quasi-Elite level, and the next step is to understand the secret. Happiny has also reached an advanced level and can evolve into Chanse at any time, as long as it can get Round Stone. He doesn't have this thing, but you can buy one from Nurse Joy. I believe Nurse Joy has it. As for whether Nurse Joy is willing to sell it, he may just have to find a way to seduce her. The most perverted thing is Jirachi, the tree fruit Aoki bought from Professor Oak, plus the tree fruit that bloomed. Everything we do is the top energy cube, just hoping that Jirachi can grow as soon as possible. 520 Jirachi has lived up to his expectations, perhaps because he is a fantasy beast and has relatively high qualifications, so he does not need to fight so much. From the elite level he was born at the beginning to the current quasi-elite level, the speed of improvement is really fast. Maybe it can successfully reach elite level before Greninja does. As long as Jirachi successfully reaches the championship level, there is no need to hide it. The championship level Jirachi must be very powerful, and Normal's little minions would not dare to attack him casually. The other one, Electabuzz, will be able to evolve soon, and once it evolves into Electivire, it should also be able to reach gym level. Okay, now that Grovyle has successfully evolved, let's not waste time and get to Lavage Town as soon as possible. I want to challenge the gym as soon as possible. Aoki pulled Camieser and walked quickly towards Lavage Town ahead. Camieser did not refuse to be held by Aoki, and even wanted to be held by Aoki. The two soon arrived at Lavage Town. Aoki did not challenge the Lavage Gym, but first went to the Pokémon Center. After walking through the jungle for such a long time, I was really tired and needed a good rest. First of all, you need to get some sleep and then buy a round stone. It's time for Happiny to evolve. Evolve early and you can fight. Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy. My Happiny will evolve soon. I wonder if you can prepare a round stone for me. Aoki found Nurse Joy immediately. When it comes to round stones, they must be owned by the Joy family. After all, they only have Happiny, Chanse, and Blissey. Nurse Joy's eyes lit up immediately when she saw Aoki's Happiny. It's really good. This Happiny has been trained really well. It's even better than the ones I trained at the beginning. No, my cousins are even better. Happiny also likes Nurse Joy, especially when there is Chansey next to her. Here, Nurse Joy, can you help me about the round stone? Aoki asked again. It's not impossible. As long as you are willing, I can indeed give you a round stone, but you have to do me a favor. Nurse Joy thought for a moment and did not reject Aoki, but she also did not agree. Aoki nodded, understood instantly, and gently tugged on his clothes. I know, then I agree. I am willing to dedicate myself to seduce Nurse Joy. Kamizer, Nurse Joy. The people nearby were speechless. Seductive Nurse Joy. I don't know what Aoki is thinking, but they really admire Aoki for daring to tease Nurse Joy like this. Another thing is that they are very envious of Aoki, who can actually have Happiny, which is a Pokemon that Nurse Joy only has. Sir, you are indeed handsome, but if you are willing to join our Joy family, I won't be able to accept it. Nurse Joy joked with a smile. Aoki then remembered that if he wanted to be with the Joy family, he had to get married. Moreover, the children she gave birth to were all female, and they were all very similar to Nurse Joy. So Nurse Joy, what do you want? As long as I can do it, it's not unacceptable. It's very simple. Your Happiny has been raised very well. I want to know how you raised it. Is the food good? Can you help me raise it? Nurse Joy has expectations in her eyes. Although he is not a combat member, he also hopes that his Chansey can become stronger. It turns out that Aoki understood that he envied his Happiny, so he also wanted to cultivate it. No problem. It's mainly some food. I can sell you some cheaper. Aoki did not refuse. He was already preparing to develop the big cake of energy cubes. First, it can be sold to the Joy family. We can't let Devon Manufacturing Group and Cynthia's family eat up this big piece of cake. That's great. I'll buy Pokemon food from you in the future. Nurse Joy smiled broadly. Not only does she smile happily, Nurse Joy's smile is even sweeter, which makes people have the urge to marry her. Fortunately, Aoki restrained himself. As a time traveler, how can I enter the Joy family? By the way, I have some food here. Can you see if your Chansey likes it? Aoki took out the boosting energy cube he prepared and placed it in front of Chansey. Chansey smelled the aroma of this food and ate it happily. Nurse Joy felt relieved when she saw that Chansey liked it so much. Come to think of it, Aoki is a very good breeder, able to make such delicious food, and it seems to be very nutritious. By the way, Nurse Joy, you can take a look at the nutritional content. If you think it's okay, we can develop it together. In addition, with the addition of Officer Jenny, Professor Oak, and Professor Birch, we jointly developed it. Aoki suddenly said something again. Although Professor Oak is very powerful, Aoki still feels uneasy because the cake is too big. He simply couldn't handle it alone. And this is just a primary energy block. You can unite more people. When he becomes stronger in the future, he will sell some intermediate energy cubes and high-level energy cubes. No problem, I agree. Nurse Joy's eyes lit up. Such an excellent energy cube would be of great benefit once it was promoted. Unexpectedly, Aoki actually invited her to collaborate. Could it be that Aoki has fallen in love with her? If Aoki really likes her, it's not unacceptable. She can also find a boyfriend. Nurse Joy covered her cheek, lost in thought, and even acted shy. Kamizer next to him turned dark. This Aoki actually teased other Stephanies, including Nurse Joy, in front of her. Aoki noticed Nurse Joy's expression and was speechless. Is it possible that Nurse Joy likes him? It doesn't seem to be unacceptable, but you can't get married or have a wife. At most, you can only accept two people being together. Such a beautiful Nurse Joy. If only she could be with other Nurse Joys. It can even include the entire Joy family. Wait, Aoki, you're thinking about something worse than a beast again. This kind of thing is impossible. Why do you have to think so much? Okay, Nurse Joy, you can go and talk. I'm gonna rest first. Aoki picked up his luggage and walked towards the room upstairs. Kamizer immediately followed. Because the two of them were already tacitly known as boyfriend and girlfriend, they booked a room. There's a large bed in the room. Don't get me wrong, Aoki is definitely not a pervert. He just lives together and won't do anything outrageous. In the room, Kamiser suddenly put his hands on Aoki's shoulders with a sly smile in his eyes. Aoki, are you really interested in Nurse Joy? How about you two get together? Aoki didn't know that Kamiser was jealous, so he teased Aoki. It seemed like this woman really fell in love with him. Alas, he is indeed getting more and more handsome. Well, since you have already said so, I won't say anything more. I will marry you tonight and live a happy and beautiful life. Aoki smiled and teased. Kamazal blushed and ran away quickly, embarrassed to face Aoki. Don't run away. Let's have a nice chat. Aoki laughed and joked again. Kamiser ran faster, got into the bathroom, and closed the door. In front of the mirror, Kamisery patted his face, feeling quite nervous. What did that mean just now? Could be that Aoki likes him? Real. So happy. Kamiser almost laughed. Early the next morning, Aoki got up very early and did some warm-up exercises. He will challenge the Lavage Gym today and get the heat badge as soon as possible. After eating, Aoki remembered that he defeated Hunter K last time and got the gold treasure chest, which seemed to have not been opened yet. Before going, you can open the treasure chest first to see if you can get good things and try to increase your strength. Aoki opened the system log. Congratulations to the host. You opened the golden treasure chest and successfully obtained a skill machine package. Skill machine packages are not impossible. Aoki looked at the contents of the package and found out that although his Pokémon had higher qualifications and more skills, but there are also many skills that have not been learned. And his Happiny is about to evolve into Chanse, and then skills are needed. Chanse can learn many skills, but it is a waste of time. Flamethrower, Sun Flame, Freezing Light. This is Aoki getting 3 skill machines, all of which are particularly practical. And they're all things Chanse can learn. Aoki thought for a while, and finally decided to let Gyarados learn Flamethrower to increase its strike range. From now on, even if you encounter Grass-type Pokémon, you can still restrain them. And Gyarados can indeed learn Flamethrower. Aoki gave all the remaining Sun Flame and Freezing Rain 983 to Happiny, and he can fight after it evolves. Pink Devil is coming soon. He will remind countless people of the horror of the Pink Demon. Maybe he will become the idol of the Joy family in the future. Kamiser, accompany me to challenge the gym. Coming. Kamiser immediately followed Aoki and left the Pokémon Center together. The two people soon arrived at the Lavage Gym. Is anyone there? I want to challenge the gym. Here, does anyone want to challenge the gym? Grandpa, someone is coming to challenge you. A red-haired girl rushed out in a hurry. This is the gym trainer of the future. Is the current Moore's granddaughter. Yasha has always been keen on gym challenges, so every time someone comes to challenge the gym, Yasha will be particularly excited. Coming. Inside the gym, an old man with silver hair walked out. This is the current gym leader and one of the former Elite Four. I didn't expect that there would be a challenger so early in the morning. The rules of the challenge are 3 versus 3. The final, BJBC, winner will get the heat badge. Clear. Aoki took out a luxury ball. Then my first Pokémon is decided to be you. Go ahead, Torkoal. It's Grandpa's Torkoal that has appeared. I really hope that my Torkoal will be as powerful as Grandpa in the future. Asha looked on, very excited, and she wanted to replace Aoki and participate in this gym competition. Name, Torkoal. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, Gym level. This Torkoal is not very strong and does not meet the status of Elite Four. But after all, it's just a gym competition, so it's impossible to send Pokémon that are too strong, otherwise it will be a cruelty. Then the decision is yours, Blaziken. I believe you can succeed. Aoki did not send Greninja. The current Greninja is a bully when sent out. In fact, even Blaziken is bullying Torkoal. After all, there's a certain gap between the two sides. Blaziken, you've been trained so well. Moore pushed up his glasses. As a Fire Elite trainer, Moore also has a Blaziken. So he could clearly see that Aoki's Blaziken was well-educated, with particularly well-developed limbs and distinctive hair. Blaziken used Sky Uppercut. Blaziken immediately drew towards Torkoal. His right hand glowed with white light, and he hit Torkoal hard. Torkoal, get out of my way and use Body Slam. Torkoal immediately jumped aside and avoided Blaziken's sky uppercut. Then he jumped into the air and used his body to hit Blaziken. Blaziken used Flame Charge. Blaziken quickly jumped to the side and then ran quickly, his body glowing red. As time passed, Blaziken ran faster and faster. Torkoal Shell Smash. Torkoal dodged Blaziken's attack and then lay down on the spot, his body glowing with white light. Blaziken used Bulk Up. Blaziken immediately assumed the Bulk Up pose, and his body became stronger. Very well, Blaziken. Take this opportunity, get close to Torkoal, and use High Jump Kick. Torkoal use Giga Impact. The Pokemon on both sides have not learned Earthquake. If Earthquake comes at this time, the effect will be outstanding. When Torkoal heard Moore's order, the white light on his body shone brighter and brighter, and then he ran quickly. Because of Shell Smash, the speed is greatly increased, so the running speed is very fast. Blaziken's running speed is not slow either. After all, it is the ability to accelerate, and coupled with Flame Charge, its speed is also increased to the extreme. Not long after, the two Pokemon got close to each other. Torkoal rushed towards Blaziken with an overwhelming momentum, slamming into him with all his strength. Blaziken jumped in the air and kicked Torkoal hard with his knee. The two sides collided violently, affecting the playing field and causing waves. "Grandpa, come on!" Yasha shouted loudly, cheering for her grandfather. Kamizer did not speak, but looked at Aoki nervously and also cheered for Aoki in his heart. In mid-air, Blaziken and Torkoal were in a stalemate for a moment, with both sides unable to do anything to each other. But it only took a moment for Blaziken to overwhelm Torkoal and kick Torkoal away hard. Although Torkoal's speed and strength have become stronger, it ultimately sacrifices defense. Unlike Blaziken, its own ability increases speed, defense, and attack. In addition, his own strength exceeds that of Torkoal. So Torkoal couldn't bear it all. After being kicked out, the turtle shell spun around on the ground a few times and then lost its ability to fight. On the contrary, although Blaziken was a little tired, the physical exertion was not as severe as expected. You can even keep fighting. "Blaziken, come back!" Aoki took back Blaziken and stared him more seriously, wanting to have an elite battle with Moore. Only by defeating Moore in an elite-level battle can you obtain the Diamond Treasure Chest. So he must take the initiative. "Little brother, your Blaziken is really strong. Is the trainer that just came out this year?" Moore still admires Aoki. "This Blaziken has been trained quite well." "Yes, I'm a trainer that just came out this year. In addition, I have 2 elite-level Pokemon. In the next 2 games, I hope to win an elite battle." Aoki's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He wants to defeat Moore as soon as possible and get a Diamond Treasure Chest. "I don't know what good things I can get from the Diamond Treasure Chest this time, and I'm looking forward to it more and more. 2 elite-level Pokemon? Are you sure you're a rookie trainer?" Moore opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that he might have heard wrong. Yash on the other side also felt unbelievable. Those were elite-level Pokemon, and she wasn't sure enough. Aoki actually already had 2 of them. "Yes, I am indeed this year's rookie trainer, but it's been 16 months since I got my first Pokemon." Aoki was still very proud when he said this. "I see. I didn't just get it this year. Wait, you got an elite-level Pokemon in 16 months. I really admire you." Moore had admiration in his eyes, and when he compared it with his granddaughter, it was too bad. If Aoki was raised since childhood, having an elite-level Pokemon would be nothing. But Aoki was only trained last year. "Well, since you want to have a battle between elites, I will fight with you. Go ahead, Ninetales, my trump card. I'm leaving it to you. I believe you can win." Moore took out another Pokemon ball and threw it hard. A very large Ninetales, waving its 9 tails gracefully, appeared on the field. Name, Ninetales. Strength, elite level, ultimate success. Qualification, elite level. A very ordinary elite level Pokemon may not have very high qualifications. Otherwise, if Moore had been an elite trainer for so long, Ninetales would not have been just a minor success. Aoki's Aggron has already completed the secrets and is about to complete them. I've decided here that it's you. Gyarados, show your strength. After Gyarados appeared, he immediately let out a roar, majestic and amazing. Gyarados is so strong. It looks like it's a tough battle today, but it's okay. Ninetales, use extra sensory. Moore took the lead and called the shots. Ninetales' body glowed with red light, and then an invisible force enveloped Gyarados. Gyarados was controlled and floated in midair. Gyarados, break free and use Aqua Tail. Gyarados shook his body vigorously and easily got rid of Wuwei's Godstone. Then it quickly floated towards Ninetales. The moment it got close, it stuck out its tail and bumped into Ninetales. There is a strong current on the tail. If they collide, Ninetales, a fire type, will definitely be seriously injured. But Ninetales definitely can't handle it forcefully. Ninetales, Fast Cough Mania. Ninetales jumped aside quickly. Gyarados' tail hit the ground, creating a big crater in the competition ring. Ninetales, take this opportunity and use the Sun Flame. Ninetales stabilized his body, white light glowing from his tail, constantly gathering the power of sunlight. Gyarados, don't be afraid, the most powerful Hyper Beam. Gyarados quickly turned around and looked at Ninetales not far away. A golden light condensed in his mouth. The white light and golden light complement each other and illuminate half of the venue. Kamiser was nervous. After all, Sun Flame restrains the water element. Once Gyarados is hit, he will definitely be seriously injured. Yasha was also very nervous and only hoped that her grandfather would win. The water Pokemon on the opposite side is too restrained. Very good, Sun Flame launch. Ninetales flicked his tail forcefully, and huge solar flames burst out, rushing towards Gyarados in an instant. Hyper Beam, launch with full force. Gyarados also spat out a mouthful of golden Hyper Beam. Wherever the two rays of light passed, the ground was impacted, forming a long ravine. Rumble, rumble, and there was a huge explosion. It was earth-shattering and resounded throughout the sky. The dazzling light illuminated everyone's eyes. Aoki and Moore covered their eyes with their hands and squinted. Yasha and Kamiser were also shocked by this powerful destructive power. Please give me flowers. Is this the strength of elite-level Pokemon? It's just too powerful. Both of them had a light in their eyes. They must become stronger, preferably with the strength of elite-level trainers. The explosion lasted for a long time, and after the light dissipated, a large crater appeared on the playing field. Gyarados and Ninetales stared at each other. Both sides had just exploded with all their strength, and their physical strength was quite serious. But after all, it is an elite-level Pokemon, and its physical strength is still very strong, and it does not lose its combat effectiveness so easily. Your Gyarados is really strong, but my Ninetales are not bad either. Ninetales, use Energy Ball. Ninetales immediately jumped into the air, with a green energy ball emerging from its tail, and flew out with great force. Gyarados' Aqua Tail. Gyarados immediately rushed towards Ninetales, then swung his tail hard and hit the green energy planet. The energy ball only lasted for a moment, and then was crushed by Gyarados' tail. Keep charging up and use Aqua Tail again. Gyarados quickly rushed towards Ninetales, very fast, wrapped around the tail of the water flow, and hit Ninetales hard. Ninetales, jump aside and gather the sun's flames once more. Ninetales dodged to the side and avoided Gyarados' attack, with white light gathering on his tail. Gyarados' Hyper Beam. Gyarados releases Hyper Beam again. Rumble, rumble. Hyper Beam and the sun's blazing flames emitted an earth-shattering explosion that resounded through the sky and was deafening. Gyarados, take advantage of this opportunity to rush forward and quickly approach Ninetales. Gyarados was in a stalemate for a moment, and when he was able to move, agility passed through the smoke and rushed towards Ninetales. Ninetales, be careful. Ninetales' Ninetales are all raised up, with alert eyes, ready to take action at any time. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed in, none other than Gyarados. Gyarados, give him the last move, Aqua Tail, and finish him off completely. Gyarados swung his tail again. The Aqua ring circled the tail and hit Ninetales hard. Ninetales, it was too late to dodge, and a burst of sunlight came from close range. Ninetales no longer dodges, raises his tail, and quickly gathers the sun's flames. Fortunately, this Ninetales has sunshine ability, so it can gather the sun's flames very quickly. Gyarados slammed over, and his tail with water flow slammed into Ninetales' body. The strong tackle, coupled with the water flow, Ninetales suffered a lot of damage, with a painful expression on his face. Hold on, Ninetales, Sunfire. Ninetales endured the pain, held Aqua Tail, and then all Ninetales swung at Gyarados. The sun's flames were fired at close range, hitting Gyarados head-on. Gyarados couldn't hold it back and was knocked straight away. His huge body hit the ground and was dragged along. Ninetales finally couldn't hold it anymore and was also thrown out, hitting the wall at the edge of the 583 ring. Gyarados, Ninetales, Aoki, and more both cared about their Pokémon and watched silently, feeling very nervous. Kamizer and Asha became even more nervous, as if they were fighting against each other. In the middle of the field, Gyarados stood up, staring at Ninetales with rage. This monster with 9 tails hurts it too much when beaten. It's too much for European Pokémon. Ninetales stood up like this with the same difficulty. The two sides just stared at each other, their bodies trembling. Ninetales, give him another move. #nah. Moore was also ready to let Ninetales continue to attack, but Ninetales couldn't bear it after all and fell heavily to the ground, losing his fighting ability. Instead, Gyarados held on. Although Sun Flame is very powerful, it is restrained against Gyarados. But Ninetales is not a Grass-type Pokémon and has no secret bonus. On the contrary, Gyarados, as a Water-type Pokémon, Aqua Tail not only has the bonus of this type, but also has the secret bonus. So Ninetales couldn't bear it. That's impressive, young man. I didn't expect you to actually raise such a strong Gyarados and defeat my Ninetales. Moore said with admiration. I feel more and more that Aoki is very good. It would be even better if he could be with his granddaughter. It's okay. By the way, Mr. Moore, please send out the second Pokémon. Aoki looked at Gyarados. Although he was seriously injured, he still had fighting experience. Coupled with the overconfidence ability, he defeated Ninetales and his attack power increased. As long as Gyarados plays steadily and consumes the energy of the opponent's next Pokémon, he should have a good chance of winning. The next decision is yours. Go ahead. Typhlosion. Moore sent out a second Pokémon. The final evolved form of Usangia, Typhlosion, and Cyndaquil from the Johto region. This is a tough Pokémon. Name, Typhlosion. Strength, Elite level, Perfection of Mysteries. Qualification, Elite level. Skills, Flamethrower, Hyper Beam, Flame Wheel, Inferno, Earthquake. Aoki frowned. This big guy had no moral integrity and actually issued his own trump card all at once. This is the pinnacle elite level Pokémon. Using your own trump card to bully a rookie trainer is going too far. I didn't plan to use Mega Evolution at first, but maybe in this battle I can only use Aggro Mega Evolution. Otherwise, he really can't beat him. It's all this bad old man's fault. Why did he use all his strength when he had nothing to do? It means that the main force was defeated. An old man who can't afford to lose. Moore noticed Aoki's strange look and felt quite embarrassed. He would never admit that his Ninetales were defeated, so he wanted to regain his position. Young man, this is my strongest Typhlosion. I'll give you a little pressure. Gyarados, although the old county across the street doesn't have martial ethics, we can't be afraid. We rushed forward and used the strongest Aqua Tail. Although Gyarados was very tired, he rushed over quickly and used Aqua Tail again. Typhlosion, Thunder Punch. Typhlosion faced the rushing Gyarados, clenched his right hand hard, and punched Gyarados fiercely. A strong electric current hit Gyarados' tail head-on. The two sides collided fiercely. The electric current continuously impacted Gyarados' body, and the strong electric current made Gyarados' face even more painful. Typhlosion was also shocked, his arms trembling. It's just that he was relatively strong, so he was able to bear it. There will also be a big gap between elite-level Pokémon. The collision was stalemate for a moment, and Typhlosion used powerful force to knock Gyarados away. Gyarados finally couldn't bear it any longer. His body was shaking on the ground, and he failed to stand up, losing his fighting power. The explosive beast also took 2 steps back. After all, it is a restrained attack, and the attack power has been increased by 1 level, so the loss is also huge. Gyarados, thank you. You did a good job this time. Typhlosion on the opposite side is also injured. Aoki encouraged him, then picked up another luxury ball and threw it away hard. Aggron, it's your turn next. You must give me this big victory. As soon as Aggron appeared, he roared and slapped his chest with both hands. You're so strong, Aggron. It looks like this is your trump card, but I won't lose. Moore's eyes lit up. As an old-timer, he could tell that Aggron was really strong. No, we must mediate the relationship between Aoki and his granddaughter. He thinks that his Stephanie is very beautiful. Aoki is also very handsome and has excellent abilities, making him a very suitable trainer. I really hope these two get together and have 2 more children. Asha was watching from the side, noticing Moore's eyes, and felt something was wrong. This Moore must be thinking of something bad. 3.3. Then Typhlosion, let's begin. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Prepare it for me. Aoki suddenly stopped Moore. Typhlosion knows Earthquake, so he plans to Mega Evolve in advance so that he won't be quadrupled. Oh, is there anything else? After hearing Aoki's words, Moore did not continue to take action. Instead, he folded his hands curiously and wanted to know what Aoki planned to do next. Aggron, respond to our bond, and the bond evolves. Aoki opened his hands and shouted loudly. Don't get me wrong, this is not a bond evolution. It's just that I don't want others to know about it for the time being. Just lie to them about bond evolution. Answer my bond, Mega Evolution. Moore was surprised. Hadn't Aggron finally evolved? What exactly is going on? Just as Moore was surprised, a white light suddenly appeared on Aggron's body, which was very bright. What's going on? Why is it still evolving? Before Moore could speak, Asha said in shock. Even Kamizer was shocked. Aggron actually evolved again. What on earth is it? Moore opened his mouth wide in surprise and couldn't close it, and he was roaring crazily in his heart. Did I travel through time, or am I in rest? Why did Aggron evolve again? The light gradually grew larger, and Aggron's size also changed rapidly. After a long time, the light dissipated and Aggron's shape changed. Name, Mega Aggron. Attribute, Steel. Ability, Filtering. Strength, Elite, Perfection of Mysteries. This is Aggron today. The attribute changed and became Fire type, which was restrained by the opponent's Typhlosion. 19. But the overall strength has become stronger. And filtering ability, even if it takes double damage, it will only take 1.5 times the damage. What's more important is that there is no quadruple restraint. What's going on? Moore opened his mouth in surprise. He felt that he might have seen it wrong. Aggron was obviously the final evolved form, but it could actually evolve again. Yes, this is my Aggron. Once I was attacked by a hunter organization, and it was the one that stood in front of me. At that moment, Aggron suddenly changed. I think it might be our bond that allowed Aggron to evolve again. This special evolution does not last very long. After the battle, it changes back to its original state, but it consumes a lot of my physical strength. So I call this evolution the bond evolution. Aoki started to lie. I see. The bond between Pokemon is also very important. For example, EV seems to require intimacy. Moore had no doubt that Aoki had succeeded. Okay, old man, this bond evolution will not last long and will consume a lot of my physical strength, so don't waste time. No problem. Typhlosion, use Earthquake. Aggron, we have Earthquake here too. Aggron and Typhlosion raised their feet at the same time and stomped the ground hard. The competition arena was impacted. An invisible force rushed towards the opponent. The 2 earthquakes collided head-on, splitting the competition arena into 2. Typhlosion and Aggron were both attacked by Earthquake, and their expressions were slightly painful. But relatively speaking, Typhlosion suffered more damage. After all, Aggron has an advantage in attack attribute, and Aggron also has an advantage in defense, but the physical attribute is relatively poor. But it's just the physical attribute of species strength. Aggron has developed very well. Strictly speaking, his physical strength may surpass Typhlosion. Not to mention Aggron's ability, which can filter out some damage. Very well, Aggron used the rock cannon. After Aggron took this move, his hands gathered together to form a large rock. Although after Mega Evolution, Aggron no longer has rock type, the profound meaning of rock that he has understood will not dispel the disease. It is still the ultimate secret. Aggron is so strong, he actually managed to hold it down. Typhlosion jump away immediately, and then use Focus Blast. Moore was also shocked by Aggron's strength. Although it was 4 times more restrained, Typhlosion actually suffered more damage. How did he know that after Mega Evolution, Aggron's attribute has changed, and its ability has also changed? So I took it. Rumble, rumble. A huge rock was thrown at Typhlosion. Typhlosion jumped to avoid the huge rock, gathered his energy with both hands, and punched hard. A stream of blue Qigong bombs flew towards Aggron. Aggron ducked Rock Tomb. Although Aggron was very slow, he still dodged and then summoned a group of rocks. Rock Tomb blocked Typhlosion's path. As soon as Typhlosion landed, he was hit by rock and let out a scream. But it was only slightly painful, and Typhlosion managed to endure it. Typhlosion carry it down, then rush up to me and do a Focus Blast at close range. Typhlosion ran quickly, very fast, and arrived at Aggron's side in an instant. Aggron, when Typhlosion got close, couldn't withstand his ultimate move and only saw Rock's heavy cannon. Aoki knows that Moore does not know Aggron's attribute. Even using the fighting skill, Aggron can come down. Just see who of the two is more durable. Aggron looked at Typhlosion approaching, and without hesitation, he condensed a huge rock and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. Emission. Moore gave an order, and Typhlosion threw a blue Focus Blast. Aggron also threw the stone in his hand forcefully. Typhlosion and Aggron were hit at the same time, and then were knocked away. Aggron, hold on. Aoki shouted loudly. He believed Aggron should be able to hold it. 080 Aggron has been growing well and has eaten a lot of energy cubes. Whether it's physical strength or dual defense, it's among the best among normal Pokemon. Although Typhlosion is also well cultivated, it is definitely not as good as Aggron. Damn, what's going on? Why can Aggron still hold on? Moore scratched his hair, but couldn't figure out why the 2 quadruple restraint skills caused such little damage. His Typhlosion was down twice, and the damage he suffered was already huge. Aggron was actually better than Typhlosion. Aoki saw Moore gritting his teeth and knew that he didn't know Mega Aggron's filtering ability. Aggron, hold on, Earthquake. Aggron immediately stood up, raised his thick right foot, and stomped the ground vigorously. I don't believe it. When it comes to Earthquake, I can't compare to you Typhlosion Encore Earthquake. Moore is also anxious and must not give in. Can twice the restraint beat 4 times the restraint? Typhlosion also raised his foot and suddenly stomped the ground, and the ground trembled again. Earthquake hit each other at the same time. Typhlosion became even more painful, and even Aggron howled in pain. Both sides are extremely effective. Typhlosion, come on. Seeing the pain of her grandfather's Typhlosion, Asha couldn't help but cheer loudly. Aggron, come on too. Not to be outdone, Kamizer cheered Aoki loudly. Aggron, rock heavy artillery, get at the final blow. Aggron panted heavily, manually condensing a large rock, and threw it hard towards the explosive beast. Typhlosion, Encore Focus Blast. Typhlosion also gathered a large amount of chi and threw a blue chi bomb. Rock and air bomb hit each other at the same time. Both sides did not evade. This was a duel between forces and a duel between men. Both Pokemon wanted to feed each other as soon as possible and win this battle. Aggron and Typhlosion were knocked away at the same time. Both sides suffered multiple attacks from the other side, and the damage was really great. Aggron, hold on. Aggron stood up with difficulty. The damage this time was too great. Even Typhlosion was in special pain, and his body was shaking when he stood up. Aggron, Encore Earthquake. Typhlosion, Focus Blast. Moore did not let Typhlosion continue to use Earthquake. He also noticed that Focus Blast did more damage to Aggron. Aggron suddenly stomped ground, allowing Earthquake to activate again. The earth trembled violently, constantly impacting Typhlosion's body. Typhlosion was a little unsteady, but at the moment he fell, he also released a Focus Blast. Focus Blast hits Aggron head-on. Both sides hit each other. Perhaps seeing that his attack was hit, Typhlosion breathed a sigh of relief, but his body could no longer bear it and fell to the ground. Aggron was hit head-on by Focus Blast, and his body staggered a bit, but he stabilized his body in the end. Aoki noticed that the moment Aggron fell, a light appeared from the momentum band on his head. Obviously, Typhlosion is very powerful, and Aggron cannot withstand it. He still relies on his momentum to carry him down. Although Aggron has been well-trained and can even Mega Revolve, his overall strength is a bit worse than that of Blazemon. After all, you still need your own strength. Typhlosion, thank you Rikawa. Although Moore felt regretful, he didn't think too much. If he lost, he lost. On the other hand, Yasha, who was watching the game from the side, found it a little hard to accept that her grandfather's trump card actually lost. Aggron also exited the Mega Evolution form. Sure enough, is this the evolution of bonds? It seems that the bond between me and the explosive beast is still not enough. Moore was really fooled into thinking this was a bond. Because apart from the bond evolution, I really can't figure out how to exit from any evolution. Yasha watched from the side, quickly came to her senses, and then made a decision in her heart. I have decided that I must train my Pokémon well and strive to evolve with my Camerupt. Aoki didn't say anything, just felt sorry for the two of them. He really has no bond to evolve. He is just fooling the two of you. Forget it. There is no need to tell this kind of thing. By the way, this is the heat badge you get by winning the challenge. I hope you can keep up the good work. Well, today's young people are becoming more and more powerful. It has only been more than a year, and they're already so powerful. Moore couldn't help sighing, thinking in his heart whether he should pass the position to Asha. But after thinking about it carefully, I realized that my granddaughter was too young to take on this important responsibility. By the way, I almost forgot something important. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce my granddaughter to you? She is quite beautiful. Asha blushed and glanced at Aoki furtively. He was indeed a handsome guy. But even if you want to introduce, can you introduce it when there is no one else? She will feel particularly embarrassed. Kamiser suddenly became nervous. This old man was so bad that he actually found a love rival for himself. Well, I have no plans to find a girlfriend yet. Aoki declined politely. Although Yasha is very beautiful, he doesn't like this hairstyle. Of course, the main reason is because Kamiser, the person I like, is here, and you introduced me to my girlfriend. Forget it, but if you want to be with my granddaughter, you can tell me in advance, and I will introduce my granddaughter to you. Moore felt slightly regretful. Aoki took the heat badge and ran away with Kamiser. What if this old boy drugged his granddaughter and then drugged him? Should he accept it or not? Asha doesn't seem to be very ugly, and she has an elite-level grandfather, so it's not unacceptable. Cough, cough, cough. Aoki, you are such an animal. After leaving the Lavage Gym, Aoki returned to the Pokemon Center and saw Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, it's up to you. Is the gym challenge back? Gym leader Moore is a very powerful person. Did you win? Nurse Joy is still very concerned about Aoki's battle, and she just learned yesterday that Aoki's energy cubes are extremely nutritious. In addition, Aoki is going to cooperate with their Joy family, so she is naturally very happy. Now there are more Ginny family, Professor Oak, etc., but it is enough for them to earn. And the Joy family has decided that once the cooperation is successful, Aoki will be the most distinguished guest of their Pokemon Center. Food and accommodation are free. If Aoki needs it, you can still give Aoki and Nurse Joy. Free gift? No need to marry. As for which Nurse Joy, Aoki can choose at will. Nurse Joy from Lavage Town thought of this and covered her cheeks shyly, crying out in embarrassment. Will he give her to Aoki? Aoki is really handsome. After deciding, give her to Aoki. Nurse Joy's reverie and recognition. Aoki looked at Nurse Joy in front of him, speechless. What is this Nurse Joy thinking? Although he also likes Nurse Joy, he doesn't want to marry into the Joy family. By the way, I'm going to heal your Pokemon. Nurse Joy took Aoki's Pokemon and left. Aoki stood nearby, thinking about the diamond treasure chest he had just obtained, and he was really looking forward to it. Don't open it in a hurry. Wait until the Pokemon is healed before opening the diamond chest. To be honest, he was looking forward to the diamond treasure chest more and more. After the Pokemon was healed, Aoki took Kamizer and returned to his room. Kamazire, I need to take a rest. And you also need to take a rest. Let's set off again in a few days. I see. Kamizer thought that bond evolution would consume physical strength, and he didn't want to disturb Aoki. Aoki lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused on the system log. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully obtained an exclusive flash capsule, an ability capsule, and psychic seeds. This time the rewards are plentiful. Aoki immediately looked at the 3 rewards and could actually roughly guess them. Exclusive Flash Capsule. Beldum's exclusive Flash Capsule can turn Beldum into a Flash Pokemon, further improving his qualifications. Ability Capsule allows one Pokemon to activate a second ability. Psychic Seed. After absorbing Psychic Seed, you can awaken your own Psychic. Aoki looked very complicated. As expected, he defeated 2 elite-level artifacts, and also defeated Moore's trump card Explosive Beast. Get 3 great rewards in one go. From this point of view, in the previous Diamond Treasure chests, the stronger the enemy's 880 defeated, the more rewards he received. Both Gyarados and Cynthia's Milotic received 2 rewards. This time I defeated 2 elite-level Pokemon, so I got more rewards. If you defeat someone else's team at the championship level, you will probably get a higher reward. Aoki suddenly felt a little hopeful. When you become stronger in the future, challenge those championship-level trainers or Wallaces. Even this reward is still very unsatisfactory, especially the exclusive Flash Capsule. Should he still find a Beldum? Beldum is not that easy to find. The ability capsule was not bad. Aoki thought about it, and finally decided to leave it to the Salamander. Not only because he has championship qualifications, but also because Salamander's 2 abilities are very good. Overconfidence and Intimidation. If one defeats rival, it can increase the attack by 1 level, and when the other one appears, it can lower the opponent's attack. On the contrary, his other Pokemon have good abilities, but they are still not as good as Salamander. The last Psychic Seed. Aoki picked up the Psychic Seed and swallowed it in 1 breath as required. The moment he swallowed it, Aoki's mind suddenly exploded and he fainted. When he fainted, a strange seed appeared in Aoki's mind and continued to expand. Of course, it is just the mental space in the mind, not the actual appearance of a seed. It can't sprout in your mind instantly. This seed releases a special power, causing the spiritual space in the mind to gradually expand. Ralts next to him noticed something and immediately moved to Aoki's side. Brushing. Happiny also jumped over, waving his hands and emitting a strange light. Heal Pulse. Although there was nothing abnormal about Aoki, he was still affected, and the mental space in his mind gradually calmed down. It's just that it's still growing at a certain rate. After a long time, everything finally calmed down, and Aoki started to smell salts again. Because Kamazile was also very tired, he fell asleep and did not notice anything unusual about Aoki. When Aoki woke up, he found that he was sweating profusely, but his mind was filled with smelling salts. Even everything around him was clearly displayed, and he could feel the Pokemon in the grass outside. Is this psychic? Aoki stared at the cup on his side. The cup trembled for a moment, then suddenly floated in mid-air. Psychic is indeed excellent. Aoki thought for a moment, then suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in the bathroom. Teleport, Jack. Aoki looked at Ralts next to him and didn't say a word, just talking in his heart. Ralts, do you hear me? Ralts suddenly moved and then used telepathy as well. I can't hear you, Master. Aoki was relieved. His psychic was really strong. Perhaps because he is a time traveler, his mental power is relatively strong. As soon as I became a psychic, I had telepathy, confusion, and teleport. Aoki opened the system panel again and found his attribute. Name, Aoki. Special abilities, power of Viridian, Psychic, Intermediate. Having just awakened Psychic, he has already become an Intermediate Psychic. Ralts, Happiny, take a good rest, especially Happiny. You will evolve soon, and then you'll have to fight. Happiny immediately jumped into Aoki's arms and nuzzled her. I will definitely work hard. Kamiser also woke up at this time, a little hazy in his sleep, raised his slender thighs, and then settled on the bed. Aoki looked at it carefully. He had a really good figure, but the clothes were a little loose, but he liked it very much. Really liked Kamiser. Kamiser rubbed his eyes and then noticed Aoki next to him. Especially the look in Aoki's eyes made Kamiser blush, feeling as if he had been violated. Aoki, why are you looking at me like that? Aoki suddenly moved to Kamizile's side and pulled Kamizile into his arms. Kamizile, you have a very good figure. I really like your figure. Do you have time? We can make an appointment. While speaking, Aoki put one of his hands on Kamiser's shoulder. Kamiser's face suddenly turned red. He felt very nervous, and his heart was beating wildly. Should I reject Aoki? No, you can never refuse Aoki. But I couldn't just agree. Just as Kamiser was thinking about it, Aoki suddenly stood up. It's almost done. Since you don't like me, there's no need for me to force you. When Kamiser saw Aoki leaving, he felt like crying and wanted to go to Aoki. She didn't refuse. She even wanted to be with Aoki, but she was a little reluctant to take the initiative. Why are you leaving? As long as you take the initiative, I will never refuse, and I will even be willing to be with you. It's a pity why is it so powerful? Okay, don't be stupid. It's almost time. We should go have some dinner. Kamizile came back to his senses and immediately followed Aoki. Don't talk about other things. Let's eat some good food first. Here, wait for me. I'm hungry too. The next morning, Nurse Joy found Aoki to discuss the energy cube. Mr. Aoki, we have already negotiated and we will work together. Our Joy family will occupy one floor. The Junsha family will occupy one floor, and Professor Oak and Professor Birch will each occupy one floor. No problem. Then I will have 50% of the remaining 6 floors, and the other floor will be given to the champions of the Fanyuan region and the Elite Four. Aoki is not too stingy. Having 50% of the profit alone is already a lot. If you're not strong enough, eating alone will not end well. Moreover, it will leave some good impressions on the champions and Elite Four. If you want to challenge in the future, you can do so. If you encounter trouble, you can also find these elites and champions for help. No problem. I'll help you get the Elite Four and the championship in a row. I believe they won't refuse. Nurse Joy couldn't help but look at Aoki. What a smart person she is. He was not strong enough to win over so many people. Even the Elite Four and the champion were won over by Aoki. However, the benefits of energy cubes are definitely huge benefits. For the Elite Four and the champions, this is definitely a huge windfall. If anyone dares to attack Aoki in the future, the Elite Four and the champion will definitely stop him. By the way, Mr. Aoki, this is the round stone you want. Aoki immediately took the round stone. Once Happiny evolves and becomes Chanse, it will have certain combat capabilities. Happiny's fighting ability is very poor now. Happiny was so happy when she saw the round stone in Aoki's hand that she immediately leaned towards it. The moment it touched the round stone, Happiny's body glowed, and then her body gradually grew larger. After the light dissipated, Happiny successfully evolved into Chanse. Lucky, Chanse was very happy and immediately rushed into Aoki's arms and rubbed her hard. Okay, Chanse, I'll leave the battle to you from now on. I believe you will win. Aoki also patted Chanse's head, and the pink devil had grown. Lucky, Chanse is particularly happy. Your Chanse is great. I believe you will become stronger. Nurse Joy also said something next to her. Aoki also looked at Chanse's data, which is quite good. He looks very pretty. Name, Chanse. Attribute, normal. Ability, healing heart. Strength, elite level. Qualification, elite level. Skills, defense curl, soft-boiled, minimize, sing, heal, pulse, bomb, wish to heal, sun flame, freezing ray, Sure enough, he was trained very well. All kinds of perverted skills are there. This is the real Pink Devil. Sunlight flames and freezing rays are all learned using skill machines. Come back. Chansey. Aoki took back Chansey. After all, Chansey has grown up and no longer fits in his backpack. This way he could hold Ralts in his arms on his chest and also in Jirachi. Fortunately, Jirachi has become stronger. During this period, he has been accumulating stockpiles and striving to reach the elite level. Nurse Joy, since we have already negotiated, I will leave first. I will arrive at Fortree City and sign the contract then. No problem. You probably want to challenge the gym there. Then I will let my cousin sign an agreement with you. Nurse Joy's smile is still as warm as before, making people have different thoughts in their hearts. Kamazire, it's time to set off. Let's go to the next place now. Coming. Kamazire followed Aoki excitedly, with a bright figure and a lively atmosphere. It attracted a lot of attention, especially the model-like figure. Countless people's eyes were widened, but unfortunately, they only envied Chingha. Nurse Joy also looked at Aoki's leaving figure with a solemn expression. It seems that it won't take long for Mr. Aoki to become an elite trainer. As a member of the Joy family, he also knows about the Lavage Gym and knows that Aoki has 2 elite-level Pokémon. Because Aoki has outstanding talent, he is not only a trainer material, but also a breeder material. That's why I gave up a lot of benefits just to build a good relationship with Aoki. After leaving Lavage Town, Aoki opened the map. Kamazire, I think we should go to the Valley of Steel first to see if there are any good Pokémon there. Please give me flowers? Aoki said something. No problem. I'm free to do it. Kamazire did not take no for an answer. She just follows Aoki and travels together. Wherever Aoki goes, she also goes. It is worth mentioning that Kamazire also challenged the gym competition. Of course, it was not elite level, it was very ordinary, and also successfully got the Heat Badge. Aoki embarked on a journey to the Valley of Steel, ready to see if he could get a Pokémon. If nothing else, give him a Beldum. He now has an exclusive flash capsule. It would be great if he could meet Beldum. Along the way, Aoki encountered many Pokémon, which were all left to Chansey to deal with. The main reason why it was given to it was because Chansey had not gone through any kind of battle. Zero, although it has many recovery skills, it still requires strong endurance. Otherwise, it will be very painful if it is attacked. It all requires training. In order to give Chansey special training, Aoki prepared a lot of energy cubes of various kinds. Special Defense Energy Block, Defense Energy Block, Special Attack Energy Block, Rainbow Energy Block. They are some of the best energy cubes, the top ones, and many materials, all of which can be obtained from treasure chests. Some of the tree fruits were purchased from Professor Oak. In addition to Chansey, Aoki also specially prepared a lot of energy cubes for other Pokémon to eat. Every Pokémon is trained exceptionally well. Chansey, Defense Curl, continue Defense Curl. Use Sunfire, continue Sunfire. Chansey used Sunflame to defeat a water Pokémon. Kamazire was next to him and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. It's really Chansey's style of play that is so speechless. Either Defense Curl or Soft-Boiled. Then continue with Defense Curl, and finally Calm Mind, and then kill the opponent instantly with one move. It's really a durable Pokémon. No wonder Aoki often calls Chansey the Pink Devil. It's such a cute Pokémon, but I still have the nerve to say it's a Pink Devil. Now it seems that if he continues to fight like this, he will definitely be a Pink Devil. A few days later, Aoki and Kamazire came to the Valley of Steel. Kamazire, there are a lot of Steel-type Pokémon here. Just watch and conquer them. Electric-type Pokémon are too limited. Understand. Although I want to be a gym trainer, if I can, I will also conquer some other powerful Pokémon. Kamazire did not take no for an answer. Although she actually likes electric Pokémon, since it was Aoki's request, she naturally listened to it. That's right. You have Blitzel, Magnemite, and Electros, which are enough to establish an electric gym. You can also conquer some other ones with higher qualifications. Aoki still hopes that Kamazire can become an elite trainer. It's a pity that there are too few elite qualified Pokémon encountered along the way, and she still needs it. Fortunately, Commisrii currently has 4 quasi-elite qualifications in 017. If they're trained well, they will definitely reach the elite level. These 4 are Electros, Magnemite, Mudkip, and Spheal, all of which are relatively strong. Come on, let's go through the Valley of Steel now to see if there are some rare Pokémon. Aoki strode forward, holding Ralts in his arms, followed by Chanse and Greninja. Along the way, I encountered many Steel-type Pokémon, but they were all defeated by Chanse. The few strong ones were also eliminated by Greninja. Meowth, have you found Beldum? Aoki was walking when he suddenly heard a familiar voice and a familiar name in front of him. Beldum. Commisrii, did you hear that just now? There seems to be Beldum. Aoki asked back, afraid that he had heard wrongly. Indeed, I heard it too. It seemed to be Beldum. Commisrii knew what Aoki was thinking. After all, it is Beldum, a quasi-god Pokémon. Unless it is a pauper and has been poorly trained, it is definitely elite level. Let's follow immediately. Aoki walked forward quickly and soon saw the person who spoke, with a strange expression on his face. He knew this person. It was Tyson, the Meowth who was once his defeated enemy. I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet Beldum. Aoki remembered again that Tyson in the future did have a Metagross, and maybe he conquered it at this time. Tyson, don't blame me. You can't afford Beldum. My brother is doing it for your own good, so I gave Beldum to him. Beldum, Flash Pokémon. Hey. Brother, here I come. Tyson also noticed Aoki's arrival, and his expression changed instantly. He knew Aoki was a good person, but he didn't want to give up on an excellent Pokémon like Beldum. He hasn't conquered Beldum yet, so according to the rules, Aoki is eligible to conquer it. No, we must not let Aoki know. Aoki, it's been a long time since I've been honest. Yeah, it's been a long time since I last saw it. I heard there's a nice Steelix here, so I came here to capture it. Aoki didn't mention anything about Beldum either. He wanted to attack quietly, not with a gun. Tyson felt relieved when Aoki didn't mention Beldum, but he was afraid that Aoki would fight with him. By the way, Commisrii, you also need a rival. Why not let Tyson play with you? Aoki suddenly said something again. Understand, sir. Can you fight with me? 3 against 3? Commisrii challenged. She roughly guessed that Aoki probably wanted to stall for time, so he wanted to fight. No problem, let's compete. Tyson didn't refuse, and he happened to also want to have a fight. As for Beldum, he couldn't be in such a hurry. If he is too anxious and Aoki notices it and follows him secretly, he may not be able to overtake Aoki. Then, it's up to you, Electros. Commisrii threw his Pokemon ball. Name, Electros. Strength, gym level. Being with Aoki for so long, eating a lot of energy cubes, Electros has also reached the gym level. Coupled with ability, there is no attribute restraint, so the strength is very strong. Then I leave it to you, Meowth, to make a quick decision. Meow. Meowth jumped out immediately. He was wearing very nice clothes and looked very domineering. Aoki crossed his arms, tapped Jirachi gently, and used telepathy. Jirachi, find Beldum for me. Get the energy cube from my backpack, captivate it, and take it to hide. Yes, that's what Aoki is for. Let Jirachi find Beldum first while Tyson and Commisrii fight. With Jirachi's strength, coupled with his delicious energy cubes, he should be able to captivate Beldum. As long as he can take down Beldum and find a place to hide, Tyson will definitely not be able to find him. At that time, this Beldum will be his. Electros, using Thunderbolt. Meowth, we use Thunderbolt too. Tyson and Commisrii began to fight. Jirachi also teleported away and used his confusion to quickly find Beldum. Then he used confusion to control Beldum, temporarily found a place to hide, and took out an energy cube to bribe Beldum. Brother, I have found Beldum. The two of us are hiding in the cave on the left now. When you are finished, come and find us immediately. When Aoki heard Jirachi's telepathic voice, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he was not in a hurried start. After the battle between Commisrii and Tyson was over, he set off. Anyway, the place where Jirachi is hiding now is the place where Tyson left just now. I believe Tyson will not go back again. At that time, Beldum will be his 2.4. Be calm, you must be calm. You must not get too excited. You must control your emotions. And you must not let Tyson discover anything unusual. Aoki suppressed his smile and silently watched the battle between the two. Tyson will not travel for 2 years, and his strength is much stronger than Kamiser. Apart from Electros, which is capable of fighting, other Pokemon are not particularly good. At least not as good as Tyson. It's also that Kamiser hasn't traveled much and doesn't have much combat experience. Even if he has owned Pokemon for a while, he is still not as good as Tyson. After a hard battle, Tyson only lost 2 Pokemon and successfully defeated Kamiser. The battle is over. Kamiser, don't be sad. Aoki, I lost. After parting ways with Tyson, Kamiser acted very sad, not winning, and always felt sorry for Aoki. Don't worry, you have only been traveling for a few months, but he has been traveling for more than 2 years. Pokemon is naturally more powerful than you. Aoki comforted softly. Kamiser was relieved when he heard Aoki's comfort. She was just worried that Aoki would think she was not good enough. By the way, Aoki, have you found Beldum? Kamiser suddenly asked. She has not forgotten Aoki's purpose. I found it. Let's go now. Aoki took Kamiser and left. Tyson was also looking for traces of Beldum and felt relieved when he was sure that no one was following him. Little did he know that Beldum had been found by Jirachi, and Jirachi is still fooling Beldum, making Beldum have a certain affection for Aoki. After Aoki arrived at Tommy's cave, he immediately informed Jirachi. Jirachi told Beldum, and then teleported into Aoki's arms. It was not discovered by Kamiser. In the cave, Beldum did not leave, happily eating 19 energy cubes. It's also waiting for Aoki. It's lonely to live here alone. If Aoki can provide delicious food, it's not impossible to be with Aoki. After a while, Beldum saw Aoki arriving with joy in his eyes. Aoki also couldn't wait to step forward, smiling, and immediately used his telepathy ability. Beldum, do you want to stay with me? While speaking, Aoki focused on Beldum. Name, Beldum. Attribute, Steel, Superpower. Ability, Eternally Pure Body. Strength, Advanced. Qualification, Elite Level. Skills, Confusion, Zen Headbutt, Iron Head, Iron Defense. Genetic skill, Teleport. Aoki finally understood why Beldum was able to avoid Tyson's pursuit. Actually inherited a teleport. Fortunately, he asked Jirachi to convince Beldum in advance. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to conquer Beldum. If you want to conquer me, you must defeat me first. Aoki used telepathy to hear Beldum's words clearly. Fortunately, if he is willing to give him a fighting chance, his worst Pokemon can defeat Beldum. He will definitely win this battle. It's up to you, Chanse. Lucky. Chanse immediately jumped forward. Beldum immediately rushed towards Chanse, his head glowing with silvery white light. Iron Head. Chanse, Defense Curl. Chanse patted his body, and a white light appeared on it, and his body became more rounded, and withstood Beldum's attack head-on. His face looked a little painful, but he still calmed down. Chanse, Encore Defense Curl. Chanse Defense Curl again. Beldum didn't think too much. Seeing that his Iron Head was useless, he changed to Zen Headbutt, still being held up by Chanse. Not only did he not lose his combat ability, but he also regained a small amount of his mobility due to leftovers. Okay, it's time to do it. Chanse, Calm Mind, and Sunfire. Chanse closes her eyes and performs the Calm Mind action to increase her special attack and special defense. Beldum hit Chanse hard again, but Chanse was still able to carry him down. After taking this move, Chanse put his hands on top of his head and gathered a ray of sunlight. The speed was very fast, and after condensation, the sun's flames exploded. Beldum was so close that he had no time to dodge and was hit head-on by the sun's flames. Then he let out a scream and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Beldum, who is not yet evolved, has really poor combat power and does not have many skills. Even Iron Head and Zen Headbutt can't withstand Chanse's attack. Go ahead, Baby Ball. Aoki threw the Pokemon Ball hard and touched Beldum lightly. Beldum was conquered easily. It's just that Aoki has another Pokemon and must teleport one back. Greninja is not good. She will be elite level soon. This period of time is particularly important and must be cultivated well. After all, Blaziken is an Earl Dervish Pokemon and needs to be trained carefully. Then only Sceptile is left. Well, Sceptile has finally evolved, allowing it to temporarily go back and train with Professor Birch. Then after a while, let the other Pokemon go back. After all, other Pokemon are more popular. Aoki immediately took out Sceptile's Pokemon Ball. Sceptile, I have a lot of Pokemon on me. You go to Professor Birch for the time being. You must exercise well. I will send you food. Sceptile's Pokemon Ball shook, indicating his agreement. Aoki took out the Pokemon Pokédex and pressed a few buttons. Sceptile's Pokemon Ball was teleported back instantly. Beldum's Pokemon Ball also remains. Aoki picked up Beldum's Pokemon Ball and released Beldum again. Beldum, let me heal you now. The power of Viridian healed Beldum quickly. After Beldum smelling salts came over, I felt the warmth on Aoki's body and immediately rubbed it over. 857 okay. You are tired too? I will prepare some food for you first. The Pokemon with the Steel type and the Super type has the same attribute as Jirachi. Aoki happened to have Pokemon food with this attribute and immediately placed it in front of Beldum. Although Beldum had just eaten, he still wanted to eat it, so he immediately leaned over and tasted it happily. Aoki, congratulations, you have captured another Pokemon you wanted. Kamiser is truly happy for Aoki. This is a quasi-god, plus Aoki's Shelgon. There are already two. Just feel pity for Tyson out there. I finally found a rare Beldum, but it ended up being amputated by Aoki. Poor baby. After Beldum finished eating the energy cube, he threw himself into Aoki's arms again and rubbed him gently. Ralts was a little angry. Her position here was actually taken away by Beldum. Even Jirachi was a little angry. What is this for? Want to be pampered by Snatch, Aoki? Okay, Beldum, it's time for us to set off. I'll take you out of here and see the world. Aoki patted Beldum's head, took Beldum back, and continued to hold Ralts. Ralts, it's time for us to go. After Aoki conquered Beldum, he thought of the previous flash capsule. He seriously suspected that this flash capsule was because the system predicted in advance that he would regain Beldum. I specially gave him a flash capsule. But it's okay, since it's an exclusive flash capsule, it can be used by Beldum. Aoki immediately gave Beldum the flash capsule to use, and then released it. Aoki, why did the color change? Kamiser saw Beldum's special color and couldn't help but ask, what exactly is going on? It was a normal color before, but now it has turned into platinum color. But I have to admit that the platinum colored Beldum has become more domineering. Name, Beldum Flash. Ability, eternally pure body, light metal. Strength, elite level. Qualification, champion level. Aoki's eyes widened. It just turned into a Flash Pokemon, and it actually had dual abilities. It became stronger, and its qualifications also changed. This Pokemon is very strong, no worse than Shelgon. Must focus on training. Try to reach the level of Steven Stone as soon as possible. That is, the championship level. Aoki was filled with anticipation. Let's go. This is the true appearance of Beldum. It seemed to have been hidden before. Oh, Kamiser didn't dwell too much on it. Not long after Aoki left the cave, he saw Tyson again. The main reason was that Tyson heard the explosion of the sun's flames, so he immediately came over and was very concerned about the fighting here. Aoki, have you conquered any Pokemon? Tyson was very nervous. He was worried about Aoki conquering Beldum. Oh, I was going to find Steelix, but I didn't expect to encounter a Beldum, so I tamed it. Aoki acted very calmly. I didn't steal your Pokemon anyway. Beldum. There was a hint of bitterness in Tyson's eyes. Unexpectedly, he was found by Aoki. I met Beldum 3 days ago. After searching for him for so long, he was still taken away by Aoki. What a pity. But he didn't dare to attack Aoki. After all, Aoki was so powerful that he might not be able to beat Aoki. By the way, can you put it out so I could take a look? Tyson felt very disappointed and just wanted to take one last look and see for a long time. After so many days and so long of hard work, he was finally picked by Aoki. No problem. I'll give you a look. Aoki took out the Pokemon and flicked it, and Platinum Beldum appeared. This is Flash Beldum. You are really lucky. Tyson suddenly laughed excitedly. Don't get me wrong, there's only one reason why he is so excited, because he did not find Aoki's Beldum. Although Aoki had better luck and met a heterochromatic Beldum, it also meant that he could continue to find his own Beldum. By the way, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Congratulations on conquering Beldum. Tyson ran away very excited. Not wanting to waste time, he just wanted to find Beldum as soon as possible. Aoki watched Tyson leave with his own eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, feeling pity for Tyson in his heart. That is to say, Tyson himself does not know that this Beldum is actually the Beldum he met. Why is Tyson so excited? Kamizer asked curiously. Maybe my Beldum is not his Beldum, and he is looking for his own Beldum. Aoki has already guessed what Tyson was thinking. Kamizer also felt sorry for Tyson. This is your Beldum, but you don't know it very well. But forget it, I won't tell you. Let's go. Don't remind that guy. Let him enjoy himself. We should go back as soon as possible. Aoki turned around and left. Now that Beldum has been conquered, there is no need to stay here for so long. It's best to get out of here as soon as possible. He is going to the next town, trying to challenge the remaining 3 gyms, and then train his Pokemon properly. He must win the final victory in the Alliance competition 7 months later. After leaving the cave, Aoki continued walking towards the depths of the Valley of Steel. Kamizer was right behind. Not long after, Aoki came to the depths of the Valley of Steel. Along the way, I met a lot of Steel-type Pokemon, and none of them were too qualified. So Aoki didn't give in either. With Beldum, the normal Pokemon is no longer taken seriously by her. After walking for a long time, Aoki came to the depths of the Valley of Steel and saw a very powerful Pokemon. I finally see you, but you don't seem to be as strong as I thought. The corners of Aoki's mouth raised slightly, and he saw a totem inside the Valley of Steel. Name, Steelix. Attribute, Steel Ground. Ability, Hardhead. Strength, Quasi-Elite level. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. This Pokemon is indeed powerful enough, but not enough. He is not qualified enough and has never reached the Elite level. Maybe when Ash appears in the future, he will be able to successfully find the Elite level. It's also possible that he was always at the Quasi-Elite level at that time and was limited by his own talent. But a gold treasure chest is here. Aoki doesn't want to hear. After all, he walked for so long just to get this golden treasure chest. How about coming over for a trip? The decision is yours, Greninja. Aoki threw Greninja hard. After Greninja appeared, he looked up at the outlined snake. Although it was huge, he showed no fear at all. Being big doesn't mean you can win. Greninja, use Hydro Pump. Greninja leaps into the air and spits out a powerful Hydro Pump. Wang Lihao, Steelix also knew that his weakness was water, but he also knew that his reaction was slow and he had no time to dodge, so he raised his tail. There is a white light on the tail. Iron Tail. Steelix's tail swung on the Hydro Pump, completely destroying the Hydro Pump. This power is still very strong, but Greninja moved quickly and then used Water Shuriken. Greninja Agility swung around Steelix and then threw Water Shurikens one after another. The Water Shuriken was very fast and hit Steelix head-on. Steelix couldn't avoid it. With anger in his eyes, he opened his mouth and spit out a purple light. Dragon Breath? This talent is still very powerful, but Greninja, you won't lose Double Team and then Encore Hydro Pump. Aoki was quite surprised at Steelix's strength. Greninja, use Hydro Pump. Several Greninjas took action together. Steelix looked at all the Greninja in front of him and spit out a mouthful of Dragon Breath, hitting a Greninja's shadow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Greninja spit out a huge Hydro Pump and hit Steelix head-on. The strong impact sent Steelix flying away and was submerged by the water flow. It's just that Steelix is extremely powerful. Even if his companion flew out, he still didn't lose his fighting ability. He even stood up with difficulty and glared at Greninja, his eyes filled with endless rage. Ho ho ho! Steelix let out a roar, and a purple light gathered in his mouth. Still dragon breath. Rumble, rumble. Just when it was about to hit Greninja suddenly dodged aside and dragon breath hit the ground. A big hole was made in the ground. Greninja, give him one last shuriken move. Greninja ran quickly on the ground and avoided Tiangangpai's attack. He grabbed the void with his right hand and threw a water shuriken, hitting Steelix head-on. For water, 493 shurikens hit Steelix in a row. Steelix let out a wailing cry and finally lost the ability to fight and then fell to the ground. Go ahead, baby ball. Aoki throws a pokeball. Although I don't plan to focus on cultivating Steelix, my own strength is still very good. If you train it well, you might be able to reach the elite level. One more elite level would be great too. Because there were enough Pokemon, Steelix was sent to Professor Birch Laboratory. Okay, Kamizer, it's time for us to set off. I don't want to waste time going to the next place. No problem, let's leave now. Kamizrii has already fallen in love with Aoki, so naturally he should listen to Aoki. Wherever Aoki wants to go, she will go, as long as Aoki doesn't want to die. Since he has penetrated the Valley of Steel and obtained Beldum, Aoki has no intention of staying. Get ready to go back and head to the next town. Just as he was about to leave the Valley of Steel, Aoki noticed Tyson not far away, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Tyson, what's up, BGFB? Did you find the Pokemon you wanted? Forget it, I didn't find anything. I really envy you for getting a Beldum. Tyson was indeed envious, and his tone was a little sour. After all, it was Beldum, and it was a flash Pokemon. He had met Beldum a few days in advance, but he couldn't find it. As soon as Aoki came, he gave one away for free. Well, I hope you can find the Pokemon you want. Also, don't miss this year's Evergrande Conference. Don't worry, I will work hard. I won't lose to you in this conference, Tyson said confidently. Kamizer was beside him without saying a word, feeling pity for him in his heart. He actually wants to be an enemy of Aoki. Tyson's strongest one is the gym-level Meowth, and Aoki's weakest one is basically the gym-level one. The strongest ones have reached the elite level. Then we're leaving. Aoki took Kamazal with him, turned around, and left. After leaving, Aoki shook his head. What a pitiful kid. He didn't even know that Beldum was conquered by me. It's indeed quite pitiful. Kamizer also nodded, also feeling sorry for Tyson. Aoki walked and looked at the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully obtained the secret energy cube formula. This is the golden treasure chest I just obtained. Aoki looked very happy when he saw this reward. This is a very good energy cube. Although he also has energy cubes that can enhance the speed of comprehending the secrets, they are all comprehensive. Not only can it increase the speed of comprehending the mysteries, but it can also improve attributes in other aspects. But this kind of exclusive secret energy cube is specially designed to comprehend the secret, which can make Pokemon comprehend it faster. And these materials are not very difficult. There are many silver treasure chests that he obtained before, and he got such materials. There are also some materials that you can buy, whether it is the Joy family, the Junsha family, or the Oak family. He could already predict that this time the Evergrande Conference, his Aggron, might truly achieve the ultimate perfection. After leaving the Valley of Steel, Aoki once again embarked on a journey to the next town. At noon that day, Aoki and Kamizer stopped by a river and started preparing lunch. As Aoki's good friend, Kamizer takes the initiative, cutting vegetables for Aoki and so on. She wanted to perform well and didn't want Aoki to think she was of no use. Lunch was ready quickly. A large group of Pokemon were sitting next to Aoki, enjoying their lunch in silence. Even Jirachi ate in Aoki's backpack, ate happily, and went to bed after eating. As a fantasy beast, it is different from ordinary Pokemon. It only needs to accumulate strength over many years to understand the secret. And the strength is getting stronger and stronger. It won't be long before Jirachi can successfully become an elite. The progress is really obvious. Besides Jirachi, the one that Aoki cares about the most is Shelgon. Because the data has changed, Aoki can delve into Pokemon data if she wants to. Take the Shelgon in front of you, for example. Name, Shelgon. Strength, peak at gym level. About to evolve. Yes, the data is clearer. Know the specific strength level. And his Shelgon is about to evolve. Once it evolves, it becomes Salamence. Plus, he has Salamence's Mega Evolution Stone, which makes him super powerful. Aoki thought of Beldum again and felt a little sorry for Steven Stone, because his Metagross Mega Evolution Stone should belong to Steven Stone and was cut off by him. Alas, I really can't blame him for all this. Aoki thought so in his heart and chuckled. Commiserai noticed Aoki's expression and said that it was a good word, but he was just thinking in his heart. What's going on? So happy. Did you think of her? Thinking of this, Kamiser began to think about the scene where he and Aoki were together. For example, two people date together, get married, and live a happy life. Kamiser's face turned red the more he thought about it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.